The story began in the modern city surrounded by tall mountains. At 3:30 at afternoon in a gloaming sundown, Bambo and Kurano was rushing with their full speed. Kurano leapt in air and screamed on a cat to make it stop, but the cat was scampering due to the fear of being caught. Kurano was about to catch the cat. The angry, mysterious cat instantly jumped higher using a magical power going out of the axis of Kurano. In a second, Kurano was having an idea that what she had to do. In the next movement, she tried to jump with her enchanted power, but at the same movement, Bambo stopped her by disbalancing her position. Bambo yelled at her that why she was not aware of the crowd around them, which can notice them for using their supernatural powers. Their eyes were finding the wild magical cat in the rush of people. In a while, Kurano got the sight of cat whom was seemed to be sliding onto a girl who was busy in using her mobile. By producing a mysterious sound, the magical cat entered the body of that normal girl. Kurano disapproved Bambo's stopping action and said that he is extra kind-hearted because everything messed up due to his one action. Kurano made a short distance jump with sprint and lunged onto the girl with cat soul. The girl made a louder exclamation sound on that instant action of Kurano and successfully got the attention of the people around them. People was wondering that what was going on there, and some was angry on that disturbance at public place. Everyone was doing gossip in lower voice over that scene, which confused Kurano. At that movement, Bambo, who was swooping, replied to her taunt that she is impulsive as she made action without thinking. Bambo forcefully struck a magical card on the body of the girl, which separated the soul of cat from the girl's body. As the cat got out of the body of girl, it got fallen down on the ground badly. The cat moving back and forth because of the effects of attack, as it was a strong attack which the cat admitted. Kurano with an evil laugh went to the cat as she got it. The cat was trembling due to fear as it was about to caught in following action, but a man who seems like a giant grabbed Kurano from her arm to make her stop. Everyone was staring at them and whispering about them. A number of people were swarming around them, in that alarming situation where Kurano and Bambo was standing beside each other. Suddenly Bambo moved with a hissing sound, but Kurano was looking angry and surprised by his action. Then Bambo clapped, producing a flash, which made people unable to think or react. Kurano dashed looking backward as Bambo struck in someone due to hurry. Kurano and Bambo was searching for cat running back and forth. Surprisingly, they found the cat who was adhered to the back of a girl's backpack. Bambo grabbed Kurano to make her stop. Exhausted, Kurano asked that why he stopped her, but Bambo said that they are going back without replying her. She anxiously said that he is out of his mind. He asked that don't she know the place where they are standing. Kurano was a bit confused. She was about to say something, but before her reply Bambo said that yes, you're right, it's Trinity Residential Complex. It was a tall and huge building. It was a place where all the traps were made to capture the demons. A place where the one lives who can expel the evil. In a small, refreshing shop that offered laundry services, Soal was interviewing a young girl named Hanjin for a job. He placed his hands on the table and looked at her. Well-dressed and composed, he asked whether she had received permission from her parents to work. She calmly replied that she did not have parents. Curious, he asked where she lived. She answered that she was there that day. He then inquired about her availability as a student. She responded that she had been expelled from school. Soal asked about her claim and said that although he knew she was desperate for a job, she should not lie. At that remark, Hanjin's eyes flared with anger. She demanded to know who had accused her of lying. Soal tried to ease the tension by listing the requirements they sought in a candidate: hard work, a neat appearance, no prior experience needed, and room and board provided. Hanjin quickly pushed the advertisement paper toward him and asked if that was not exactly what they had advertised. He glanced at the paper and admitted she was right. Without missing a beat, she asked how the meals would be provided. He explained that there would be 2 daily meals at a designated restaurant. She then asked about the wages. Soal replied that the pay would be low. Hanjin boldly claimed 12,000 won per hour. Surprised, Soal corrected her and said the wage would be 9,000 won. She countered with 13,000 won. He offered 10,000 won. She raised it to 14,000 won. Soal, trying to settle the matter, extended his hand with a final offer of 11,000 won. Hanjin firmly responded with 12,000 won, including insurance. If they could arrange that, she would work. Otherwise, she would look for another job. Soal stood up, sighed, and agreed to her terms. He called out to Gahui to bring the contract papers for her. He took the contract papers, slid them across the table to her, and instructed her to read them before signing. Hanjin carefully examined the documents and signed them without hesitation, expressing that she looked forward to working with him. Gahui observed her closely, finding her relatively pretty and wondering how things would unfold between them. Soal then introduced himself formally as the owner of Yon, a clothing repair store. He informed Hanjin that Gahui was his top assistant. Gahui greeted Hanjin by stating her name with a polite smile. Soal mentioned they had a newcomer with them and suggested they begin working, but he soon changed his mind and decided they should eat first. They moved to their dining area, a spacious hall with tables and chairs. The atmosphere was warm and lively. As they settled in, a waiter approached Hanjin and asked if she had secured a position at Yon. She answered that she had. The waiter smiled and explained that it was their designated restaurant where she could have all her meals. Hanjin's eyes brightened, and she expressed her satisfaction, saying the place had already been approved. The waiter chuckled and told her not to mention it, then asked if she would like a fried egg. Without hesitation, she agreed, her delight evident in her voice. The waiter then turned to Soal and informed him that Hanjin was a new hire and was her first time there. Soal nodded faintly and replied that he could not afford to let her go. Hanjin's excitement grew as she declared how happy she was to be free, with no more school tying her down. She mentioned that her family had moved away without her and suggested they celebrate together that day. Yoonjeong's smile faded as she apologized, explaining that her father wanted her home early. Hanjin's eyes narrowed as she asked if he genuinely wanted her home or if it was just an excuse. Yoonjeong hesitated before apologizing and hurrying away, promising they would see each other later. Hanjin watched her disappear into the crowd and called out, asking when that would be. When no answer came, she sighed and reassured herself that family always came first. Soal approached from behind, breaking the silence. He asked if the girl was her friend. Hanjin's eyes flicked toward him, and she sharply replied that it was none of his business. Soal only smiled and remarked that he felt they would see her around there again. Hanjin dismissed the thought, telling him to forget it. Without pressing further, Soal changed the subject and asked if they were ready to start work. He explained that they would dive straight into the action and that she needed to observe and learn about the tasks they handled. Hanjin's determined eyes met his as she assured him she was there for work and would do that. They left the dining area and set out for work, arriving at a location lined with many doors. Hanjin stood beside Soal as he approached one of the doors and pressed the bell. When the doorbell chimed, Soal greeted the resident and introduced their laundry services. He explained that they had received a request to pick up laundry from that address. A voice behind the door replied, insisting no such request had been made. Soal apologized and politely asked if they could check again, as they had a booking under that name. Before another word could be exchanged, the receiver attached to the door exploded, filling the narrow hallway with thick smoke. Coughed and stepped back, startled by the sudden chaos. She turned to Soal and asked what kind of place that was. Soal's expression remained calm as he instructed her to stay back and clear the doorway while he went inside alone. Without waiting for a response, he pushed the door open and stepped through the smoke. Before Hanjin could blink, someone shoved him hard from behind, sending him stumbling forward. Her heart raced as she watched him fall to the ground, coughing with blood trickling from his nose. Concern filled her voice as she called out, asking if he was all right. Soal opened his eyes slowly and reassured her with a weak smile, claiming it was nothing and that he was fine. Before he could rise, a sudden force pulled him back. A long tail wrapped around his body, dragging him across the floor. Hanjin's eyes widened as she sneezed from the smoke, barely able to believe what she saw. She reflected on how she had secured a job that day, only to find herself in such madness. On the other side of the room stood a creature with a massive human-like body, sharp nails, and a long tail. Its head was crowned with a flower-like hairstyle, giving it an eerie appearance. The creature's cold voice echoed through the smoke as it spoke to Soal, declaring that he had decided to quit. In the dimly lit room with brick walls, Hanjin, in an oversized t-shirt, was lying on the bed with open eyes. She turned on the bed as Gahui approached her, ensuring she woke up. Gahui was in her professional attire. She informed her that Soal had brought them in and that their clothes had been cleaned and placed on the desk, mentioning all the items the doorman had brought up. Hanjin was upset and wanted to ask about yesterday's event, but Gahui was not ready to answer her questions. She told her to change and said they would meet downstairs. Hanjin was in deep thought looking at her hand where a green circular shelter and snoozing surrounded a small octopus. She decided to quit the job. The monster-like creature named Jagui Jang laughed proudly and said to Soal that he had saved him from the trouble of finding food, considering it a lucky day for himself. Soal pushed Jang with full energy, as he was unfazed and ready to fight. The background had a fire, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Hanjin was behind the cool, and she wished this had been a dream. Her terrible face resulted from the current situation. Jang was confident even then with partially burnt teeth and mocked the Soal. Soal was shocked, and there was sweat on his face due to anxiety. As Soal fell to the floor, Jang laughed at him with his bright yellow eyes. The slime-like liquid was dripping out of his body due to burning, and the background was filled with smoke. Jang appeared unfazed by the attack, laughed, and asked Soal what it was, as he expected something more. Soal's efforts to defeat him were in vain. Jang mocked him, saying Soal's attack was weaker than his terrible attack. He called Soal a trickster who played with talismans. His mock tune was the result of Soal's ineffective attack. Suddenly, Soal collected his energy and leapt toward Jang in the air. He carried a small dagger in his right hand and flew over his large head with full power. Green Slim gripped Jang at that time. That attack by Soal was so powerful, but the bright yellow eyes of Jang left Soal in shock, as there was no significant damage to Jang. Jang shouted to die toward him and again pushed him with all his strength. At that point, the Soal realized that he had underestimated him, because he thought he was a demon of low rank and brought only a few talismans along with him. Soal thought that might be an easy job. Jang was surprised by Soal's continuous efforts. He asked himself if he could move towards Soal and asked why he was not giving up. Then he asked if Soal was ready to give up, but the effort made by Soal escalated his anger to a new level. He screamed with his bright yellow eyes that he wanted to see the struggle of Soal, and he punched Soal with all of his energy. Hanjin screamed at the boss while Jang completely covered him. At that point, Soal failed to protect himself as he tried his best to get Jang from there. Hanjin ran, ready to control the situation. She stooped shortly and asked herself the best way to cook octopus. On the other hand, Soal had a loose grip on the golden sheet and needed alternative methods to remove the sticky liquid. The emotions of being whined had made Jang so excited that he screamed and cried. He asked Soal to see his tears and called those tears the result of excitement, as he was bored. Jang provoked Soal not to give up like a loser. He said Soal to blow up spectacularly and die. At that moment, Hanjin came in with flour in her hand and mumbled about the best way to prep a fresh octopus. She ran toward Jang and threw all the flour over him. He coughed and called her a little brat as his head was full of flour. Hanjin ruined his moist skin, and he screamed for his skin. Finally, Soal stood before him, smiled, and told him that flour would be great for skincare. Then he punched over his face with his full energy. Jang's yellow eyes were fully opened, and he could not fight anymore, so he fell to the ground. Soal stood with Hanjin and told her he could not believe it as he had almost lost that one. On the other hand, Jang was on his last breath and laughed at Soal. Soal moved forward and used abusive words for him suddenly. He brought that golden card from his pocket and placed it on the head of Jang as if he were dead. Soal came towards Hanjin and thanked her for her help, and she stared at the floor as if she was out of her mind. Suddenly, she fell, and Soal's mind was blank as he struggled to understand what was happening. There was a small round ball with a small octopus stuck in Hanjin's hand. Soal popped that ball with a small twisted needle. The next day, there was a table where Soal placed his hands and sat in front of Hanjin Soal, who had long, brown hair and wore a traditional outfit. Hanjin looked at both of them as Soal offered her an ornament. Then he moved toward Hanjin and asked her if all had been done. Hanjin angrily stood up from the chair and asked Soal about the previous day. She forced him to explain what had just happened yesterday, as she was not ready to believe everything was absolute. Her questioning surprised Soal and his assistant. Soal put his arms on the table and asked Hanjin if she had heard about demons. She moved on silently and told him she would quit and return to bring her belongings later. Soal and her assistant were silent for a moment, and then Soal turned his neck toward Hanjin and said to her that what she had asked probably would not happen. Then he called her assistant to bring the beginner's exorcism kit to headquarters. Hanjin moved toward the stairs, and she was left shocked as she watched many human-like bodies with a monster-like head standing on the ground floor. A man with a human-like body was wearing a bag with red hair and long nailed ears, and one had a female body and eagle-like wings. Hanjin was shocked. Soal approached her and asked if she had seen the demons then. He also asked how she felt after watching the other half of the world. Soal asked Hanjin if she was confused, as everyone felt that way. He told her there was no need to worry because most of those monsters were friendly. Hanjin looked toward him and asked why he had done this to her. He replied that she was special, invited her to a welcome party, and offered to accompany her to dinner. The Gahui grabbed Hanjin as she asked her to come on. She screamed and said to wait, but Soal and Gahui brought her with them. In the Soal room, the candle was burning, and the melted wax was dripping down from its side, creating a warm, dimly lit atmosphere. Soal was sitting in front of the laptop, laughing over the person who was eating the food with chopsticks and praising it. Soal blushed over his reaction. Hanjin told him he had nothing to do except watch the videos. Soul replied that he wanted to go there for food. Hanjin asked him why he had not gone, as it seemed he had the time and money. Soul calmly pointed his hand toward Hanjin, called her kid, and told her that she could not understand it. Hanjin could not digest his words. She instantly asked him whom he called a kid. Soul gave up and said that he could not win from her. Soul stood up, extended his hand toward Hanjin, and offered her a tiny object. When she asked about it, he explained it to her, referring to it as a hazelnut struck by lightning. Soul ordered her to chew the hazelnut and blow out the candle. Hanjin hesitated and asked Soul why he was being given unusual tasks. Soul got angry at her continuous questions, and she got silent. Hanjin chewed a hazelnut in frustration. She slightly bent on the candle and tried to blow it out repeatedly. Soul looked at her with a straight face. Suddenly, the candle blew out, leaving Hanjin shocked. She screamed in shock, asked Soul about the magic that happened, and again asked him, as he was also out of his mind. Soul put his hand on his mouth and mummed, "Exorcists." Hanjin completed his sentence and said that there are 3 types of exorcists. He explained these types. If the flame grows higher, that indicates a fighter. Blue shows a technician, and if it clumps into a ball, it shows the gift of the talisman user. Soul opened his mouth to say something, but Hanjin responded quickly, having created herself. Soul concluded that Hanjin was an exorcist at his company. Hanjin added that exorcists are a unique creation and a rare gift. She got upset and confirmed to Soul about her rare gift. He presented her with a thick wooden weapon and called it perfect. Hanjin touched the wooden weapon and said it was ideally suited for her, but slightly lame. Soul agreed with her. He smacked the wooden weapon and said that he had forgotten about the most essential part of the weapon, which was the written statement, "Beginner." She was speechless about it. Several demons entered the door where Gahui was sitting. She informed them that their laundry was ready and that it would cost 15,000. They questioned the reason for the high cost. Soul was also there, asked about their problem, and told them that all credit goes to him because they can sleep peacefully because of him. He stepped forward and stated that all demons were required to use and pay for laundry services once a week. The demon, with a colored body and a frog-like face, told his companion that he would steal away the demon, who had a long black dress and a covered head, and asked about such a rule. Soul accomplished his proposal and said that was all he would offer. They mumbled, and he threatened them that he would exterminate all of them behind him. Gahui was standing in a dominant position with a large black crossed weapon. Behind her, demons with frog-like heads raised the question that only they would be in trouble, not the others sneaking around fine. Soul asked what he wanted to say, and he explained that a few strangers lived there secretly, and all of them knew that. Soul left, surprised. There was a door with a metal handle labeled the number 1703. Soul and Hanjin were both standing in front of that door. She asked him about the place, and he replied that it was where she had lived. Soul activated his sharp, naked sword and ordered Hanjin to get ready. She was nervous, and he slowly opened the door and went inside. Many purple rats were rushing out from the dark doorway. He stopped momentarily, as he was not ready for such a severe reaction. Rats rushed over him, and he yelled to kill them all. Hanjin obeyed his order and started killing all the rats with a heavy broom in her hand, screaming to get them away. Soul appreciated Hanjin as she was fighting with all her energy. As he heard a noise from his background, he stopped, his eyes focused on something off-screen. He moved backward and said Hanjin would handle the situation. She was surprised when he unexpectedly placed all the responsibility on her. He came outside and locked the door. As he turned, a giant rat named Guisu with purple skin and yellow, bloodshot eyes was in front of him, ready to attack. He took a deep breath, pulled the golden sheet from his pocket, and threw it toward the running rat. The reddish hue indicated the ongoing situation. Many tiny rats tried to rush over him, but were dispersed in the background. The explosion in the atmosphere frustrated Guisu. Soul tried his best to prevent himself from the massive attack of a Guisu as he opened his mouth and screamed. He prepared his golden glowing card as he was determined and ready to fight. He added that he had brought a game. The golden blushing rays from Soul's golden card trapped Guisu around his body. That attack was so powerful that it squenched all his energy. Guisu was in pain as a golden aura surrounded its body, and it was defeated with its head lowered. Its glowing aura was faintly visible, but significantly less intense. Soul was holding a sword across his shoulder and stepped forward to end the battle and confront the giant rat in a serious confrontation. He asked about his entry, as no one could get into it. Guisu's head was still lowered, and he paused to prepare for the next powerful attack. He then moved towards Soul with an open mouth. His sharp teeth and yellow blushing growths were visible. Soul again threw a golden card that struck the sword. Causing a fiery explosion, many tiny rats panicked and dispersed into the air due to a swirling energy vortex with a glowing purple core. Soul moved toward the closed door, and the area around him was dust-filled. The bright light on the door indicated the presence of someone. He stepped forward and laughed, as Hanjin was in a fight with many rats. She screamed and hit the last rat with her heavy stick. Guisu was alive and sitting on the floor with closed eyes and a lowered head. His next target was not Soul. Soul opened the door outward forcefully. Surprised, he saw an immense green slime liquid coming from the room. The liquid was so dangerous that he tried to move forward, but a few drops of that slime fell on his arm and burned his skin. He cut off the burning portion of his shirt. He kept the brunt portion of his shirt in his hand and tried to move toward the door, but failed due to the intense slime liquid burning around him. Two women moved toward the elevator, their footprints reflected on the floor. The woman on the left side had long silver hair and glasses. She wore a formal outfit consisting of a white blouse, black skirt, and blazer, giving a professional and authoritative look. She was named Sioran. The woman on the right hand had short red hair and was more relaxed. However, the stylish outfit featuring a black top and a colored blazer suggests a more casual but assertive personality named Sora. The pace amazed Sora. She smiled and said that the place was nice and full of aura with plenty of demons. Her expression suggested that she was excited rather than afraid. It showed her natural behavior toward demons. Sioran agreed with her and said it was not bad. Sora agreed with Sioran that Soul was also there. Sioran asked when she lied to her. Sora laughed, and they both went into the lift. Sioran breathed calmly and said that someone was in good health. As she did not want to irritate Sora, she warned that leaving that place would not be as easy as getting in. Sora dismissed and said calmly that she did not care as long as she got to meet him. Sioran told Sora she had never understood why she had been so obsessed with a human who hunted demons like them. Sora warned her that if even a single hair on Soul's head were touched, she would kill her. She agreed, but made it clear that everyone belonged to her, and her snake-like tongue stuck out. The elevator displaying the number 1 elevator arrived with a soft ding, signaling the moment they had been waiting for. They both entered the lift. Sora stood with her arms crossed, her expression unwavering, and Sioran adjusted her sunglasses, exuding confidence. Black hooded demons were standing between them. The demon stared ahead, and his wide eyes reflected shock and horror. He had stood silently at the back of the elevator before finally speaking, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. He had asked if they were new to the area. They barely acknowledged him initially, and then Sora asked if he knew what that place was. She added calmly that they were already aware of it. He again asked if they already knew the rules. Suddenly, a monster force lunged forward, clamping down on the demon's head with a vicious bite, and blood sprayed across the atmosphere. Sora had gagged at the sight, remarking that the demon must have had a firm stomach. His glowing eyes had flashed ominously as it continued to belch and munch, causing her stomach to churn with revulsion. Sioran had lifted her hand to her lips, wiping away the last trace of whatever lingered there. The crimson glow around her hinted at the intensity of the moment. Sioran wiped off her lips and said that it had lacked flavor. Hanjin had a wooden weapon, and she moved toward Guisu, who had a twisted hand and a watering mouth. Hanjin had no courage to get into a fight with Guisu, so she decided to run as he stepped toward her. He opened his wide mouth and scrammed green slime liquid dripped out from his mouth. She had prepared her weapon in anxiety and started punching him with her full energy. The word beginner gave a blue circular light that looked like a shield, covering her from surrounding in a circle, and she was surprised and stared at the weapon. Guisu left fainted, as she had struck with a blue shield. The elevator arrived with a soft ding and displayed a 4th team. The elevator opened, and Hanjin was shocked as someone called her name. Yunjiang was moving toward her, and her appearance suggested she had just come from school. Guisu woke up and strolled toward Yunjiang. Hanjin had called her not to go there and screamed for her to run. Yunjiang paid a deaf ear on her warning and asked her what she was discussing and doing there. Hanjin again scrammed to make her stop and warned her not to go there, but she kept walking and said she could not understand her. Yunjiang had told Hanjin that her father was waiting. Suddenly, Guisu opened her mouth and loomed over Yunjiang. There were tears in Hanjin's eyes, and again called her to stop. Yunjiang had stood above, her wide eyes filled with awe and fear. Hanjin gazed up at Guisu, and the air was thick with tension, the blue aura swirling around them. Yunjiang stepped forward, cheerful and unwavering, as she addressed Hanjin and inquired about the matter. Hanjin shouted not to go there and requested that she listen to her advice. Guisu had sneered, its glowing eyes burning with a sinister light as it loomed over Yunjiang, and the air had been thick with tension, and Hanjin's voice had rung out, demanding that to stop. Guisu opened his mouth. Hanjin had a tear in her eyes. Yang had reached out and pressed the buttons, and the illuminated number glowed up softly under her touch. She had entered a passcode, but the screen above had flashed a message that the passcode was incorrect, and to try again later, she had realized. The mistake with her school uniform slightly crumpled from the day's wear, and her backup slung over her shoulder was that she had shifted her weight on her prosthetic leg, preparing to attempt the code again. She clenched her teeth, frustration building up inside her. She processed the situation. Her lips pressing tightly together, she muttered under her breath and shouted not again. Her repeated failure had only fueled her frustration. Then she noticed an empty pizza box discarded on the floor. Her eyes widened in shock, and she stated that they had eaten pizza without her. She took a cold breath as her face showed exhaustion. She closed her eyes and said that she could no longer stand it and needed to find a job or something to get out of there finally. She wished for fast food, so she ate noodles in the park. She lay on the bench and gazed at the sky. The golden sunlight filtered through the leaves. A gentle breeze carried the falling autumn leaves. She was lost in her thoughts and closed her eyes for a while, amazed at the scene with open eyes. Suddenly, Yoonjeong poked over her and asked if they had changed the passcode again. She walked over to Yoonjeong with a bright smile, greeting her in a playful tone as she settled onto the bench. Yoonjeong had worn a school uniform and was holding a gift behind her. Yank looked up curiously at the bag and asked if it was a gift for her. Yoonjeong playfully told her not to get any ideas, explaining that the bag only contained takeout for her father. As she spoke, people were passing by there. Yank replied that her father was lucky to have a family caring for his meals. Yoonjeong confessed that she was unsure, recalling how he would spend entire days staring at his computer, as she could not understand what made crypto so important. Yank admitted that the Yoonjeong had it better than she did, lamenting how her aunt behaved as though she did not even exist. She also added she could not tolerate such treatment any longer, insisting it was not as if she had ever wanted to rely on her aunt in the first place. Yank brandished the package with a playful flourish and asked her to guess what it was. She thanked Yoonjeong with a bright smile, declaring that she was the best and could not wait until she became an adult. Yoonjeong replied that it had been easier said than done. Yank said that she just needed to find a job that offered housing, so she asked Yoonjeong to join her. Yoonjeong inquired about her and said she could not leave her dad. Someone had stepped in the park wearing rough shoes. Yank asked her who cared about family, and she said that her dad did not. Yank's expression had shifted, her brow furrowing slightly as she tilted her head in confusion. A small question mark had been made in her mind. Yoonjeong had turned her head, her mouth slightly open, as she questioned the person standing behind her. Her eyes widened in surprise as the towering figure behind her loomed closer. His face was obscured by shadow. A sudden grip had tightened around the person's wrist. Her voice had trembled as she looked at his dad, and her small hand had been caught in Seok's grip. Seok asked her about his dinner. She told him she got a pork cutlet that day, and he shouted that she had to go home straight instead of wasting time. She had protested, saying it had not been like that and that she had just been talking to a friend. He glared at her, his expression filled with anger, and he shouted, asking if she knew he had been unable to leave the house. His face had contorted with rage as he had yelled, demanding to see if she would have made up for the loss if his crypto value had fallen while he had been out there. Yank told him that she had convinced Yoonjeong to meet her even though she had done nothing wrong. He turned his head toward her and gazed at her angrily. She opened her mouth to say something, but he held Yoonjeong's hand and walked. Yank tried to call out to her and called her name hopelessly. Yoonjeong informed her that she had to go and that she would meet her around Hanjin. The elevator arrived with a soft ding, its digital display glowing red with the number 14. The sleek and metallic doors began to part, revealing the dimly lit interior. Yoonjeong stepped forward, her grip on the strap of her bag tightened, her head tilted downward, and her mind was lost in thoughts. She had been padding when a sudden tug on her arm made her turn in surprise. Her friend Hanjin rushed up to her, reaching out urgently, but Yoonjeong turned sharply, and she instinctively raised a hand to her ear. Hanjin was behind her, calling her, but she did not answer. Then she gripped her wrist. Yoonjeong raised her hand to escape from her continuous questions and excused herself from her, said she was busy, looked at her face, and left, shocked as Yoonjeong had swollen eyes and a lot of pain on her face. The subtle tension in her brows betrayed the emotions that she had struggled to suppress. Hanjin gazed at her and tried to figure out the situation. As she processed the situation, Yoonjeong turned her head sharply, her hand instinctively rising to her cheek. Hanjin asked her if her dad had done that to her face, and she confirmed it, but all she could do was stare. She demanded an answer, her voice laced with frustration. She was forced to admit that she could not hide from her. Yoonjeong ignored her question and asked her to go. Hanjin had urged her desperately. telling her to go to the police or inform a teacher. She had then suggested calling her mom, hoping for a response. She had warned her that she would end up dead if she kept living with a jerk like that. Yoonjeong insisted that he had not done anything wrong and had just gotten angry. Hanjin replied that she had not done anything wrong. Yoonjeong had stood there silently, her expression frozen in exhaustion and sorrow. The weight of her backpack had pressed against her shoulders, but it was nothing compared to the burden she had carried inside. Hanjin looked at her with concern. She pleaded with her, saying she should ask for help. It could be anyone. She also stated that Yoonjeong did not have to live with a person like him. Yoonjeong clung to Hanjin's hand. Yoonjeong spoke firmly that that was not her burden to bear. Hanjin warned her to watch what she said. Hanjin stood frozen when she turned backwards and extended an arm. Hanjin called her name again and stood there, but Yoonjeong turned away and told Hanjin that she did not know anything, her footsteps echoing in the dimly lit hallway. Hanjin tried to explain Yoonjeong had told her he was going through a rough time and that it was nothing more than that, so she decided to wait. She also said he would return to being the sweet dad she once knew. Hanjin sighed after that. She told her that she sounded ridiculous when those words were spoken with a bruised face. Hanjin scoffed, her tone edged with frustration. She questioned if that was the only reason, as he was still family. Then, with a resigned sigh, she had conceded. Fine, it was her life. As she walked past, their shoulder had bumped, but neither had stopped. Their last conservation was in Hanjin's mind. Her trembling hand tightened around the wooden weapon, and the weight of guilt pressed down, heavier than the weapon itself. She apologized to Yoonjeong, saying that those words had escaped in a whisper and were barely audible. She said that those words must have been hard on her, too. That realization hit like a wave, washing over a weary soul that had endured so much. Her voice trembled in anxiety. She had never even gotten to apologize. Yoonjeong had walked toward the Gwisu. Hanjin turned her head, gripped her club, and shouted that she could not hurt her again. Then, she started hitting the shield. The crack had appeared after her continuous attacks, and the protective shield had shattered. Hanjin was left shocked as her wooden weapon turned into a sharp sword. She asked herself if that was a sword with open, wide eyes. Hanji had sprinted through the dimly lit corridor, her hoodie swaying behind her as she raised her weapon overhead. She shouted and called that little rat. She cried fiercely as she swung her arm in a wide arc, her eyes blazed with determined focus. She had turned her weapon at the towering Gwisu with all her might. She shortly froze, her eyes widening at the sheer size of the Gwisu before her. Gwisu released a low, menacing sneer, his glowing eyes narrowing as he felt the sword attack. Hanjin felt helpless, realizing just how dangerous this Gwisu was. She had let out a fierce cry as she hurled herself forward. She shouted as she wanted him to die, her voice trembling with fear and determination. Her repeated blows landed with resounding clangs against the Gwisu's thick hide, and sparks flashed with every impact. She stood there, breathing heavily, the sword still in her hand. Yoonjeong asked her about the sword and its purpose, but Hanjin could not respond. Yoonjeong's cat was in her bag. She turned her head toward the bag and heard a sound. Her cat came out of the bag and jumped over her head. Yoonjeong was also surprised. Gwisu was ready for the next attack, had opened his mouth, and had prominent teeth visible. Hanjin had prepared herself, holding the sword tightly as Gwisu stepped forward toward her with startling speed. Its jaws parted in a ferocious snarl, its mouth gaping wide, and she felt her heart clenched. Hanjin looked tiny in front of the vast Gwisu. She gazed upward, trembling as his shadow loomed over her, whispering with surprise, her voice barely audible. She called him a bastard. His glowing eyes fixated on her, and her grip on the weapon tightened in response. She paused, confusion clouding her situation, as she saw the coming girl toward them. Her face was hidden due to shadow the light had with her, and created a glowing aura as she stepped into view. They both turned their gazes toward the newcomer girl, and she stood there, her white hair framing a face partially hidden by the darkness behind her. With her school uniform, she stepped forward and exuded a confident poise, announcing that she had wanted to keep a low profile. Her bright, open yellow eyes showed her confidence. The yellow slime liquid slipped out from the door. The girl had stepped forward with cat-like poise, her ears twitching in alert as Gwisu loomed between her and Hanjin. His glowing eyes darted between them as they prepared for the next clash. She asked if she was Yoonjeong and replied that they would talk later, but they had to get rid of that first. Gwisu opened his mouth and attacked Hanjin. She tightened her grip on the sword, urged Hanjin not to get scared, and stated that it grew stronger by feeding off her fear. Sweat trickled down from Najin's face, and they said it had been easy for her to say that. She asked Hanjin to give her a sword, and Gwisu turned her over. Hanjin was on his back, holding a sword. Guisu moved toward the girl, and she went crazy and called him little vermin. She asked him how he had dared to bare teeth at her, and she stepped toward him. Guisu got afraid, stepped backwards slowly and shrunk. She told him to shut his mouth. Suddenly, Guisu cried with pain as Hanjin attacked his back with her club. The blood had spread on the ground. Hanjin pinned her sword on the ground. She clapped for her, appreciated her for her successful attempt, and wished her happiness. Hanjin shouted at her and ordered her to get out of there. Instantly, she touched the sword silently and asked Hanjin if she did not want to, and if she hurt Yoonjeong with the sword. Hanjin screamed with surprise, and Yoonjeong laughed at her situation. But the next moment, she told Hanjin that she was joking, and that there was no need to make such a face. Hanjin raised her brow to question her, and she stated that Yoonjeong was right. The person had been simple-minded, easy to mess with, and unpredictable. She confirmed to Hanjin that she had been in Hanjin. Hanjin asked her to get out of Yoonjeong's body. Hanjin placed her sword in the red bag, and she told Hanjin that the day she had hidden it in the bag, Yoonjeong had looked after her. Hanjin replied that she usually liked to be around humans. She gripped the bag into her arms and stated that she enjoyed spending time with Yoonjeong, then placed her hand on Hanjin's head and slightly kicked. Hanjin asked her if Yoonjeong still liked to be with her more than Hanjin. There were tears in Hanjin's eyes, and she placed her sword down, which immediately became an old wooden weapon. The girl told her about the previous night when Yoonjeong had not stopped talking about her and that she had wanted to make up with her but had been unable to bring herself to do so. The girl told Hanjin she would have started worrying about her if she had not made amends with Hanjin. Additionally, they advised them that sadness should be shared. But Yoonjeong mentioned that she did not want to share it with someone who had already been through a difficult time. Hanjin lowered her head in sorrow and, with tears in her eyes, told her they were friends, and she would undoubtedly worry about her. Hanjin covered her face with her arms and started crying. The girl took a deep breath and told Hanjin she could not understand human friendships. They turned back as the elevator indicated a straight, glowing light. Seok entered the room angrily and shouted that she had made her wait again. The green slime liquid had squelched as it fell around the wall. The liquid mass had begun to trickle downward, emitting a faint hissing sound as vapors moved upward. At the center of it all, Soul sat emotionless, his legs crossed in deep concentration. In his hand, a small but intense flame had flickered to life, its orange glow contrasting against the cold blues and greens of the surrounding energy. His mind was bursting with different thoughts, and the talismans burned away rapidly, consumed by flames instantly. With a sound swoosh, another one ignited, its edges curling as embers scattered. Organ demons had always been of the lowest ranking among all demons, but that became a different story when someone was inside them. Inside was the perfect space to render all attacks useless, and it was only a matter of time before he was about to be digested. He closed his eyes and realized that the only way to escape was to attack the demons from inside. Seok stood before Hanjin and the girl. His voice was filled with emotion as he said she knew how much he loved her, and then he asked her if she loved him too. His shoulder slumped as he murmured his final question. He had not made enough money. Their expressions were frozen in shock. Hanjin had parted her lips, but her wide eyes reflected uncertainty. At that, another girl remained just as stunned, and then he turned his neck aside and asked her if she would do what her mother did and abandon him. Hanjin had put her hand over her mouth and called him Mr. She stepped forward, but the girl stopped her, warned her to stay sharp, and told her he was no longer human. They stood frozen in fear, and he said in surprise that it was she. Slowly, his finger curled inward, his hand once relaxed but transformed before their eyes. With a sudden whooshing motion, his claws extended, sharp and deadly. Hanjin stood in surprise. Several eyes appeared on his face, and he pointed to Hanjin, calling her the reason for Yoonjeong's strange behavior. They both got active. Hanjin tightly tightened her grip on her club, and she stepped forward and asked if mooching off her aunt had not been enough. He had opened his hand with a whoosh, releasing a sharp, long slime of green material that came out toward them. He asked her if she had dared to leech off Yoonjeong. The waves of green slime liquid moved toward Hanjin as she screamed. She tried to turn it away with the help of her feet, and then they both parted, and the liquid stroked the wall with the sod boom. Hanjin fell, and liquid burned the wall, from which vapors appeared. The girl warned her to stay sharp. She moved ahead and tried to leap over him. He got focused, and she covered herself around and hit him from his back. He laughed over her effort again. She bent on the ground and placed her hand on the ground. He extended his hands in the air and asked her to come again and let him squeeze her in his arms. Her eyes brightened as she was determined. He threw that liquid on the ground, but she jumped toward his head, which made him crazy. She had placed her leg on his shoulder. She started punching his face, and blood splashed on his face. He cried with pain, and she jumped on his back. She extended her hand over his neck tightly and asked in his ear how he felt to be choked by his daughter, and that she would separate his head from his body. Her eyes opened widely, and Hanjin asked her if something was wrong. She wondered what had happened and asked the reason. She placed her hand on his head. Half of her head had turned red, and she had a white liquid in her left eye. He moved both his hands on his back, held her into his hand, threw her on the ground, and laughed. She advised Hanjin to run away. Hanjin had a weapon in her hand, so she left, shocked. She bent on his knees in front of Siak, extended her one hand, then opened both her arms in front of him, asked Hanjin not to hurt him, and said that was her daddy. Hanjin was out of her mind and added that her dad was not bad. Siak smiled proudly and placed his hand on her head as tears welled up in her eyes. Yoonjeong stood up before his father and stated that he was not a bad person. Siak encouraged her and placed his hand on her head. He smiled proudly, with 5 open eyes on his forehead, and stated that there she went and that she had been a good girl. The blue round ball was about to burst into Siak's arm. Hanjin was suspicious of the ball, and instantly, it burst, and all the material moved toward Hanjin. Siak shouted with happiness, and Hanjin fell as she tried to save herself and hold that weapon. She turned her neck to look back where the greenish liquid had burnt the wall. Hanjin looked at him as he laughed at her. Siak held Yoonjeong tightly as he placed his arm around her. Hanjin ordered Yoonjeong to let go. He laughed and put his tongue on Yoonjeong's hair. She was left shocked, and her eyes opened widely but could not move. Hanjin had lost her mind and called that enough. She stopped him again. Someone shouted on her back that he had made it. She stopped momentarily as she tried to recognize the voice, turned back, and glazed at him. Soul was there. He was very close to her and told her it had been a narrow escape. He appreciated her pat on the back. Hanjin called him as tears welled in her eyes. He smiled and asked her to leave that for him. The green slime liquid moved toward them, and he put his hand out to stop the coming material. The liquid had strong power as it shattered the protective shield and drove over the soul's shoulder. He placed a talisman to ward off sharp waves. The fire had begun, and the red waves had burnt Seol's hands. He jumped toward him with a talisman and said he would not let his guard down that time. Seol's eyes turned red. He opened his mouth, but Seol jumped over him, placing a talisman on his head. Seol fell after spinning, and a talisman moved in the air and went into Seol's hand as a small piece of paper. He gazed at the paper. Yoonjeong bent to her knees and called out to her dad, tears in her eyes. Her cat floated over her head, but she was out of her senses. Hanjin held her in her arms to console her, and the cat jumped over Seol's shoulder. They hugged, and Seol looked at them with the cat over his shoulder. Seol's office was furnished with gray ceilings and luxury windows. People passed from there where Hanjin and Yoonjeong stood before each other. Yoonjeong wore a brown shirt and blue pants, but Hanjin wore her yellow hoodie, and her head was lowered. Yoonjeong told her that she had decided to stay with her mom. She replied that she felt sorry for her father. Yoonjeong had said to her that she had seen it all. Hanjin again said sorry to her. Yoonjeong reassured her, telling her not to be sad and expressing her deep gratitude. She smiled warmly and said that she was genuinely thankful. Then, with a gentle voice, she questioned why she would feel sorry for saving her. Hanjin felt regret, but Yoonjeong hugged her and thanked her for freeing his dad. Then, she moved backwards and asked her if they were good. Hanjin was momentarily surprised. Yoonjeong waved at her and invited her to take the noodles on the roof again. Hanjin waved back and assured her. Yoonjeong met her mom outside. She had short hair and was holding a bag. Hanjin lowered her head as she worried about Yoonjeong. Seol stood with her. He held her arm, patted her, and asked her to go for some food. His words shattered in the yellowish atmosphere. Trinity Residential Complex was the first and only building in the world where humans and demons could coexist. There was only one condition for demons that wished to live there. The condition was that once a demon entered, they could never leave. Residential areas for humans and demons were typically separated, but occasionally coexisted. The place was divided into different areas, labeled as follows: 41 and 52F, specified for demons, 36F and 40F, for humans and demons, and some areas for commercial space and parking. The sidewall marked the inner view of the building, labeled B2F, and the front, labeled G. The Exorcist Management Corporation, known as Guardian, maintained the balance in that location. Seol had sat across one person at a futuristic round table illuminated by a glowing blue hologram. The room had been bathed in a cold, technological light, a meaningful discussion. Exorcist Seol had stood in the dimly lit room, his expression calm yet focused. The responsibility for security and cleanup following Seol's exorcism belonged to a specific person. However, Soul interrupted with surprise, asking if he had already done their job for them. The manager became frustrated by his question. He extended his hand in the air and again asked for the reason for not doing their job correctly and not screening all the demons that entered Trinity. He shouted in the same way, extended his hand toward the door, and asked him if something was wrong with Soul's eyesight and if he did not see the 24-hour surveillance. Soul wondered what that had mattered. He then explained the entire situation, stating that demons had occupied empty units and humans had suddenly transformed into demons. With a sigh, the manager acknowledged that it had been as he had said and asked for suggestions to find the demons that had just popped up. He also stated that it had not been like they had been exorcists themselves. Soul asked him to repeat her answer as he could not expect that reply. He asked about what happened with the legendary demons. Soul asked what he was talking about. He replied that Soul was tarnishing the reputation of legends and asked if he was too full of himself to see that. He stated that he had hired Soul as an assistant, and then, ironically, said that he was a little high schooler and asked if he was not mistaken. He wondered if Soul was neglecting his duties and said it would be best to leave that place. He added that he could have a word with headquarters instead. Soul lowered his head and then told him to cut the crap and get to the point. He said he would tell him because it felt like he was admitting his mistake. And then he told him those demons were not from outside, but from within the Trinity. Soul was unable to believe. A girl knocked on the door, holding files in her hand, and entered the office. She stated that she had a report to make, thinking it best to share it while Soul was present. The manager gazed at her and asked about the files. She passed the files toward him and told him about the report related to demons that had recently entered Trinity, and that those were of the highest tier. He looked at the door and passed it to Soul. Soul opened the file, and the manager said they did their jobs correctly. Soul could not answer as he looked at the pictures of Sioran and Sora when they entered Trinity. He said it looked like it was time for him to shine as the exorcist, and he asked if he did not think so. Soul was silent, and then he stood up, gripped the piece of paper, and tore it apart sharply. He sat across from him, watching. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken words. Soul stood up and stepped toward the door, tightly held the page, and stated crap angrily, and they watched him go out. The battlefield had been consumed by fire and destruction. A monster creature loomed over the fallen warriors, its sharp teeth bared in a menacing grin. Its enormous form cast a shadow over the bloodied ground, where a boy lay, his face twisted and his eyes wide with horror. His body was covered with wounds, fresh blood staining his skin and clothes. Another smaller but equally terrifying beast snarled beside the larger one, its sharp fangs glistening in the firelight. A fierce demon, his body wreathed in fire, had stood barefoot amidst the burning chaos. His molten hair had danced wildly, glowing like the embers surrounding him. Across from him, Soul had braced himself for battle. The fire crackled between them, and the leaves shattered in its wake. Soul held a talisman in his hand, its brightening glow visible. He called that demon a fire demon and said that he would punish him for committing multiple civilian murders. He remarked that he was stubborn and questioned what was wrong with eating some humans, saying it was fun. The fire demon extended his hands into the atmosphere and said he had the chance to crush a talented exorcist who had just come out of his shell. Soul left, shocked as he tried to jump over him for an attack. Soul had a talisman in both hands, held it tightly, and prepared to open it. He gazed at him with one eye. He said a crowd had gathered, looking for an exorcist meal. There was a tingle on his arm. He stared at his arm, murmured about it, and said it was from demon's energy. Then he denied his statement and said it was different, something felt off. He glared at him and prepared himself in front of fire demons, and he asked Soul if something was wrong with him, or if he was thinking of running away. Soul screamed as he saw the giant monster behind the fire monster. Instantly, that demon attacked him, gripped him from his neck to his mouth, and blood shattered all over the ground. Soul blinked his eyes and thought about the demons that eat other demons. He stood there and watched a crocodile-shaped demon that ate the fire demons. A beautiful girl appeared with a whoosh. She had long, flowing hair and a perfect figure. The waves had risen in the atmosphere as she appeared with blood near her lips. She put her hand on her face to wipe off the blood. She gazed at Soul, who was standing over there, highly shocked. She asked him that he had killed quite a few and again confirmed. Soul asked if he had not seen her before and if she was new. He thought that she was dangerous, that demon. He swished the talisman and decided to kill her. But she appeared in front of him and told him not to be worried, as she did not eat humans. He called her a cutie as she passed near him. She stepped forward and moved, and he just squinched his hand in anxiety. Soul stepped into the corridor and asked her why she was there, and she walked along with him. She had long, white hair, wore glasses, and was named Sioran. As he stepped forward, his polished shoes echoed against the floor. His sharp vest and formal attire gave him an air of authority. The woman standing ahead noticed his approach and turned slightly to acknowledge his presence. Around them, people moved about, absorbed in their affairs. As he moved forward, his gaze shifted to the side, where another woman had been watching him from a distance. A woman with red hair and a cap had been standing near him, her attention fixed on him. The scene was bustling with couples chatting and others going about their business. She spoke persuasively about a new item on the menu and asked if he had tried it. At that moment, a firm hand grabbed Soal's wrist, stopping him in his tracks. His body tensed as he turned slightly, startled by the unexpected grip. He raised his hand and responded that it may be next time, leaving no room for further discussion. She warned him that if he tried it, he would regret it. He yelled in frustration, wondering why she could not take a hint. She could not bear to be insulted. Tears dripped from her eyes, and she tried to control herself with a warm smile, holding his hand again. In frustration, he put his hand on his head and asked her what she was doing there. Surprised, she called out his name and told him she could not believe she had bumped into him in that place, and it had to be fate. He repeated his question and inquired about her presence there. He pulled her into his arms, but she again questioned him if he was that excited about her. His eyes widened with anger, and he asked her if she wanted to be killed. She put her hand on his shoulder and told him he had not changed. He lowered his head and said not to be bothered. He asked her about her sister, Sioran, and if she was up to something. She told him that she had no idea about her. All she cared about was that she found him. He gazed at her. She looked at him and thought that she had already been a pain in the ass due to new demons spontaneously forming within the Trinity. Sioran arrives as a demon eater on top of that. She is stuck with Hwaren, the serpent seductress. The serpent seductress, hearing, were demons with a human upper body and a lower body of serpents. She clung to those she made her lover and never let them go. The man she targeted felt momentarily blessed, but eventually, they lost everything they had. She changed the topic and told him she had come for something, Soal asked. She murmured his question and said something that she wanted was already there. Soal again wondered about that, but she replied she did not know and only cared about Soal. A chief listened to all their conversation, stepped forward, and informed them that they had a new item on their menu, asking them to try one bowl. Soal refused, saying he was not in the mood to eat. The chief, named Dendon, pointed at her, stood alongside him, and asked if everything was due to his new employee, saying she was friendly. He told him that sales were shooting up because of her. He punched her with his elbow. Soal appreciated them. She again held his arm, getting close to him, and told Soal not to worry about her sister. She said that she would warn her and that she would kill her if she ever laid a finger on him. He tried to escape from her and asked her about what she had just said. She told him that Sioran was the type who would not stop until she got what she wanted and that she would do whatever it took. He listened to her carefully, stepped forward, and advised her to remain quiet and avoid causing any trouble. She held his hand, asked why, and considered whether they could. He put his finger on her lips, saying that things always got out of hand whenever she interfered, and advised her to stay quiet. She again tried to complete his sentence, which she hoped they could. He told her he would go on a date with her after he returned. She assured him that if he told the truth. The chief stood, surprised, and asked them if they already knew each other. Soal tried to leave her and said it was a long story. He addressed Dendon and advised him to keep a close eye on her, assuring him. He moved and waved at them. He introduced himself on the phone and instructed the person on the line to gather everyone immediately. The sunlight had scattered on the floor through the windows. The room had been arranged with small wooden tables, each accompanied by tea. 4 demons were seated on cushions positioned around the tables. The atmosphere had been quiet and tense as if they had been waiting for Soal. A red cushioned chair had remained unoccupied at the head of the room, its presence suggesting authority. The man with red hair had sat hunched over, seemingly deep in thought, while the others, dressed in robes and turbans, had appeared equally solemn. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, casting long shadows across the floor. One of them wondered about Soal's urgent call to all the floor captains in that rush. Monk Dane, whose real name was Yuchiri, was in charge of floors between 36 and 40. Hoyon, the demon of the 3rd rank known as the Old Fox, had been in charge of 41 to 52 floors. It flickered in her eyes as she remarked that it was surprising to see the unusually quiet Monk speaking first. Monk had mentioned that Soal's voice sounded pretty serious on the phone. She sighed in frustration, complaining that just because he was an exorcist did not mean he had the right to call them up whenever he wanted. She glanced at her phone, lamenting that she still needed to watch season 4 of Days. Her long purple hair framed her face, and her lips, painted in a bold shade, were slightly parted in irritation. She was wearing a dark green jacket, and her fingers gripped the phone named Namseeng, the demon of second rank, who was in charge of 53 floors. She had leaned back with an exasperated expression, her fingers gripping her phone as she had spoken. With a sigh, Hoyeon remarked that with a floor captain like her, it was no wonder accidents had been happening. She had suspected that the demons on his floor had been the ones causing all the trouble. Namseeng replied that the demons on her floor were super gentle, called her shit, and that she had not known anything. The man with red hair asked Namseeng to repeat her words and called that episode boring, informing everyone about his presence. His name was Tar, the cave master, the demon of the first rank, and in charge of 54 floors. Soal had arrived. He opened the door and stood before all the demons. He appreciated them for their presence. He sat in front of everyone. Hoyeon asked him the purpose of his call. Cave answered that it was because of the demons that had just entered and assured him. Soal asked the master if he knew something. Namseeng stated that there were 2 of them, and they looked intense. Hoyeon agreed with her and replied that she felt the same way. Hoyeon told him it looked like one had disappeared without being traced as soon as they arrived. Master informed them that the one who had disappeared had an extraordinary aura, and that she was one demon, but strangely, it felt like she had countless demons inside her. Soal informed them that she was a demon eater named Seorin, and that she was there. Monk said he had never heard of her before, and asked him if she was new, and Soal knew her. Namseeng said that she was a demon who ate other demons. Soal thought about the demons that had disappeared because of her. Namseeng stood up in anger and stated that she had been that bitch who did that. Soal told Namseeng to take a seat. She shouted that it was between demons and that exorcists should have stayed out of it. Soal placed his hand on the table to control his anger as she stood beside him. He again told her to take a seat. Namseeng was unable to control her anger. She told Soal that it was between demons. Exorcists should have stayed out of that. Soal told her to take a seat angrily. The green waves shattered around her body, and her hair flayed backward due to the waves. Soal had yellow waves around him. She had skeleton's sketch on her shirt and was not ready to obey him. The master tried calming both of them and asked them not to behave that way. He gazed at them and told Namseeng to sit down. She had tried to settle down her energies slowly. Master advised her to let the exorcist speak. Soal again said that Seorin ate other demons and absorbed their powers. He urged them to stay home until he could catch her, and that would be a significant pain in the neck if any of them were eaten. Hoyeon asked Soal if he was sure he could do that alone. Soal questioned. She said that his aura seemed different from what it had been before. Monk asked him if he had recently struggled with a lowly demon, and if he felt unwell. Soal closed his eyes and replied that he was fine. Master asked him the reason for making them live there. He said that demons could live without eating humans. He thought of creating a place where demons and humans could coexist. The master agreed with him and said he was right. He had been relatively satisfied until then, but things might have been slightly different that time. Master asked him if he understood. Soal closed his eyes and paused for a moment. Master gazed at the bench and asked Soal if there was anything, but Soal did not tell them. He denied. He bent on the desk, placed talismans there, and told them to keep them at the entrance of their homes so no one could force their way in. Monk said he would help him find those demons, but that would not make a difference even if his pawns were eaten. He presented his pawns toward him. Soal replied that demons could not be underestimated, and he could not risk exposing him when her powers were still unknown. Monk informed him that one of his demons was wandering around without a home. He told him he was not strong enough to control it fully, so if he could help, Soal replied that he knew and would find a way to send it back to him, advising him to keep the demon safe afterward. He replied that he would, and Soal informed him that would be all. He stood up and walked out the door. Old Fox insisted that she did not like that. Monk said that he had not seen Soal so intense before. Namseeng said Soal had better make that right, and she only backed down for Master. Master calmed her. There was a small window on the ceiling from where an eye had appeared. Seorin looked at them from that window and disappeared. People passed the refreshing store, and a cat was covered in a comfort sack and sneezing. Gahui had neatly arranged some stitching materials around her, including sewing tools, threads, and fabric. The cat asked if she felt like snakes were crawling all over her. Gahui laughed at her complaint. The cat gazed at her, said she was getting on her nerves, and asked if she had something to say. Gahui replied no, as she had nothing to say. The cat asked her why she was staring and giggling at her. Gahui replied that she was a cat and asked what she was. Gahui told her that she was cute. The cat got angry and asked if she thought she was some kitten at the pet shop. Gahui's eyes reddened while laughing, and she asked if she could pet her once. Cat shouted and called Hanjin loudly. The intense white rope twisted the cat. Hanjin gripped that rope as she felt sorry because she could not control it. Cat screamed to get rid of that. Hanjin stopped her, and the cat gazed at her. She said that the evil demons were bullying the humans, and a throwback scene of Yunjiang and his father passed from her mind. Hanjin was determined to catch them by herself. Cat just looked at her and jumped between the ropes like a demon. Cat called Hanjin fool and asked how to begin, like her, to catch demons. Gahui gripped the demons from Hanjin's back. That rope had turned into a wooden weapon and clattered on the ground. Gahui rushed to Hanjin and asked if she was okay. Hanjin bent on their knees. The cat also confirmed if she was all right and moved toward her. Gahui patted her back, but she ran in anger. Gahui tried to stop her and ran downstairs. Hanjin looked at them as she heard a voice from behind her. Soul said that they made a mess there and called that impressive. She turned her head upward and looked at him. He grabbed her weapon and said not to rush, adding that she would start her official training soon. He placed a talisman on her club and advised her to keep it there, stating that it would help her control her strength. He ordered her to put down her weapon. Due to that injury, she could not stand up, and she replied that placing the talisman on the club made no sense. He told her that she could fight the demons and advised her to use her spiritual power, just as she did a moment before. She gazed at the ground. He stood beside her. He asked again. He asked her if it was not her first time to see those demons. Soul stood before the whiteboard and said he had never met an exorcist who did not have a story. He told her that she did not need to share it right away. He reassured her that she could share whenever she was ready. He gazed at his front. Hanjin called him. She looked at her shirt, a mix of multiple colors, and complained about how he had dressed her like that and acted so seriously. He patted her head and told her it was a specific task only she could handle. She again complained that he was not allowing her to use her bat to kill the demons, and that was abuse. He told her about a demon that did not harm others and was easily frightened. He moved forward, waved at her, and advised her to follow the directions he had given, assuring her that she and everything would be fine. He informed her that he would see her later. She extended her hand to wave but collided with the wall of glass where her image appeared. She got frustrated and called that a heck of a lot. Her eyes widened as she heard a voice from behind her. She gazed at a boy who was also wearing a shirt and had a hat like hers. He introduced himself. His name was Seaton. She looked at him, and he asked if she wanted to play with him. She moved out with him, and he was happy as she did not refuse him. He told her it had been hard for him to find someone to play with him, and that everyone was busy with school and after-school classes. He named his friends taekwondo, piano, and all the others. He told her that moms had not left their children alone in those days and called that bad for the kids, as it kept them busy without their moms. He asked her if he was right, but she did not answer. She acknowledged Soul's advice when he told her that Sitina had agreed with everything, and that if he said he wanted to do something, she told him she wanted to do that too. She assured him that she understood and agreed with him. They both blushed and moved out of the door. He asked her if they should start and told her he would show her his best trick. He extended his hands in excitement. They both gazed at each other as Hanjin had not replied to him. She pushed him and told him that she could not wait. He was satisfied with her reply. He advised her to hold his hand tightly and not to let go. He extended his hand toward her, and she grabbed his hand. He flew speedily, and Hanjin screamed due to his speed. Then they both jumped through the wall, their toes visible for once but disappeared. A wall allowed them to pass and refine their previous position. The room had been quiet, bathed in soft morning light. A wooden shelf had once held neatly stacked exercise mats, their edges slightly worn from frequent use. Below the shelf, a compact yet sturdy counter had stood, supporting a black cylindrical-like equipment. The glass-paneled door reflected the faint glow of the room, giving it an airy and open feel. In the corner, a treadmill had occupied its usual space. Its sleek, black frame had cast long shadows across the wooden floor, while a small monitor had been perched atop its control panel. A blue exercise mat had rested nearby, a silent witness to past workouts and quiet moments of reflection. He ran inside excitedly, but Hanjin was not ready to believe they had come through the wall. She walked on his back. He turned his head and told her about the home, which had a lot of cool stuff. He informed her that a playground was nearby where she could play as much as she wanted. She looked at him silently. He asked her if she was going to play. She remained silent. The room had once been filled with laughter and excitement. The boy had swung joyfully from the bar, his tiny hands gripping it tightly as his feet dangled in the air. The motion had sent him swaying back and forth, his delighted expression making it clear how much fun he had been having. Hanjin had watched eagerly, her hands clasped together in excitement. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she exclaimed that she could not wait for her turn. Her enthusiasm had been unmistakable, her voice carrying the moment's energy. The sound of swinging and laughter filled the space, leaving behind a memory of pure childhood joy. She assured herself that she was doing well. He grabbed her hand and moved. She was surprised as she had no idea about his following action. They had been near the water when a massive fish leapt out of nowhere, splashing wildly. Hanjin in the front gasped, her eyes widening in shock as she recoiled, arms flailing. Behind her, he had held the fishing rod tightly, excitement shining on her face as he realized what he had caught. The fish, its mouth agape, had thrashed in the air, sending droplets of water flying. Then, in a bright room, Hanjin wore a sun hat and beamed joyfully. She was dressed in an oversized black coat, giving her the appearance of someone much older. Behind her, he had slipped into a large red coat, grinning widely. He stretched out his arms as if to embrace the oversized garment fully. In the reflection of the mirror before him, his expression remained the same, full of excitement and joy. She laughed hard. After that, they patted the white kitten with love, and Hanjin had tears in her eyes from the overwhelming emotions of love. Then they played with a ball and enjoyed their time together. He brought 2 hot coffees and told Hanjin he had never given anyone that. She called him a rascal and said it had not been his to give out in the first place. She closed her eyes to feel the cool air on the balcony. He lowered his head and told her that he felt better. He looked at him momentarily and asked her why, as she had not had coffee. He asked if she needed some sugar. Then he stated that although it did not make her look as cool, and that if she added sugar, she thanked him and said she would have fun after a long time. He wiped his nose and asked her not to mention that. He asked her if she wanted to be his friend. She accepted his offer happily and told him that they would have fun together from time to time. He jumped in happiness and confirmed if she was serious. He occasionally questioned her words. He asked about it all the time. She replied that she had work to do and said no. She told him that there were demons and she had to kill them. His eyes widened with surprise, and he asked about demons. She lowered her head and told him that demons killed her mom, her dad, and her entire family. He replied that humans were the ones at fault. She looked at him, rustled his shirt, asked what scared her, and questioned her about whom she thought had done that. He had tears of anger. He told her about that time when her mom and dad had beaten him every day. The whole scene had passed in his mind when an older woman locked him in a jar without food or water. He told her that he had bitten her neck and killed her. He remembered his red hand shaded with blood and told her about a funny thing that, by the time he got out of the jar, as if he were not a human. She hugged him warmly and excused him. He started crying. They hugged each other. He held her hands and asked her why she was sorry. She replied that she also did not know, but she was. She assured him that she would protect him from onward. He looked at her with hope and asked if she was serious. She assured him and said yes. He held her arm joyfully and told her he would also protect her. She looked at him calmly and said they would defend each other. They heard a terrifying voice from behind them. He gripped her hand firmly and asked about what had just happened. He informed her that they needed to leave immediately. She asked him where they were going. The sound of a black giant had terrified them. Their eyes widened in anticipation of the upcoming creature. They turned their heads and saw the Sioran. She wore a black coat and white top with glasses and black heels. He held her hand, and they tried to pass that wall. She spun her weapon and pointed it toward the ground. A substantial circular spark with a vertical, thick, yellowish liquid had appeared and hit the ground. Sioran gazed at Sitina. Due to her attack, Sitina was unable to escape. His hand had gripped the floor, and he looked at her with hopeless eyes. On the other hand, Hanjin was successful in passing that wall. When she came through, Soal gazed at her and asked her why she had come alone. She placed a hand on the wall and called Seaton. She told him that Seaton was in danger. He gazed at her, surprised that she had told him. He advised her to go with him. Sioran held him with her hand, and he was in the air, crying for help. She asked him if he knew, and he questioned her about what he had to know. She asked him about prison. He wondered which prison he was unaware of. Hanjin shouted outdoors that there was a serpent demon who knew what she would do to Seaton. Soal was not ready to believe it. She just asked her again about the serpent demon. She said that he was right and insisted that he do something. He thought about her appearance as she had long, wavy white hair, a black outfit, and a twisted hand. He accepted that it could not be. He prepared his talisman and opened it. The boom enlightened the surroundings, and they were both surprised. They entered the room where Seaton was in the air, held by Seorin. She turned her head toward them and called Soal. Hanjin shouted and encouraged Seaton to get out. Seorin looked at Soal and stated that they had finally met. Soal said that he knew that she had been after Seaton all along. He asked her about her presence and the purpose of her being there. She threw Seaton, and he touched the ground speedily. She then said to Soal that he was hurting her feelings. She told him he had asked her the same question when they first met. He started to cut the crap and split that. He told her that if she had entered the Trinity, she needed to play by the rules. Seaton laughed at her. She asked him if he had gotten cocky. Hanjin gripped her club, which turned into a bright sword. She laughed at her and called her a creator. She jumped toward her with a shining sword, but her attempt failed as she turned aside. Soal asked her to stop and told her that she could not handle her with her current skills. A giant demon grabbed the blue light of her sword. He had bright yellow eyes and 2 sharp, long teeth. She was surprised after watching that. He had converted that light into bright square stones and many tiny stones. The shadow of that stone had appeared on Hanji's face, and she was shocked by the feelings of fear and emotion. Within a moment, that demon had turned into Seorin. Hanjin stepped backwards in fear, and Seorin laughed at her. Soal concluded that she had eaten the demon known as the Torch-Eye Demon. Seorin held Seaton more tightly by the tail and told Soal confidently that she would help him, too. He pressed both his hands, the fire had begun on his back, and Hanjin stood worried about Seaton. The light of the talisman had touched the floor. Soal threw that talisman toward Seaton, and a sharp light struck his forehead. Hanjin was shocked after watching that. Soal shouted, sealing himself as a talisman stuck on Seaton's forehead and illuminating his head. Hanjin shouted no for Seaton. Seaton's picture had been saved in that talisman and disappeared. Hanjin looked at Seorin with surprise, but she was shocked, just like her. He felt confident, opened his arms, and invited Seorin for her turn. She yelled at him for taking her prey. A vast fiery boom moved toward him, but he ordered that to stop there immediately. His eyes widened as Hanjin stepped forward toward him. She called Seaton's name and shouted for him to bring him back. He was unable to believe what she had just said. She cried again and asked him to bring Seaton back. He told her that he could not do that. She wondered why he could not get him back. He explained to her that if he unsealed Seaton, Seorin would go after him again. She asked him why he had not sealed that serpent demon. He answered that he scrunched his teeth in anger because of his powers. She asked him why he stopped in the middle of the sentence. He stepped toward her and politely told him that he understood her feelings, but he had no choice. He moved his hands toward her to console her, but she stopped. She moved and asked him to forget that he looked at her. He had put his hand on his head in worry. The refreshing store was opened. Soal was sitting at a desk in his clothing store. He was holding his head in his hands and feeling stressed. The desk was cluttered with papers, some of which contained diagrams or measurements. Behind him, Gahui, dressed in a dark outfit with a red skirt, was standing near a clothing rack filled with neatly hung suits. The shop had a warm, wooden interior, giving it a cozy atmosphere. He could not sort out things in his mind. Gahui noticed him, looked at him slightly, and asked why he was worried. He stood up and told her he would be briefly in the control room, then closed the door. Gahui gazed at the closed door. The large door was labeled with the letter G. The office girl knocked on the door, entered the room, and presented Soal with the list of prisons he had asked for. He looked at the list with full attention. He murmured that if it could be, she asked him if there were any problems. He explained to her that Seorin, the demon of the highest tier, had recently arrived and was searching for Baron. She repeated the name Baron. He assured her and said yes. She asked if that were something he would be worried about. He told her that they could never get too complacent. She explained to him that there was no chance that Baron, of all demons, would ever be unsealed. She told him that he knew better than anyone. He thought and denied her that there may be a possibility when it came to Seorin. He stood up and informed her that they needed to watch the prison closely. She assured him that she understood. He gazed at the list again and was in deep thought. On the night of bright stars, Hanjin lay on the wooden bench and stared at the sky. There was a table under a beautiful umbrella. Her cat came onto the ground and leapt onto the bench near Hanjin. She closed her eyes as she wanted some rest. She took a deep breath and sort of thought that was just pathetic. Cat looked at her in surprise and asked if she was miserable. She put her arms on her eyes and started crying. She murmured that she had promised to protect him, but she failed. Cat asked her whom she wanted to preserve and if she was talking about Seaton. She wiped her tears and stated that she had done nothing for him. Cat yawned and asked about the girl who said she would catch all the demons alone. She replied that she was talking about the evil demons that bullied people. Kat advised her to work on her skills and that they would talk later. She agreed with him and kept her hands on her eyes. She asked Kat if she knew anything about the creation magic. Kat pointed to creation magic surprisingly. She approached the cat and requested that she wanted to become stronger, asking to be taught by her. The cat scratched its chicks and tried to say something. She encouraged Kat and asked if she had any idea about that. Kat denied that and said no. Kat asked the reason for such a question, and Hanjin told her that she did want to talk to her boss. Kat asked the reason behind that. She lay on the bench and replied that she had no idea. They both closed their eyes and sleep within a few minutes. Suddenly, Kat opened her eyes and saw Seorin standing near Hanjin's bench. Hanjin's eyes widened as she saw Seorin near her. Hanjin was unable to move and breathe. Seorin looked at her closely. Hanjin was attentive yet unable to believe she was there. The cat disappeared from that bench. She asked Hanjin if she could teach her the magic of creation. Hanjin was upset with her previous action. She turned her back, refusing to give her what she did not want. She asked Hanjin if she did not wish to see Sitani again. Hanjin raised an eyebrow at her question. She looked at her and replied that she was talking about Sitani, her friend whom Soal had sealed. On a sunny day, the sun's light struck the building's walls. Hanjin opened the storeroom, where Gahui welcomed her. She was busy sorting some clothes. She scanned around and asked her about the boss. Gahui replied that he was afraid she could not see him then. She looked at the door and asked her if he was doing something there. Gahui replied that she was not sure if he was coming out. Hanjin stepped forward and stated that she would go inside by herself. Gahui extended her arm to block the way and told her she felt sorry, but she could not let her go inside, as nobody was allowed in when he was there. She silently covered her arms and asked about such rules. Gahui asked her politely if she had told her about her need for which she wanted help. Hanjin hesitated to explain and asked if she knew the prison's location. Gahui was left shocked by her question. She said she had heard the prison was in the building and wondered where it was. Gahui looked at her and thought about who had told her about the prison. She told Hanjin that there was no such thing as a prison there in Trinity. She extended her arms horizontally and asked her if there was no prison. She looked at her and said she had told her a prison was there. Gahui assured her that there was no prison and tried to convince her. Gahui gave her a coat and requested she deliver it to room number 1305. She assured her that she would. Gahui bid her, and she moved to the door, still wearing that coat. Gahui gazed at her back and thought about crappy timing while Soal was occupied. The grand interior stretched as he entered the shopping mall, bathed in soft lighting. The polished floors reflected the bustling crowd moving through the luxurious space. A woman in a pink blouse had passed by, holding a tablet, while business-dressed men had engaged in quiet conversations. With each step he had taken, the sound of his shoes meeting the floor echoed slightly. He had walked forward, his stride firm, navigating through the shoppers who moved around him. The sign of Sale Mart stood ahead, blending with the lively commercial atmosphere. He had a decent outfit, a bag on his shoulder, and a book. His shadow loomed over the ground, stretching across the dimly lit floor. The air had stirred as something had cut through it with a swift motion. A faint whisper of movement accompanied the swish, the silhouette shifting ominously. The tension in the atmosphere had thickened, signaling that something was about to unfold. He had walked through the grand entrance, his backpack slung over his shoulders. The lights above cast a soft glow, illuminating the modern architecture of the building. Around him, people had been engaged in their worlds. Some were scrolling through their phones, others deep in conversation. His foot had slid slightly as he moved forward, his shadow stretching across the polished floor. Shifted in the atmosphere, an unseen presence lingering behind him. He had been engrossed in his book, his focus unwavering, when a sudden surge of energy had jolted through him. His eyes widened in shock, and his grip on the book tightened as a burst of light erupted behind him. The unexpected force sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him frozen as his mind raced to comprehend what had just happened. A slow, unsettling grin had spread across his face, his expression twisting into something almost unrecognizable. Shadows had deepened around his eyes, giving them an eerie glow as he clutched the book tighter. His body had remained still, and something dark had awakened within him. Another man had walked along the path, his foot sliding effortlessly into his slipper with each step. A soft hum had escaped his lips, carrying a tune that only he had seemed to know. The ground beneath him had been warm, the air light, and everything had felt strangely peaceful for a moment. He had pursed his lips and let out a slow, contented whistle, his body swaying slightly to the rhythm only he had seemed to hear. The earphones in his ears had pulsed with music, drowning out the world around him while he had remained lost in his little bubble of satisfaction. They both moved to each other. He had accidentally bumped into the young man, his shoulder making brief but noticeable contact. A slight jolt had run through him as he realized his mistake, prompting a sheepish smile to spread across his face. Without hesitation, he raised his hands in mock surrender and called the young man, excusing him, his tone carrying an easygoing charm. He commented on him and called him a scumbag, a piece of trash. The other boy turned toward him, grabbed him by the shoulder, and asked what he had just said. He said that he used to talk to his elders in that way. The crowd had begun to murmur among themselves, concern evident in their voices. An older woman had placed a hand on her chin, her brows furrowed, and said something was amiss, which was why he yelled at that student. Nearby, another bystander had shifted uncomfortably, glancing between the commotion and the growing crowd. Sweat had formed on his temple as he turned to those beside him. He had asked hesitantly if they should stop him, his voice barely rising above the murmurs of the concerned onlookers. Hanjin was upstairs, lowered her head, murmured that it might be the demons trickling in, and tried to sort out the reason behind being targeted. She listened to the chattering on the ground floor. She moved to the stairs and murmured about the noise. The boy raised his hand to the other boy, and they both got into a fight. People murmured around him and chattered. Hanjin's mind was engaged with the memory of Yoon Jeong's father. She stepped forward, and suddenly, Seorin appeared in front of her, asking where she was going. Hanjin shouted at her that it was apparent the creature could be a demon and that she needed to save the student. Seorin looked at her and asked if she could tell if she was a demon. She ignored her and moved downward. Seorin said to her that she had that wrong. She looked at her. Seorin told her that a demon possessed the student. People separated them. She asked Seorin if the student was the demon. They both stood near the stairs. Seorin looked at her and told her that she was right. But even if she tried, she could not take that demon out of them. She looked down and stated that she could do nothing again. Seorin gazed silently. Seorin bent toward her, told her that she would teach her everything, and asked her to allow it. Seorin told her that she would teach her how to save Sitani and use creation magic. The older woman interrupted them, and the boy gazed at her attentively. He called the younger boy a little punk and urged him to get into a fight with him. People murmured around them. Older women tried to protect the boy. He again tried to encourage him as he walked off. A woman calmed him and advised him to let him go, and that he was just a child. The older woman calms the young boy and advises him to leave the fight, telling him it is not a good idea to stick around. A young boy replied to her in anger, called her an ugly cow, and asked her to shut her mouth. He stared at her with his side eye. She told him it was not a way to speak to their elders. He extended both his hands and waved. He came out of his hand, struck the older woman, and called his act fun. She fell to the ground, her back hit the ground, and she screamed in pain. People moved near her, and a girl asked if she was all right. A boy was also concerned about her and asked if something was wrong with the boy. He gazed at them from a distance. Again, the older boy stopped him, called him punk, and said he had gone too far. He asked him why he was pushing older women. He moved forward and called that place boring. People murmured behind him, some with anger and few with fear. In the furnished building, he moved silently, his hands in his pants pockets. He stared at his front, where Hanjin had a club in her hand and was ready to attack him. She warned him that was the time when he had to get out of that body. She strengthened his grip over the club and looked at him in anger. He asked her who she was. She replied that she had an idea about him, that he was a demon, and asked him to leave that body. She put her club on her back. He laughed at her, ironically. She observed him and thought about a demon in his mouth, a demon of black color with red teeth and eyes. He looked at her and asked if a little girl like her would do anything about that. Her club turned into a bright sword, and light spread all around the sword. She told him that she would get rid of him. He told her that she wanted to kill that kid along with him, and then she was allowed to do that. She did not pity him and stated that she was ready to kill him. He was not expecting that reply, and his face showed the fear. He opened his hand and threw the lightning waves toward him. She stopped those waves with her club to protect herself. He was surprised, called her a brat, and worried as she knew his weakness. Seorin appeared and called out the name of the younger boy, Borborigmus. She informed him that they had met again. He recognized her and was shocked. His immense shadow, a black color with a red outline, appeared on the floor. Hanjin enjoyed that moment. Hanjin helped him to stand up, but the injury was quite serious. She asked him if she was all right. He could not recognize himself. He questioned her about who he was and what he was doing there. He fell to the ground, and Hanjin moved toward him. Seorin encouraged her to chase him. She turned her head and told her that he was in pain. Gahui was worried about Hanjin in the store as she had not returned. 2 books were opened on the table. Gahui stood up and thanked Hanjin for finally returning. But that was Kurano. She told Gahui that she had not seen her in a long time. Kurano was wearing a white top and black pants. She had a ponytail of peach-colored hair. The building's top was brightened because of a sunny day. Gahui and Kurano were sitting around the table, sipping coffee. Kurano asked her about Soal, as she had not seen him anywhere. She told her he was training and had not come out of his room. She told her that he had rushed her to come by. She looked at Gahui with surprise. Gahui said to her that she thought they had a big problem. Kurano asked about that problem. The sun cast soft rays over the neatly trimmed grass, creating a faint rainbow-like glow. A young girl dressed in a school uniform sat alone on a wooden bench near the edge of the open space. Her backpack rested beside her, leaning against the bench as if waiting patiently. With her head slightly bowed, she focused intently on the device in her hands, possibly a phone or a handheld gaming console. The surrounding area was quiet and empty, emphasizing her solitude. The distant stone wall and the clear sky above created a serene yet slightly melancholic atmosphere. She had lipstick on and a phone in her hand. She had carefully applied the final touch to complete her look. She heard a voice behind her which stated that if she could put lipstick on a pig, that would be the pig. She turned around and saw a giant man looking at her and asking if she agreed. She could not answer him due to fear. He stated, ironically, that she could not fix ugly, no matter how hard she tried. She questioned him about his identity. Hanji pushed that man in anger and asked him not to bully people. She punched him so hard that he was about to fall, and he tried to control himself. He turned to her. She had a club in her hand and ordered him to run angrily. He got frustrated. The attack was so brutal that he could not defend himself, but the pain was severe in his neck. His shadow started disappearing as he turned into a new giant demon. He was separated from his previous body. Hanjin was shocked after watching that terrified demon in front of her. He had a substantial blue body and white eyebrows. He had seized Hanjin in his grasp, his deep voice echoing with anger, and he called her a little brat and asked who she thought she was. He snarled, his grip tightening. She had struggled, her expression a mix of defiance and desperation. In a last effort, she had swung a club at him, but it had clashed uselessly against his hardened body with a sharp clang. She gasped, her breath hitching as she fought against his hold. She tried to escape and asked him to let her go. He turned and glanced at her on the significant ground, holding her in his arms. He gripped her and said it was bold for her to come alone. He smacked her club on his head but could not escape her hoodie that was in his hands. He told her that she was nothing but Sioran's little puppet. He left her in the air. She hit the ground. Sioran's words had scattered in Hanjin's mind as she told her that to wield creation magic, she first needed to strengthen her desire to kill demons. She collected her energy, stood up, and gripped her club. She moved toward him with complete determination. Her club turned into a bright sword. She took her position in front of him, gripping her sword tightly. Hanjin told him that a mere demon like him could not defeat her. She gazed at him and said she would make sure he understood the consequences of tormenting humans. She prepared the sword and swung it over him. She tried repeatedly to attack him. He escaped her attacks and asked her if she wanted to do something about her lack of skills. On the ground, the bench was broken. He gripped Hanjin's neck, and she was unable to breathe correctly. He called her a stubborn brat and threw her again on the ground with his full power. She coughed hard. He laughed at her and said he would ensure she paid for messing with him. She looked at him in anger and stepped toward him. She moved slowly and gazed at him. His head was attacked with a spark of lightning. She looked at him in confusion, and the spark of lights had spun his head. Talisman crossed him and scattered around Hanjin. She looked at these talismans with her open eyes. A girl in high heels had moved toward her. She gazed at her, and that was Kurano. Kurano had a talisman in her hand and stood near her. Sioran had observed them from a doorway and murmured that it was an exorcist. Kurano picked the talisman, gazed, and moved forward. Hanjin looked at her with pity. She guessed about her and said that she must be Hanjin. Hanjin asked her who she was. Sioran kept an eye on them and concluded that it was a done deal, and she would have to devise something else. Sioran was frustrated after she failed to try. In the store, Hanjin was sitting with Gahui. She had a box near her. Gahui observed her back to see if she had some injury. She stated that she was relieved that her injuries were not serious. She advised her to take a rest. Hanjin just closed her eyes in anxiety. Kurano came through the stairs and stepped toward her. She told Hanjin her injuries had been treated and asked her to recount what had happened. Gahui also gazed at her with the box in her hands. Hanjin looked at her and asked her about her statement. She investigated her and asked the reason for fighting with Borborygmus. She shouted and called him an evil demon. Kurano could not believe her and assured her that she called Borborygmi an evil demon. She replied yes. Kurano told her that Borborygmi was not an evil demon. Hanjin stood up in anger and said that they were evil demons because they possessed people and made them fight each other, and that they were vampiric demons that absorbed their host's nutrition, yet they died. Kurano was shocked by her statement about Borborygmus. She explained to her that Borborygmi were not vampire demons and also that they did not kill humans either. She again shouted and told her that she saw with her own eyes that someone was in pain after they had been possessed. Kurano became frustrated and put her hand to her head, as she had no idea how to explain. Kurano grabbed her hands with love and said that Borborygmi could be controlled with a simple warning from an exorcist. Hanjin refused to believe her and said the demon was not ready to listen to her at all. Kurano shouted at her, saying her methods were wrong, and that even for a demon of low rank, fighting it so recklessly would only end in her getting hurt. Kurano had told her that a Borborygmus was sealed even though it did not have to be, just because of her. She informed her that she was breaking Trinity's rules and disrupting the coexistence of humans and demons. Hanjin asked her if she could unseal that demon. She was shocked by her request, but then the priest explained that no exorcist could easily unseal a demon. Hanjin shouted that she was lying to her. She told her she knew an exorcist as skilled as her boss who could unseal those without a problem. Gahui told Hanjin that everything Kurano had said was true. She looked at her in surprise and concluded she was a mean Sitani. Kurano informed her that they would begin her formal training immediately. Hanjin was surprised by the formal training. The building was partially lit at night, and the sky looked beautiful with a full, bright moon. In the curry restaurant, a person ate in a small cabinet near the chef. Siorin felt upset for losing the opportunity to bring that kid entirely over to her side. Sora gave her a cake and asked what she was mumbling to herself. Siorin told her she was the one to talk with and thought she would be excited about meeting Soal. Siorin asked her the reason for her long face, and she just slumped in reply. She felt sad and told Siorin that she had not seen Soal for days. Siorin asked her if she had dressed up just a few days after not seeing him. Sora punched her hand with a table and pointed at her words. She told Siorin she could not pass a day without seeing him. Siorin asked her how she had managed before they arrived. She held her face in her hands and wondered if Soal agreed to date her. Siorin told her that he could not leave the building. Sora shouted at Siorin and told her not to speak about Soal in that manner. Siorin had looked at her silently. Siorin stood up, asked her to forget about it, and said she was heading out. Sora shouted behind her back, advising her not to create any problems for him and warning her not to do more work for him. Sora cried that she could not date him and again shouted to confirm if she had heard her. On a sunny day, the sun's light struck the building. The mirrors of the gym were labeled with body fitness. The gym was fully furnished. People were running on the treadmill. Kurano was leading Hanjin as she was running on the treadmill. Hanjin was wearing a casual shirt and trousers and was sweating due to the high speed of the treadmill. She asked Kurano if she had to run on the treadmill. She replied that she needed more stamina than anything to fight the demons. Hanjin felt it was difficult to breathe due to high energy investment. Siorin continuously stared at the air window in the ceiling. She bent on the window and murmured the reason for not getting rid of an exorcist. She continued to watch them as they engaged in their activity. Different demons were walking on the ground floor. Two of them were talking to each other. One of them had long, curly hair and a red face. He was busy gossiping with his friend. Hanjin looked at them from the upper floor and murmured that it was difficult. She heard a voice behind her saying to Hanjin that she would be up to those days if she were on Earth. Hanjin turned over on her back, and Siorin smiled at her. Hanjin got frustrated as she looked at him. She told her that she hoped to run into her and asked why she lied to her. Siorin's expression was surprised, and she wondered if Hanjin had ever lied to her. Hanjin asked her to forget about it, as she had already discovered the truth, and that Sitani could not be saved. Siorin regretted it and told Hanjin she was more foolish than she thought. Hanjin shouted after being called irrational. Hanjin decided to leave, but she blocked her way by extending her arm in front of her. Siorin held her by her arm politely and asked her to trust, and that she knew more about demons than the exorcist did. Hanjin paid attention to her points. She further asked her to remember those were the only ones who could save Seton. Hanjin ignored her, extended her hands in excitement, stated whatever, and stepped backwards. Siorin was shocked and tried to stop her. She regretted her loss. She decided to ignore her and focused on the next step. Kurano stopped Siorin. Siorin turned her head, and Kurano told her she wondered who was messing around with Hanjin. She concluded that she was Siorin. Siorin asked her if she knew her. Kurano said to her that she was the one whom the fire demon accused of murdering countless civilians and starting the war between exorcists and demons, so she knew her. Siorin flicked her long tongue and told Kurano that she should know that she was to be feared. Kurano warned her not to mess with her, as she was not like that. Kurano held her position, twisted her hands, and prepared a talisman. She used abusive words ironically. Siorin laughed loudly at her attack. Siorin declared that she could not steal her. Siorin stepped forward toward her, her high black heels hitting the ground. Kurano told her that there were plenty of other ways besides sealing her. Kurano swiped her card and ordered her to leave Hanjin alone. Siorin flayed toward Kurano with her twisted hands, the card's energy illuminating the surroundings. The waves of light hit the windows and door. The master had a cup of coffee in his hand and was seated at the table. The intense sparks of the light hit the transparent windows. The master gazed at the sparks and wondered if something was happening. An outsider informed him that Namseeng was there to see her. He ordered him to send her in. Namseeng slid the door, entered, and sat near him. He poured the day from cattle into a cup and remembered that Soal had advised them to stay put. He asked her the reason for her presence. She informed him that she could no longer stand being cooped up inside. He advised her to go home and stick that out as that was no different for them. She shouted and said to him that she did not want that and asked him why they had to do that because of some demon eaters. The master grabbed the cup firmly and informed her that Soal had told them he would take care of that and that they had to trust him and wait. She held her head in sorrow and said that no one had ever seen Soal for days. She asked if she was supposed to trust him. He asked her if they could do something about that. She twisted her legs, engaged her hands between her arms, and gazed at him. She asked him if he had the blazing marble with him, and if they could use it to get rid of the demon eater. He gazed at her with anger because of her question. The red waves surrendered around him and asked her how she could suggest that he used the sacred blazing marble on a demon eater. She regretted her question and squelched her teeth after looking at his anger. She tried to calm him by explaining that she was just fed up with being inside. She asked him in suspense if they should go out there and kill the demon eater by themselves. He was calm, closed his eyes, and informed her there was a natural order for everything, so it was not their time to interfere. She got upset and called, which was so frustrating. In the room, dim light indicated silence and peace. Soal engaged his hands and sat calmly on the floor. A large lightning bolt with a whoosh appeared on his back. He opened his side eye to look around. They both held their positions actively with a whoosh of sound. Kurano had fire blazing around her face. Siorin asked her if she wanted to make a bet with her. Kurano had asked about the bet. Siorin explained to her that their bet would be on which side Hanjin chose to stand by. Kurano told her she thought she had told her to leave Hanjin alone. Siorin said to her that she had never done anything to her. Siorin asked her if they both tried to use her for their benefit. Kurano looked at her in surprise. She clenched her teeth in anger and told Siorin that she had come there of her own free will, and that did not mean she would decide to coexist with humans. Kurano told her to follow the rules of that place and stop causing trouble. She laughed at her and called her out, asking if she was genuinely committed to coexistence. Siorin informed her that she might not be aware that there was no coexistence in that world. Siorin had moved toward her with full energy, and that energy wave shattered around Kurano. She thought about her energy and that she had eaten so many demons. Siorin walked toward her confidently, and Kurano got alert with a talisman in her hand. Siorin passed near her and said to meet her again, called her exorcist, and said that she would make sure to kill her first when she did. Kurano was shocked, and she walked away. Kurano sighed and smashed the talisman in her hand, deeply disappointed. She walked away toward the store. Hanjin was sitting on the bed silently. She had her club in front of her, staring at the floor. She closed her eyes and began to cry. She lay on the bed and questioned herself. She gripped her head angrily and shouted that she did not know what had happened. She thought about Siorin as she asked her if she wanted to see Seaton again. She gazed at the ceiling and murmured the name of Seaton. The last conversation between her and Siorin passed in her mind. When Siorin asked her if she wanted her to teach the creation magic, she refused at the time, saying she did not need her help. She asked her if she wanted to see Seaton again, and she gazed at her. Siorin told her she was talking about Seaton, her friend, sealed by Soal. She shouted, telling her that Seaton was sealed because of her. Siorin extended her hands and said to her that she was not innocent. She trolled and asked her why, as Soal was not unsealing him. Hanjin opened her mouth to answer her, but she paused and asked if that was not strange in that place, that trinity. Hanjin asked her about what she wanted to say. Siorin told her that they claimed that the place where demons and humans coexist, but the exorcist sealed the demons. Hanjin answered that they were evil demons. Siorin asked her who would decide which demons were evil. Hanjin told her that they were considered harmful if they tormented humans. Siorin said to her that she could see it from a human perspective. Hanjin looked at her as if she could not understand. Siorin got closer to her and called her name politely. She gazed into her and asked Hanjin if she thought they could coexist without considering the demon's perspective. Hanjin grabbed the bedsheet in her hands, and Siorin's words scattered in her mind when she asked her to look at herself for being biased when they categorized the demons. Hanjin murmured that she could not get that demon eater's words out of her head. She closed her eyes and assured herself that Borborygmus was an evil demon, but Kurano told her she was wrong. She got up from bed and asked herself what the boss was doing. She said that he would not leave his training alone like that. Her eyes widened because of anger, and she stood up. She picked up her club and murmured that she was honest then, so she asked him about everything. She went downstairs and called Gahui in a state of anger. She looked down. Kurano told her that she was about to call her. Gahui was standing in front of Kurano. Hanjin pointed to herself and asked if they were looking for her. Kurano told her that she wanted to talk to her. Kurano looked at her club and asked the reason for holding the club and if she was on her way to fight demons again. Hanjin looked at the club and was about to explain, but Kurano asked her to go. Hanjin asked about where they had to go. Kurano patted her back, but she shouted to ask his boss something. Kurano explained that she did not even know where the Soul was. Kurano gripped her hoodie and walked toward the door. She informed Gahui that she was borrowing Hanjin for a bit. Gahui came in through the window and saw her off. Namseen opened the wooden door and entered the room. She stated that she was not with them as she entered the room. She trumped her hand and said that every single one of them. She gripped her long hair and took a deep breath. She was surprised after looking at Siorin in front of her. Siorin waved at her warmly. She was shocked. Suddenly, a monster with a wide open mouth and red eyes moved toward her. Hanjin walked with Kurano speedily. Hanjin asked her where they were going. She replied that she would know when they got there. They both stood in front of a circular bright light. Hanjin gazed at the light and asked her about that place. Kurano clicked on the mirror door, and it spun in a circular motion. There was a round table between them, and the person across from them wore a professional outfit and sat in a chair with a straight face. He turned to them and asked what they were doing there. Kurano approached him and told him that Soal had left something there, and she wanted to see it. He looked at her and suggested that she could ask more nicely. She punched her hand on the table and told him that unless he was asking for a fight, she would hand that over if she was. He looked at her and said to her that her temper was a real problem and that she could not even take a joke. They both moved near a dark, deep, circular part of a building. He called Ritz and ordered her to bring that over. Ritz had a beautiful braid and was in a professional dress. She had a black covered square box in her hand. She moved toward them. He presented Kurano with that box and told her that was the item Soal had asked them to keep there. Kurano extended her hand to hold that and thanked Ritz. Hanjin was curious about that, and she wondered if Kurano wanted to open it. Kurano gave that box to Hanjin. She held that box in shock. Kurano encouraged her to open it and told her there was nothing unusual. He looked at the Hanjin and thought she must be Soal's recruit. She opened the box and was shocked as she saw a talisman on the box encoded with Seaton's picture. Kurano asked her to see as she had already told her there was nothing weird. Hanjin was silent, with tears in her eyes. She kept looking at that box. The demon had a blue hue and long, sharp teeth as it attacked Namseen with all its power. It attacked Namseen on the floor, and a massive white fog appeared. She escaped from there and transformed into a bizarre demon with long, sharp nails, a large horn, and a horrific face. She asked Siorin how she had entered there. Siorin wiped the blood from her lips, glanced at her, and asked Namseen if that was important. Namseen looked at her and wished she had just stolen the blazing marble from the cave master to seal her up. She regretted that. She flayed over her and called a demon eater. Siorin looked at her calmly and smiled. Siorin had turned into a giant blue demon with the sound of a boom. Namseen was near her for the attack, gazed into her red eyes and called her a bitch and demon eater. Siorin called her immature as she told her she would have to know what she was up against. Her blood had scattered as she gripped Namseen and moved upward. Siorin had some part of her body and gulped that Namseen fell to the ground and cried in pain. She looked at Siorin angrily as it attacked her again and demanded that she hand over her regenerative power. Satan's picture was encoded within a talisman and placed onto red cloth. Kurano touched that picture and advised Hanjin to watch it actively. With the sound of a whoosh, the talisman had turned into a transparent circle connected with light, and Seton was visible in that. Hanjin was shocked upon seeing Seton. She remained silent and got emotional. She called out his name, tears welling up in her eyes. She touched the sack with her hand, which disappeared slowly. She called his name and asked Kurano if he was sealed inside. She assured her that he was Seton. Kurano explained that sealed demons were typically stored elsewhere, but Soul requested to keep Seton there. Hanjin asked her if his boss did that. Kurano assured her that Soul had mentioned they were both friends. Hanjin opened her mouth and murmured about her boss. Kurano explained that she knew that Soul had no choice but to seal Seton and told her that she knew better than anyone. The talisman turned to its previous position. She took that box from Hanjin, and Hanjin looked at her in surprise. Kurano asked her if she could not see why she was showing her that. She explained to her that it was because those demons would not sway her. Hanjin asked her if she already knew. She gripped her hand with love and told her she knew how much she wanted to save Seton. Kurano told her that to save Seton, she had to be strong. Hanjin lowered her head in grief and stated that Seton was already gone, but she replied that he was not gone and was waiting for her. She called his name again, remembering when the talisman struck her forehead. Kurano tapped her shoulder and told her that all she had to do was decide whether she wanted to let the demons continue to affect her, or if she wanted to become someone who could protect the ones she loved. Hanjin had a black box in her hand, and she remained silent. That blue demon had gripped the namseen from her neck, and she cried with pain. Blue liquid material had smashed from her body as sharp teeth had punched into her body. Her eyes glazed unconsciously at the roof. Blue demon again prepared his strong attack, moved toward her with open mouth, and told her about her fate. That strong attack was toward her head, and she was helpless and hopeless. Its teeth were near her horn, and she trembled with fear. A sudden fire had blazed and consumed that blue demon, transforming it into Sioran. She gripped her arm in pain and looked around to find who did that scratch on her arm. She turned back and saw Soal in front of her, and he had a burning talisman in his hand. He looked at her and asked her if that was enough for her. The fire had touched the ground. She saw Soal and was astonished to see him standing there. She had thought he was gone, yet here he was. She narrowed her eyes and told him he had stayed hidden under the cupboards like a rat. She demanded to know why he had come crawling out now. Soal met her gaze without hesitation and asked who had ever said he was hiding. Without another word, he launched a magic attack at her. She easily dodged it and scoffed, telling him he thought she would fall twice for that trick. With confidence, Soal told her to look beneath her feet. Before she could react, he gave the command, and suddenly, the ground beneath her opened. She gasped as she looked down and saw a vast black hole forming right beneath her. Fear gripped her as she demanded to know what he was doing. Soal smirked and told her that he was creating a battleground. She clenched her fists and met his gaze with newfound determination. She told him that she would not go easy on him anymore. He assured her that there was no way for her to escape, no matter what she did. She glared at him and said that if he was dragging her into that hole, then she had no choice. The black void beneath her seemed to pull her in, its depth endless and terrifying. Gahui's thoughts drifted to her boss, Soal. Without his guidance, everything had been too challenging to manage. She had struggled in his absence. Now, here he was, standing before her. She scoffed and asked if she was supposed to have a good day from a rat like him after all this. She had just been thinking about him when he suddenly appeared, and the sight of him made her emotions spiral. She was torn between anger and relief. Soal lowered his gaze and apologized for leaving her alone. She crossed her arms and asked if he had been training all this time. She pointed out that he had been gone longer than usual. He replied that he had made something special. She raised an eyebrow and asked what was so special about it. Instead of answering, he reached down and pulled a plate from the ground. A single stick rested on it, burning slowly and releasing a thin trail of smoke. She stared at it and then at him before asking if he was not going to the demon gateway. His expression remained unreadable as he ordered her to watch the plate closely. Then he told her that he would be back before it finished burning. She thought that if this had been the boss from the past, he would have already gotten rid of the demon by now. Nevertheless, something was different. He was showing new behavior, something she had never seen before. Instead of finishing things quickly, he was locked in battle with the demon Sioran, a creature that devoured other demons. Soal leaped over Sioran, striking with precision. She frowned and asked him what this place was. Without hesitation, he told her that they were inside an octopus demon. The realization sent a shiver down her spine, but he warned her before she could question further. She had 30 minutes to reach a certain point if she wanted to live. If she failed, she would be trapped there for the rest of her life. She scoffed at the challenge. It seemed too easy. She narrowed her eyes and asked him why he was so confident. Soul only smirked and challenged her to try and reach the point if she genuinely believed it was easy. Without wasting another second, she sprinted toward the gate. As she ran, she called back to him and told him not to forget about her. Before she could get too far, a massive shadow loomed ahead. A great monster in the form of a snake with enormous teeth blocked her path, which was Namsing. Its voice rumbled through the space as it hissed at her, telling her to get lost. Namsing watched her closely and thought that she had grown stronger. He and Sioran stood face to face, ready for battle. She smirked and asked if there was anything that could break them. Since there was not, she said using full force would be fine. She clenched her fist and made a punching motion in the air. She laughed at Soul and confidently told him she would handle this one. Her arrogance made Namsing's blood boil. His eyes flashed with a red light as his anger surged. She stopped in her tracks, astonished by the change in him. Soul remained focused and called out to Namsing, telling him to stay on his target. She asked Soul if he expected her to stop that thing. Without hesitation, Soul picked up 2 talisman cards and held them tightly. He told her that they had only one chance to stop Sioran. She sighed and leaned back, her voice filled with amusement as she told him he was making things too dramatic. Namsing, still burning with fury, warned Soul that he would regret making him this angry. Without another word, he opened his mouth and unleashed a massive wave of fire. Soul stood firm and told him that would not work anymore. Namsing turned his focus to Sioran and called her the Demon Eater. He attacked her, but she was already on his head, gripping a sword with steady hands. Soul saw the danger and rushed toward her, determined to get her down. He leapt into the air, moving swiftly. He placed the talisman card on her head and commanded her to seal it. There was a massive explosion with yellow light surrounding the whole area. Serpent Sioran rumbled her body through the rocks. She writhed and cried with pain. A bright yellow light was striking her head. Namsing and Soul were looking at her. Soul was covering his face using his hands. Soul clenched his teeth, thinking they needed to wait a little longer. The dust was surrounding Sioran as she slid on the rocky floor. Her eyes were shining red. Namsing shouted happily that it was finally done. Soul was still unsure and looked at Sioran. Sioran, standing in the middle of the magic circle, was roaring. A talisman card containing a demon with long teeth began to float in the air, and then it hit Sioran's head. Namsing shouted anxiously to Soul to look over there. The talisman card tore into pieces, and her head began to shine with bright yellow light. Both Namsing and Soul were shocked. Sioran returned to her human body and sat on the ground panting, her face filled with sweat. Soul looked at Sioran and told her to give up now. Pieces of paper were floating around Soul's hand. Sioran was trembling, her clothes were torn. She looked up at Soul and said he thought she would never give up. Soul looked at Sioran and said there was nothing else she could do. Sioran said, looking at Soul, that they would see about that. A huge booming sound took both Namsing and Soul by surprise. Sioran changed into the serpent's body and began to rattle away from them. Soul was still shocked. Namsing looked at Sioran moving away and shouted at her to stop there. Sioran continued to slither away from them. Namsing was going after Sioran to stop her. Soul grabbed Namsing's arm and told her to let Sioran go. Namsing was confused to hear that. Sioran quickly dashed through the door. Namsing glared at Soul and shouted what he had done. Soul said that trying to seal Sioran had been a long shot anyway. Namsing glared at Soul and said that then he should have locked her up or something, and how he could just let her get away. Soul turned towards Namsing and said she had forgotten who was in the prison. Namsing said to Soul that still he should have at least taken her down, and it is evident that she would eat more demons. Soul stretched his arms and said that in her current state, she would not be able to do that, and she was lucky if she did not get eaten herself. Soul, while stretching his arm, began to move towards the door, saying that he was heading out and that she could stay there if she wanted to. Namsing began to follow Soul, saying that she was not done talking. Namsing entered the door in which the blue light was swirling. Kurano stood next to Hanjin, putting her hand on her shoulder and asking whether she wanted the demons to keep getting to her or to become someone who could protect the ones she loved. The cleanup manager was sitting on the seat, looking at them, hearing their conversation, thinking that Hanjin was not worth all that effort and was a waste of time. The cleanup manager's eyes widened as he looked at something. He told his coworkers to zoom in on camera 9. The workers zoomed in on camera 9 and looked at Soul and Namsing coming out the door. The cleanup manager looked at them, saying it was room 902. Soul was still stretching his arms while Namsing was standing behind him. The cleanup manager wondered why steam was inside the demon gateway and with the demon. Kurano and Hanjin looked at the screen while standing with the other members. Hanjin was confused to see the boss coming out of the door. Kurano teased Hanjin by pinching her cheeks, saying they should get going because Hanjin wanted to see Soal. Hanjin was shocked to hear that and said that she was not ready. Kurano looked at Hanjin and said that she could not stay mad forever and that they should talk it out too. Kurano took the box from Hanjin's hands and handed it to Ritz, who was standing next to the cleanup manager. Hanjin was shocked. Kurano told her that she needed to get stronger to see Seton again. Hanjin looked at Kurano and asked if she meant it. Kurano said that she would not lie to her. With determination, Hanjin closed both hands and said it was all right then and she would do her best. Kurano looked at Hanjin and said that was the spirit she was looking for. With that, Kurano moved her hand, saying it was time to get Hanjin started on her special training. Hanjin also raised her hand, saying yes, it was the time. A pink cup was lying on the table. Gahui said to Soal that he had done well. Soal thanked Gahui. Both of them heard a ding sound from the door. Both of them looked on that side. Kurano and Hanjin entered the room, saying that they finally met again. Soal looked at Kurano and said they had not seen each other for a long time. Kurano slid the chair to sit on it. Soal looked at Hanjin hiding behind Kurano and said he had not met her for a long time. Hanjin looked at Soal. Soal asked Hanjin if she got to see Seton. Hanjin became sad and said that was the last time she had seen him. However, before she could finish her sentence, Soal told her it was all right and his fault, too. Hanjin was confused to hear that. She looked up at Soal. Soal said while scratching his cheek that he got angry without explaining anything to her. Hanjin looked at Soal with saddened eyes, thinking he did not feel good about it either. Hanjin crossed her arms angrily, saying to Soal that she was his only assistant and he should treat her better. Soal smiled and said that he would do that. Gahui smiled, looking at them, and said she was so glad they made up. Sitting on the chair, Kurano closed her eyes, saying it was so cringy. Kurano said it was enough with the gross stuff and asked Soal what happened with that demon eater. This grabbed Soal's attention, and he moved toward Kurano and said that it reminded him of something, and he had something to show her. Kurano stood near Soal and Hanjin and asked what it was. Soal smiled and said that she would see it. There was a huge golden cupboard with many cards in it. Soal, Hanjin, and Kurano were standing in front of it. Kurano was shocked and asked about them. Soal looked at Kurano and said that she was thinking right, and these were all the demons that Sioran had eaten. Hanjin was shocked to see all the cards in the golden cupboard and asked what it was. Soal smiled and said that it was a storage for sealed demons. Hanjin remained surprised at the sight. Soal then approached Hanjin and asked whether she wanted to hear something fun. He looked at Hanjin and repeated the question to her directly. Hanjin curiously asked what it was. Kurano, irritated, told Soal to wait and not to start anything. Soal bent down towards Hanjin and whispered that if she managed to fill all the spaces in the cupboard, she could make a wish. Hanjin looked confused. Kurano held her head in disappointment. Hanjin crossed her arms angrily and told Soal to stop messing with her. Soal replied that he was serious and explained that a long time ago, there had been a war between demons and exorcists. Soal recalled the scene, exorcists fighting fiercely against dangerous and horrific demons. He remembered a massive demon with long teeth and glowing red eyes growling at a cloaked man wearing a hoodie marked with the symbol G. The man's cloak fluttered in the wind as he stood among the skeletons and dead bodies of demons, gripping his sword tightly. That long-toothed demon was a lion-like demon, and he had roared with rage. Soal said that only one exorcist had survived to tell the tale of that brutal war. He recalled the image of a figure in a hoodie with purple hair, smirking as she leapt toward the demon, her sword swinging with deadly precision. The demon roared as she attacked, her blade slicing through its head. At that moment, the sky above began to rumble with a black hole flashing yellow light. The person's hoodie slipped as the light burst out, revealing she was a girl with short, purplish-brown hair. Soal told Hanjin that the exorcist who had survived was now the current chief of guardians. He looked at Hanjin and asked if that was not exciting. Hanjin, still confused, shouted and asked what that had to do with making wishes. She flailed her arms and questioned whether there was proof that the exorcist had ever made a wish. Soal crossed his arms and replied that no one needed evidence if he said so. It was true. Frustrated, Hanjin folded her arms and sat down, asking whether he was lying again. Soal looked puzzled and asked when he had ever lied to her before. He wondered why she was so stubborn and said he only asked her to believe him. Hanjin shouted at Soal to then tell her something believable. Standing nearby, Kurano sighed and commented that they were precisely the same. She looked at Hanjin and said that Soal was telling the truth, that she could make a wish. Hearing that, Hanjin turned to Kurano in amazement and asked if it was true that the boss had been honest all along. Then she returned to the cupboard filled with golden cards and asked whether Seton could be easily unsealed once the board was filled. Kurano said that she was right and that she knew what to do. Hanjin's mood brightened, and she excitedly said she needed to do the special training. Kurano said she was right because stamina was necessary for an exorcist, and she should start by running up the stairs to the 35th floor. With that, she told Hanjin that she should go. Hanjin excitedly rushed out of the door, saying that she should go. Soal was annoyed, looking at Hanjin sprinting out the door, saying she had never listened to him like that. Kurano then addressed Soal angrily. Soal looked at Kurano in confusion and asked her why she was angry. Kurano looked at Soal in rage and said he had just made a mistake. Soal said casually while moving his arms aside that he did nothing. Kurano said it was a rash decision to tell Hanjin about the storage so soon. Soal said that Hanjin would find out anyway, and the timing did not matter. Kurano growled that Hanjin was just a beginner exorcist who had not even completed her training, and she should not know so much yet. Soal closed his arms, saying that maybe she showed interest, not just because she wanted to use Hanjin. Kurano was shocked to hear that. Soal side-eyed her and said he was not wrong and that she was after Hanjin's creation magic. Soal said that Kurano and the Guardian were after Hanjin's magic. Kurano flinched and then clenched her teeth in anger, saying to Soal that he was not any better, and he was using Hanjin just the same. Kurano smiled and said that he was impatient, and she knew he was only trying to fill the storage to make his wish. Soal covered the cupboard with white cloth and said he was not sneaky like the Guardian and did not take advantage of people's feelings. Kurano got angry and said that he was sneaky. She shouted at him not to compare himself to the Guardian and said he was trying to use Hanjin purely out of his interest. Kurano said further that Soal just wanted to bring back that woman from the dead. Soal glared at Kurano. Kurano was shocked to see his face like that, so she turned her face away and sighed. Kurano said while walking away that they would be the ones to handle Hanjin's exorcist training, and that was all Soal needed to know. With that, Kurano moved out of the room, slamming the door. Soal looked at her, slamming the door, and said it was a rare opportunity to come by a creator, and he could not let the Guardian steal her from him. Then Soal looked at the clock on the wall and said that he should have arrived by now, judging by the time. Hanjin was standing near the lift with her head down, trembling, saying she could not do any more. With that, she fell to the ground with her hat down, growling. She got up, saying she could not do that on an empty stomach. She was trembling. Suddenly, Hanjin heard the sound of a ding, and a man with pink hair came out from the lift. This man had a pink beard and was wearing black glasses. His name was Hainal. Hanjin hid behind the door, thinking she had never seen him. Hainal turned towards Hanjin and then began to look at her while moving his hand close to his face. Hanjin got anxious thinking about why he was staring at her like that. He returned his glasses and smirked, saying she was a cute little girl. Hanjin was confused to hear that. She was annoyed and asked why he was treating her like that. He began to clap, smile, and say that she acted just like Soal when he was young, and that he liked it. She was confused to hear that and asked if he knew her boss. He wondered why she did not take a guess and whether she thought he knew him or not. Hearing that, she got annoyed. He bent towards her and said he might tell her if she bought him a meal. Initially confused, she shouted why she would treat someone she didn't know. With that, she moved away from the man, angrily shouting that everyone was so weird around there. The man looked at her, walking away and laughing, saying he liked her. The cook placed a plate of food on the table and told him to enjoy it. Hainal held the plate in his hand and began to sniff it. He smiled and said it was yummy. Then he removed his glasses, said the food smelled good, and started eating it happily. Hanjin was sitting in front of him, thinking with her head down, wondering why she was even there, eating with that man. The cook brought Hanjin's food and placed it on the table. Hanjin smiled at the cook and thanked him. The cook then glanced at Hainal sitting before Hanjin and asked if she knew him. She told the cook that she had just met him a moment ago. The cook was surprised to hear that and told her she should be careful around him. He said that while looking at Hainal, who was eating happily. She asked why she should be cautious of him. The cook straightened up and told her to mark his words. With that, he sighed. She looked at the cook in confusion. The cook then slid the curtain and walked away. She was confused and wondered why he told her to be careful of that man. Then she looked at Hainal and thought that he did not seem dangerous. With that, she began eating her food happily, thinking that whoever cared, she would eat and nap. Suddenly, there was a loud chattering sound. Hanjin turned around. Hwarin was now standing close to the pink-haired man, and she was shocked to see him. The man glanced at Hwarin while adjusting his glasses and said, "Look who was here." He told her that he had not seen her in a long time. Hwarin began to tremble as she looked at him. The man continued to eat his food, saying that he had been wondering where she had been, and he guessed she had been hiding out there. Hwarin shouted at him, saying that she was not hiding. Haenol wiped his mouth with a tissue and said that whatever it was none of his business. Then he looked at Hwarin and said that he did not see her sister with her. She was shocked to hear that and asked why he was looking for her. The man sat back with a sigh and said that he was mentioning it since those two were always together. Then he glanced at her and said it almost felt like she might be in trouble because all the demons she had eaten had been sealed. A bright red light began to surround Hwarin. With her head down, Hwarin said that he already knew about that. Then she lifted her head angrily and asked if he was messing with her. Her hair began to flow in the red light that was surrounding her. A man appeared from behind Hwarin and asked whether he had not told her to stay quiet and avoid trouble. She was surprised to hear that voice, and as she turned toward the man, she saw that it was Soal. Hwarin quickly ran toward Soal and hugged him. Hanjin also turned to look at him. Hwarin held onto Solo's arm. Soal looked at Haenol and asked why he was causing a scene in the restaurant. Haenol stood up and asked whether this was the first thing Soal had to say to him after all this time. He adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying that Soal was still not very good at communication and thought he had taught his students better. Hanjin was shocked to hear that Soal was his student. Her mouth dropped open in surprise. Soal looked at Hanjin, then removed Hwarin's hand from his arm and said to Haenol that his sleazy smile had not changed at all. Soal grinned at Haenol. His name was Haenol, the teacher of Soal and the top exorcist at Guardian Specialty, Talisman. Hanjin looked at Haenol and wondered if he was her boss's teacher. Both Haenol and Soal were glaring at each other. Soal glared at Haenol, clenching his teeth, and said he had told him to see him as soon as he arrived and asked what he was doing. Haenol said, pushing his glasses up, that his dear teacher was hungry, and if he was not going to serve him food, then at least he should be a little nicer. Soal sighed and told Haenol to look around. Haenol looked around to see several demons sitting at the tables, glaring at him. Haenol said with a smile that he had not done anything, and maybe they had done something to feel guilty around an exorcist, and there was no one else they would be so nervous around. All the demons looking at Haenol were shocked, and they flinched. Then, they quickly turned around and continued eating their food. Soal sighed and looked at Hanjin. She looked back at him in confusion. Soal then looked at Haenol, said to let him introduce them, and told Hanjin that Haenol would handle her training from then on. Hanjin was surprised and responded about the training. Haenol asked Soal whether he would not refer to him as his teacher. Then Haenol bent towards Hanjin and said that it was quite a coincidence. Then Haenol moved his hand towards Hanjin, telling her his name. Haenol smiled and said that, as Soal had just mentioned, he would be in charge of her exorcist training, and she could address him however she liked. Hanjin was confused, looking at his hand reaching out to her. She looked at Soal and asked about Kurano. Soal smiled and asked if they had already become friends. Hanjin said it was not like that, and she had not meant it. Soal said that Kurano had gone back to Guardian. Hanjin was surprised to hear that and thought that Kurano had understood her best, and it was unfortunate that she went back. Then she glanced at Haenol, who was smiling brightly with his hand still stretched towards her. Hanjin was annoyed but moved her hand towards him, holding his hand, and told him her name. Haenol began to swing his arm up and down swiftly, moving Hanjin along with his arm, said that, all right, he would look forward to working with her. While swinging with his arm, Hanjin thought this man seemed weird. Then Haenol bent down and said that it was time to head back now that the introductions were out of the way. Hanjin looked at Haenol and asked whether they were not training. Haenol asked Hanjin whether she knew the time, as it was bedtime for little girls like her. Hanjin glared at Haenol and shouted at him that she was not a little girl. Haenol smiled and began to push her back, saying she was right, then to think of it as cutting this older man slack. With that, Haenol began to push her out of the restaurant. Annoyed, Hanjin said to Haenol while turning her face back that he was not listening to her. Haenol said that he was sure he was listening to her. Soal looked at the two of them leaving and said that Haenol had not changed and that he did not think he ever would. As Soal thought Haenol had left, Haenol slid from behind the door, smiled at Soal, and asked where the laundry shop was. Soal sighed and then followed Haenol, telling him to follow him. Hwarin looked at Soal leaving the shop, and she felt sad. She was worried, thinking that she never got the chance to ask Haenol what she truly wanted to know about what happened to her sister. Hanjin was lying on her bed, wearing her night pajamas. She said that it had been a long day. Then she remembered Sioran and recalled how she had offered to teach her creation magic. Hanjin also remembered how she had nearly fallen for a demon's trick. Then she thought about Kurano, feeling thankful that Kurano had stopped her from causing harm. She remembered how Kurano looked at her and said that all that was left now was for her to decide if she wanted to keep letting demons get to her, or if she wanted to become someone who could protect the ones she loved. Remembering those words, Hanjin said that from that moment on, she wanted to do well on her own, even without anyone's help, and she swore that she would do her best to help Seaton. With that, she went to sleep, dreaming how she had smiled at Seaton and told him that she would protect him from that point on, and how happy Seaton had been upon hearing that. She had promised him, and he had pledged to her, holding his arm and telling her he would protect her, too. She remembered how she smiled at him and said it was cool, and they should protect each other. Hanjin was smiling in her sleep. Haenol and Soal were sitting around the table. Haenol looked at Soal and said it was a small place he had there. Soal, placing his arm on the desk, said that Haenol had already been briefed on everything that happened before his arrival, and stated that they should now discuss what to do from that point forward. Haenol, lifting his glasses, said there was just one thing he was curious about regarding his student. Soal sighed and said he did not want to hear that student talk again. Haenol asked Soal why he had let Sioran go. Soal flinched at such a question. He asked Haenol hesitantly what he meant by that and why he would have just let her go. Haenol smiled with his head down. Soal, crossing his arms, said that Haenol knew just as well what state he was in and that Sioran was too much to handle then. Haenol, still smiling, said that he did not think so. Soal was surprised to hear that. Haenol glanced up at Soal with his head lowered and stated that Soal might have forgotten who taught him how to use talismans. Soal clenched his teeth. Haenol added that no one else would know more about Soal's state than himself. Soal looked at Haenol in confusion and said he had not done anything wrong. Haenol looked at him and said it did not look like he was trying to blame him. Soal, still confused, asked what it was about then. Haenol said that he had asked him the reason for letting Sioran go. Soal said while putting his hand on his cheek that it seemed Haenol was worried he might be having second thoughts. Haenol smiled and said that sometimes it was challenging to read Soal. With that, he chuckled. Soal looked at Haenol, smiled, and told him not to worry as there would not be any changes to the plan. Haenol sat back with his arms around the back of his head and said it would be for the best, but life does not always go according to plan. Soal annoyingly noted that it sounded like he was trying to jinx it. Haenol smiled and said that, of course, not, and he wanted the plan to succeed more than anyone. Soal crossed his arms and sat with his head down, saying that he let Sioran go because he wanted to confirm something. Haenol smiled and asked what his student could have wanted to confirm. Soal, annoyed, told him to stop calling him his student. Haenol teasingly asked what was wrong with the word student. Soal got angry hearing that, and then he sighed. He said while moving his hand toward his head that it was true Sioran consumed many demons, but she did not cause any harm to humans. Haenol crossed his arms, listening to him in confusion. He looked at the cup of tea before him. Gahui smiled at Haenol while holding the tray and told him to drink the tea before it got cold. Haenol smiled mildly and said that he never asked for it. Gahui smiled brightly and said she brought it because she thought the conversation might take longer than expected. She wondered if he would prefer a cold drink instead. Haenol looked confused. Gahui looked at him. Haenol stayed silent for some time, said he did not want anything, and thanked her for the tea. Then Gahui moved the second cup of tea towards Soal, placing it on the table. Soal thanked Gahui. With that, Gahui moved away from them. Haenol said while crossing his arms that he was not trying to scold him anyway. Soal said while holding his cup of tea that there was still some information he needed from Sioran and if she came to meet Baron. Haenol said that perhaps she had the solution to that spell. Haenol said that it was right. With that, Haenol stood up and said it was fine and they should wait and see for now. Then Haenol patted Soal on the shoulder and said that if demons and humans could coexist, they should see it through until the end. With that, Haenol smirked and began to step away from him. The huge Trinity residential complex building was shining brightly under the sun. Hanjin was arriving. She was stepping down, saying she was exhausted and should be changed first. She put on her clothes and began to move around, wondering if anyone was there yet. Her stomach was growling, and she was hungry. She asked if the Denden restaurant was open. With that, she moved the door handle to open the door. She opened the door, and it creaked as it opened. She was surprised to see Haenol standing in front of her. Haenol smiled while looking at Hanjin. He bent down, telling her good morning with his hand raised. Hanjin hesitated to enter, looking at him. Hanjin angrily asked why he was there so early and whether she did not think that the boss was still asleep. Hainal smiled while scratching his head, saying that it was Hanjin he wanted to see. With that, he smiled at Hanjin. Still unsure, Hanjin opened the door, laughing hesitantly, saying she was not fully awake. Hainal placed his hand on the door, opened it, and said he would wake her. Hanjin was terrified as she looked at his face and gulped. Within the vast swimming pool, Hanjin was flushing the water. She was swimming in the pool, thinking that this was not the training, and Hainal was trying to kill her. She was splashing in the water and drowning. Hainal shouted at Hanjin not to be dramatic because her feet could reach the floor. Hanjin was confused when she heard that and then stood on her feet. She was surprised to find that the water was halfway up her body. Hainal, sitting on the chair in front of her, began to laugh while looking at her. Hanjin became angry seeing him laugh. She began to rush away angrily, saying she had quit and did not want to train. She moved through the water, splashing it. She was surprised to hear a huge rumbling sound and see a large splash of water near her. Hainal stood up while holding talisman cards in his hands, and the water flowed around his talisman cards. Hainal said that skipping lessons would make her a bad student. Hanjin angrily asked what he meant by his student because she had never agreed to learn from him. Hainal smiled while holding the cards and asked if that was so. Then he told her to try getting out of the water. With that, he threw the card around her. Hanjin was confused as she saw the cards landing in the water, and suddenly, there was a huge boom and splash of water where the cards landed. With that, Hainal sat back on the chair with his arms behind his head, saying he would cancel her lessons if she could leave alone. Hanjin was struggling with the water splashes, and she shouted that she was done with this. The water still rumbled around her as she swam toward the pool's edge. Hainal smiled while sitting back on the chair and told her to be careful not to drown for real. The water was flowing aggressively, and Hanjin gasped and shouted that this could not be considered training. Hainal took a sip from the juice glass and said that if she could not even escape this, she would die in battle before she could fight back. Hanjin angrily shouted at Hainal, calling him a devil. She clenched her teeth angrily, thinking that she had trained with Kurano before, and that maybe she could do it this time. She closed her eyes and tried to concentrate, but she was surprised by a massive splash of water, and shouted that she could not focus like this. Hainal smiled with the talisman cards in his hands, and as water splashed around him, he said that no one would give her time to prepare in the middle of a real fight. He added that this was training and asked her if she had not heard the saying that one should practice the game the way one will play it. With that, he threw the cards into the water, and as the cards landed, there was a huge boom and water splashed around him. Hanjin shouted angrily while gasping, telling Hainal to go easy on her because it was her first day. The water continued to dribble around her. She was stunned to realize that there was a massive wave of water behind her. She shouted angrily that this was not the ocean. The water began to roar. Hainal closed his eyes, smiling while leaning back in his chair and saying that an exorcist without talent is better off dead. He added that if she could not even handle this, it might be better to die now. Hanjin was about to drown in the pool when she heard someone calling her name. She opened her eyes and was confused to see several dishes placed in front of her. She looked at her clothes, which had been changed, and was surprised. She said she had been in the pool just a moment ago and wondered what was wrong. She was surprised to see someone standing in front of her. It was her mom and dad who were smiling at her. They asked her if something was wrong with her and if she had a bad dream. Hanjin got emotional and was about to cry as she asked how they were both there. They both smiled and sat around the table with her. Her mother smiled and asked what she was talking about. Her dad said that maybe she was still sleepy. Her mother smiled at Hanjin and said she must be poor because she must be tired from studying late at night. Then her dad said that it was true that there was no way Hanjin would say no to breakfast. With that, he moved the food toward her with chopsticks and said she should have some braised beef because it was her favorite. Her dad smiled and said that he knew studying was important, but her health mattered more than anything. Hanjin's mother then looked at her father and said he should eat too. They both laughed and said that they should start eating. Hanjin was confused as she looked at them. She was surprised and thought that this could not be happening. Then she looked at the chopsticks in her hands and the bowl of food, thinking if she had been dreaming all this time. Then she heard Hainal sitting on the seat, calling her name. Hanjin was surprised to listen to her name. Hainal called for Hanjin and told her it was time to wake up. Hanjin opened her eyes and was shocked to look around, glancing at her surroundings and wondering if it was real. She became sad, thinking that it had been a dream after all, and well, her mom and dad had passed away a long time ago. Hanjin was sitting on the floor with her back toward Hainal. Hainal looked at Hanjin and asked if she was awake now. Hanjin turned angrily toward him, thinking about how she had almost drowned because of him. She shouted at him, asking how this was supposed to be their training when she had nearly died. Hainol smiled and said he was sorry about that and did not realize she was so unskilled. But at least he had saved her and told her not to get mad. Hanjin clenched her teeth in anger. She stood up and smiled, thinking it best for her to learn from hands-on experience, but she guessed they had no choice. Hainol held his juice glass and said he would only show her once, so she should watch closely. Hainol began to pour the juice out of the glass onto his hand. Hanjin looked at him, annoyed, but she was shocked that the juice started to float above it instead of falling on his hand. Hanjin was surprised at how he did that. Hainol looked at her and said that, as she could see, technicians are exorcists who control Kai to fight demons, and she could create shapes like this using Kai. With that, the floating juice began to resemble a dagger. Hanjin was surprised to see that. Hainol said she might think this was no different from creating creation magic. Hanjin flinched as she looked at the dagger. Hainol then closed his fist, squishing the dagger and turning it into splashes of juice, saying that there was a reason why nothing could be compared to creation magic. Hanjin was shocked to see the dagger turn into a splash of juice. Hanjin asked Hainol if, with creation magic, one could hold things like water, too. Hainol said that she was right. He then moved his hand toward the water pool and noted that creators could turn the entire pool into a weapon. Hanjin's mood brightened upon hearing that, and she smiled. Hainol looked at her, thinking that now she looked interested. He then asked if they should start again. In the Yon refreshing store, Soul asked Gahui about Hanjin. Gahui said that she thought Hainol had taken her. Soul, while adjusting his tie, said that Hanjin would have it rough for a while. He smiled and said he was sorry, but he needed Gahui to handle the business alone for one more day, and Hanjin could make the deliveries when she returned. With that, he began to move away. Gahui looked at Hainol, moving toward the door, and asked if he was leaving today, too. Hainol turned back, smiled at Gahui, and said that there was somewhere he needed to be. Gahui looked sad and asked what other choices they had, saying she would see him when he got back. Soul smiled and thanked her for her help before leaving. Soul stood before the door with a silver key in his pocket, thinking it was finally time to use it. The Trinity Residential Complex was a massive building created by the Guardian, and it was the world's largest demon trap. The trap was nicknamed because once a demon entered, it could never leave. However, demons coexisted with humans here, and in other words, this place was the one that would determine whether demons could truly coexist with humans, or if they were all meant for extermination. Soul stood in the lift, thinking about the balance that would decide whether demons could coexist with humans. He was serious as he looked to the left, showing the 54th floor. The lift opened with a ding, and a small wooden house was in front of him, surrounded by greenery. He stepped out of the lift, thinking that he had to admit magic was impressive, creating an indoor environment like this. He then began to dig into the ground with his foot, thinking that maybe this was only possible because the cave master did it. He then moved around, thinking that, after all, the cave master was the first-ranked demon with the most extended residency among the demons of the Trinity, and he was the king of the kings of demons. With that, he stood in front of the door of the small house. Standing before the door, Soul said he had brought the key and needed to send his word to the cave master. He then looked at the door, which slid open. A blue light emerged from the door, and Soul began to move toward it. In the park, there were several people, some jogging, some casually walking, and others having a picnic. Hanjin was sitting on a bench, looking exhausted. She was confused to see Hainol moving toward her with an ice cream. Hainol was eating an ice cream with one hand and moving the other toward her. Hanjin moved her hand toward the ice cream, saying thanks. With that, Hainol sat beside her on the bench and began eating, saying the weather was nice. Hanjin smiled at her ice cream, and then began to eat while peeking at him, who was enjoying his ice cream and humming a song. He suddenly looked at Hanjin in confusion, and Hanjin quickly turned away, eating her ice cream. Hainol said that if she had any questions, she could ask him. While eating her ice cream, Hanjin angrily replied that she had no questions. Hainol approached her and asked if she did not have any questions, even about Soal. Hearing his name, Hanjin flinched, then turned around to look at Hainol. Hainol sat back and said that if it was about Soal, he knew the best. Hainol, with the ice cream stick in his mouth, said that, first of all, Soal loved to eat, and he was an incredibly gifted exorcist. The reason Soal was the best was that he had taught him himself. With that, Hainol smiled proudly and began to laugh. Hanjin was annoyed hearing that, controlling her anger. Then she shouted that she knew that much, too, and he bragged about himself. Then Hainol pointed towards her ice cream and told her it was melting. Hanjin turned her attention towards her ice cream and saw it melting. Then, she began to eat the ice cream quietly. Hainal stood up and said that they should look at the time. He smiled and told Hanjin they would end her. Her training here today told her to rest as she must be tired. With that, Hainal began to move away from Hanjin while stretching his arms. Hanjin shouted from the bench to wait for her, but Hainal disappeared. Hanjin was annoyed, got very angry, and began to tremble with anger, shouting that everyone do as they please. Back in the refreshing store, Gahui was exhausted. She was sitting on the chair with her head on the table, stretching her arms with files around her. She was exhausted and thought she had requested the boss to come back because she could not take this anymore. Then suddenly, she heard the bell and looked at the door to see Hanjin entering the shop. Hanjin entered the door and began to scan around, asking Gahui if he was alone and where the boss was. Gahui stood up and began to move towards Hanjin, squeezing her hands with brightened eyes and saying thank goodness she was there and needed to do something. Her eyes were sparkling bright, and tears were filling in her eyes. Hanjin was confused, looking at her. In front of room 14309, Hanjin stood with the deliveries of suits on her back. She thought that Gahui was also making her do work, but could not refuse that desperate look of Gahui. Hanjin sighed, then pressed the bell on the side of the room, and ding-dong was heard. But there was complete silence. She then clicked on the bell again, and the door creaked open. Hanjin smiled and said she was from the laundry service. It was a giant gorilla demon who was surprised to see a human standing in front of him. The gorilla demon was standing in front of Hanjin. He grunted and said he wondered what a human was doing there. Hanjin thought this demon was gigantic and told him she was there to deliver his laundry. With that, she handed him the laundry. The gorilla scratched his head and asked if he had something dry cleaned. He took the laundry, turned around, and asked if that was all, then she could go. Hanjin looked at the clothes and wondered if they looked too small for the demon and whether she was at the wrong address. Then she glanced around, wondering if maybe another demon lived there. The gorilla demon turned back angrily and asked what she was looking at. He said she should go if that were all. With that, he held the door, and it creaked as it began to close. However, before it fully closed, Hanjin held the door and smiled, saying she was sorry. She asked him what the room number was again. The gorilla replied that she should know better because she made the delivery. Hanjin smiled and said it was rude, but she just wanted to ensure she had the correct address. She asked him if it was room 14307. The gorilla demon initially said it was correct, but then he began waving his hand, saying it was not, and that this was room 14309. Hanjin smiled cleverly and asked if he did not live there. The gorilla demon looked at her with a serious face. Hanjin then told him that trespassing was a crime. The gorilla demon started laughing, saying that was what a human thought. He then stared at Hanjin and said how dared she tried to force human standards on him. He got angry and stepped toward her, saying that she should have left when he told her to, and that she would regret not listening to him. Hanjin began to tremble. She clenched her teeth, telling herself not to be scared and that she could do this alone. The gorilla demon stood before Hanjin, his red eyes glowing and the surroundings darkening. Soal was sitting on the floor before Tara book was on the table. Tara asked Soal whether he had brought him the key and asked where the man with the key was. Soal replied that he would be there soon. Tara asked about Namseeng. Soal remembered how Namseeng angrily told him she would never talk to him again. Soal smiled awkwardly, saying she seemed furious that he had not sealed Sioran. Then, Tara recalled how aggressively she had sat there, saying not to call her to any more meetings and that she could kill anyone who did. Tar said while holding the red hair of his beard that she was kind at heart and would understand. Soal sighed and said that he could not make her do anything, not with that temper of hers. Tar replied that Soal knew she did an excellent job when she had to. But anyway, he was late and asked Soal if the man was even coming today. Soal stayed silent for some time and then got up, saying that if this meant he was eavesdropping like a rat. With that, he slid open the door and looked to the side to see Hainal laughing behind the wall. Soal looked at him angrily and flinched. Hainal looked at him, removing his glasses, and asked if he called his teacher a rat, which was a bit harsh. Soal sighed and told him to come in, asking why he was hiding out there and that there was nothing to eavesdrop on. Hainal began to enter, saying he was not hiding and, if he were, he would have done it flawlessly. Hainal sat on the floor, waving his hand to say hi to the cave master. Hainal then asked Tar if he should call him by his real name. Looking at Hainal's silly behavior, Tar thought he was as insolent as ever when he saw him. Hainal smiled and said to come on, asking when he would ever be able to act this way again. Then he smirked, especially in front of the Demon King, Tar. The cave master looked at him with a serious face. He stayed silent for some time and then said that he had not heard that name in a long time, though also known as the King of Demons, the first demon to step foot in the Trinity. Tar glanced. Soal looked at them and said that, alright, it was enough with the formalities, and told Hainal to hand it over now. Hainal raised his hand toward the sides, asking what to hand over. Soal looked at him annoyingly and asked about the key. Hainal was surprised to realize about the key and clapped his hands. Soal was annoyed. Hainal said that he did not have it on him. Soal grabbed Hainal by his shirt and shouted at him, asking if he was joking with him and why he did not have it. Hainal began to laugh and told him to ease up, explaining that he lent it to someone he thought needed it more than him. Soal was shocked to hear that. Hainal smiled. In room 3009, Hanjin fell to the ground. She tried to get up, thinking that this demon was powerful. The gorilla demon stood in front of her, straight and firm. Hanjin slipped her hand into her pocket, thinking she would not use this, but she would no longer go easy on that gorilla demon. With that, she took out the silver key, her face filled with determination, and told the gorilla demon that she would not go easy on him. Hanjin thought while holding the silver key that she could not trust everything Hainal said, but it should be fine, and she had no other choice. With that, she looked at the silver key shining in her hand and squeezed it tightly. She remembered that when he disappeared, she angrily shouted that everyone did as they pleased. She was furious and shouted that Hainal had dragged her off to training first thing in the morning, and now he had just disappeared. She was fuming angrily, but then she relaxed and said the bear was good for nothing, saying it annoyingly. Hainal poked over by bending near Hanjin's head, calling for her. Hanjin was shocked to see him standing behind her and said she thought he had left. Then he asked why she was so surprised and if she was saying something bad about him. Hanjin smiled hesitantly, saying she was not saying anything like that, and asked why he was back. Hainal said that he had forgotten to give her something. With that, he moved his fist toward Hanjin. Hanjin was confused and looked at his fist, then he opened his hand to show the silver key. Hanjin was surprised and looked at it. Then, she held the key and asked what it was for. Hainal smirked and said it was for something good. Hanjin shouted at him and told him to be more specific. Hainal swung onto the bench, laughing, and told her to calm down, saying she did not let him finish. He told her that there was a spell cast on this key. With that, he held the key, taking it back from Hanjin. Hanjin was surprised to hear that. Hainal said while holding the key that, in a nutshell, it helped one bring out their powers more easily, and it was a kind of catalyst. Hanjin was surprised and asked if he was serious about that and whether she could do creation magic if she just used this. She moved her hand toward the key, but Hainal quickly moved his hand around before she could get it. He told her the key could only help. Hanjin smiled determinedly, thinking it was way better than she could do now. Her eyes began to sparkle. Hainal, annoyingly, said that she was not listening to him. Hainal slipped his hand inside her jacket, digging out some talisman cards, and said he would give her a mission along with this. He then moved the key and some cards towards her, telling Hanjin to expunge 3 demons using this. He was only lending her the key, so she needed to remember to return it once she was done. Then he asked her if she got it. In room 4309, Hanjin stood before the gorilla demon with the key in her hand. The demon shouted at her, questioning what she could do with a silly little key. The demon began to feel a tingle of energy and wondered what that energy was. He realized he had to get rid of her before something happened. Suddenly, the silver skull on the shoulder of the gorilla demon began to rumble and crack. Hanjin was surprised to see that a purple fire lit up around his body and head. Hanjin looked at the demon and thought that it had gotten bigger. The gorilla thumped on his chest, snorting as his eyes turned bright red. He shouted that playtime was over. Hanjin clenched her teeth, gulped, and thought she needed to focus. She had to do as she had learned, for there was no limit to creation magic. She closed her eyes, trying to focus, and realized she was creating her limits when she tried to force it. She needed to have belief in herself. With that, her hair began to rise, and her face began to shine. The silver key in her hand glowed and transformed into a sword, emitting a blue aura. Hanjin was surprised to see the sword. The gorilla demon looked at the sword and acknowledged that it was not an ordinary key. With that, he lunged toward Hanjin to attack her. Hanjin shouted at him not to underestimate her and moved toward him to use her sword. She swung the sword, but the gorilla demon grabbed it in his hand. He angrily told her that she did not even know how to use her weapon and questioned if she thought it would work on him. The sword began to shine brightly and transformed into several ropes that surrounded and spun around the gorilla demon. The gorilla demon was shocked to see the sword turn into ropes. The ropes completely bound the gorilla demon, and he fell to the ground, twitching. Hanjin looked at the card in her hand and told the gorilla demon that she had warned him not to underestimate her, as she was a creator. She then placed the talisman card on the gorilla's head. The gorilla demon glared at her angrily. Hanjin clapped her hands and commanded the demon to be sealed. The demon roared. The blue light spun around the gorilla demon, and he was sealed within the card. The card fluttered in the air. Hanjin was in disbelief. She held the key, bent down to retrieve the talisman card, and said she had done it. She bounced and jumped excitedly, saying she had done it and could not wait to tell the boss. Suddenly, she felt dizzy. She thought that she could not faint there, but she collapsed onto the ground. Someone began to step toward her and drag her. Back in the cave master's house, Soul angrily grabbed Hainol by his shirt and asked if he did not know what that key was and how he could give it to her. Hainol glanced at Tar and said, of course, he knew how important it was. He explained that it held the Demon King's power, their cave master. Hainol sat while looking at Tar, who was still sitting at the table with the book. Hainol smiled and said not to worry, as it would not end up in anyone else's hands. Other demons could not even touch it anyway. Soul glared at Hainol and then shoved his hand back, saying he could not trust him. Hainol brushed his shoulder and said that Soul could visit that place anytime, which did not have to be that day. He then looked at Soul and asked what was more important, how quickly Hanjin could grow as an exorcist, or whether he thought it was something else. Soul clenched his teeth and said that if Hainol kept acting as he pleased, he would no longer share his plans with him. He then glared at Hainol and said he might break it off altogether. With that, he quickly left the house. Hainol remained sitting in front of Tar. Hainol said that Soul had such a temper and annoyingly added that everything needed to follow in order, as he had been telling them these days. Tar was sitting in front of him with a serious face, but then he laughed and said that hearing Hainol say that was funny. He quickly returned to his serious expression and said that he knew Hainol had intentionally drawn Soul away. He asked what Hainol wanted to tell him in private. Hainol smiled, snapped his fingers, and said that Tar had figured him out. Tar commented that he had seen too many humans hiding something with a smile. Hainol smiled while covering his face with his hand, saying he was unsure if that was a compliment. He then said that he just had one question for him. Hainol's eyes sparkled with red light as he asked about the blazing marble. Tar flinched upon hearing that. Hainol asked where it was now. Tar glared at Hainol and asked why he was looking for it. Meanwhile, Hanjin was still unconscious. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying on a sofa. She quickly sat up and began to look around, wondering where she was. Then, she checked her pockets and was relieved that she still had the key and the card in which she had sealed the demon. Just then, she heard someone ask if she was awake. She turned to see a girl with short brown hair holding a puppy. She looked at the girl and thought she resembled her friend Gina, then asked if she was Gina. The girl responded that her name was not Gina. It was Minji. Hanjin smiled and apologized, explaining that she had gotten confused because the girl was wearing her friend's school uniform. She then asked Minji if it was her home and if she was the one who had brought her there. Minji hesitated and then said, well, to be exact, she had. She held her dog before her and said it had brought Hanjin. Hanjin was confused to see the puppy brought her. The puppy was panting, shining with bright yellow light. Minji then recalled how the puppy had been dragging her on the floor near the room, saying that she had been coming home from school and had seen the puppy dragging Hanjin across the hall. The puppy then hopped from Minji's hands toward Hanjin and landed on the ground. Hanjin held the puppy close to her cheeks and began to rub it, saying it was such a smart puppy and thanking her. The puppy started to whine. Hanjin suddenly realized and apologized, analyzing that she might have hugged her too tightly. With that, she released the dog on the floor, and the dog began to move away. Minji sat beside Hanjin. Hanjin asked Minji about the name of the dog. Minji said that she did not know either. Hanjin was confused and stated that this was not her dog. Minji said that it was her first time seeing her today. Then Minji sat down on the floor near Hanjin and said that Hanjin was unconscious in the hall, and she felt bad for the puppy too, so she just brought them both there for now and asked Hanjin what she was doing there. Hanjin was hesitant and stayed silent. Minji asked her where she lived. Hanjin quickly got up awkwardly, said it was late, and thanked her. She said that she owed her one. Then she quickly began to move away, but Minji stopped her by placing her hand on Hanjin's shoulder and telling her to wait. Hanjin turned around. Both of them looked at the dog sitting on the floor. Minji said that her parents were allergic to dogs, so she could not keep her and stated that Hanjin should take her inside instead. Minji looked at the dog and said it was a poor little thing. Hanjin looked at the dog, who seemed sad, and wondered what she should do. Back in their refreshing store, Soul was sitting on the chair while Gahui was correcting the laundry sequence. Soul asked Gahui whether Hanjin had returned yet. Gahui said that she had not and told him that she had sent Hanjin out on a delivery a while ago and should have been back by now, but she still had not heard from Hanjin. Soul said that Hanjin was probably distracted after the delivery. Then, both listened to the doorbell jingle, and Hanjin dashed through the door, saying she was back. Then she began to run upstairs, sprinting. Both of them looked at her, running up. Soul smiled and said that, as he told Gahui, she must have been distracted by something. Gahui smiled and said that she guessed Soul was right, and that it was a good thing that nothing bad had happened to her. Then Gahui turned around to Soul and asked how everything went. Soul, while moving his hand to the side, said it went well, but he was tired and thought he would get some rest. With that, he stood up and began to move towards the door. However, before he held the doorknob, he stopped and looked upstairs, thinking that Hanjin was hiding something. Then he thought that it did not matter. He would let it go for today. With that, he opened the door and thought he could look into it next time. After entering her room, Hanjin looked at her shirt, which was swollen. Suddenly, the puppy emerged inside the shirt, and she slipped onto the floor. She held the puppy and told her she needed to be quiet, otherwise she would get kicked out. The puppy began to bark excitedly, and Hanjin tried to quiet her. Suddenly, the puppy became sad. Hanjin looked at her with concerned eyes, then held the puppy with both hands and said that she knew it was uncomfortable, but she should hang in there for a little bit, and she would find someone to look after her. The puppy became happy again. Her stomach began to growl. Hanjin stated that the puppy must be hungry. Then she looked around and said she was unsure if there was anything to eat. She began to search the drawer. After some time, she sighed. She turned towards the puppy sitting on the bed, told her there was nothing to eat, and asked her how hungry she was. The puppy began to bark. Hanjin patted her head, said she guessed there was no choice, and told her to wait a little while. She would go downstairs and see if there was anything to eat. Hanjin smiled before going out and told the puppy she had to be quiet, too, and said she hoped she understood. The puppy barked. Hanjin smiled and said that the puppy would be silent, and she hoped for that. After that, she began moving out of the room, telling the puppy she would return. She left the puppy in the room. After she left, the puppy's eyes suddenly turned black, and a white aura emerged. Her eyes shone red, and then the puppy leapt onto the ground. The puppy thought that, finally, she was gone and began to climb down the stairs, thinking that something might be down there. The puppy was slowly stepping down the stairs. Within the Denden curry house, different demons sat around the table, eating their food. Hanjin was sitting on a seat, thinking it was a relief and a good thing she came there to ask. Suddenly, someone brought a polythene bag containing food towards her. It was the cook. Hanjin thanked the cook. The cook smiled and said it was nothing, and it was just leftover meat from the curry. The cook gave a thumbs up, smiled, and told Hanjin to let him know whenever she needed him, and he would always be happy to help out for a good cause. Hanjin got up, held the bag, smiled, and said she appreciated it and still needed to find someone to raise. The cook asked what she was talking about regarding the raise. Hanjin was shocked by the sudden realization that she had said those words out loud. Suddenly, Hainal entered the curry house, bent slightly toward Hanjin and asked what she was hiding behind her back. Hanjin hesitantly said that it was nothing. She thought it was the worst time to run into Hainal and could not even make excuses. Hainal looked at her with concern and sighed. Then he quickly sat down at the table, saying that it did not matter and he was not interested anyway. Hainal smiled and told the cook that he would take one curry and make it extra spicy. The cook left, saying that it was coming right up. As he removed the curtain, the cook said that of all the curry places, Hainal just had to go there. Hanjin was confused after hearing that. Then she began to tiptoe past Hainal, saying she thought she should get going, too. Hainal smiled with his head lowered and told her to stay there momentarily. Hanjin was confused about why he wanted her to stay and asked him. Hainal said he wanted her to remain there so they could discuss her future training and mentioned that she had something to return to him. Hanjin smiled awkwardly and said he was right and the key was in her room. Hainal told her to sit. Hanjin quickly jumped around to the other seat at the table and told him she had it, holding the food bag behind her back. Hainal asked if she had tried out the mission he had given her. Hanjin said that she finished one today. Then she slid the card containing the sealed gorilla demon towards him. Hainal picked up the card and said that it was nice she managed to seal a demon chaser. Hanjin asked in surprise if the demon chaser meant an exorcist. Hainal, while flipping the card inside her pocket, explained that usually that was what it meant, but it was also a term used for demons who took over the homes of other demons. Hanjin said that she understood. Hainal said it must have been hard on her. Worried and with her head lowered, Hanjin agreed and said it was true. She did not mean to lie and was sorry. But everything ended well, so thank him for that. She held the silver key with those words and handed it to Haenol. He was shocked and suddenly began to laugh upon seeing her gesture, saying that she was a friendly kid and that it did not even count as lying in his book. He then held the silver key, thanked her, and said it had become a pain in his back. Haenol asked if something had happened because he had lent it to her. Haenol said that he was the one who gave it to her, so it was not her fault. Then he pointed his finger towards her and asked what was inside the bag, saying it seemed like a more significant problem. Hanjin awkwardly looked around, hesitant to say anything. Haenol asked if she had encountered any demon besides the demon chaser. Hanjin replied that she had fainted after sealing it and saw no other demons. Haenol said that he did not think that was the case. Hanjin was confused and asked him what he meant by that. Haenol, with his eyes closed, said he could smell another demon on her. Hanjin was shocked to hear that. A white aura surrounded her, the same one surrounding the puppy stepping down the stairs. Sool entered a room inside the refreshing store where the laundry was hanging on a stand. Then he slipped inside another room by opening the door. The puppy was hiding behind a wall. He looked at the open door with the dark gloom inside and moved towards it, thinking it might be there. He sensed a powerful scent, which was the scent of demons, so he entered the room. The room contained a board covered with a black cloth, with a table and a candle placed on that table. The puppy looked at it with her red eyes. She stared at the fabric covering the board, wondering if it was there, and then clutched it with her teeth and removed it. However, suddenly, she was caught from behind. The puppy was shocked. Sool was holding the puppy from her back, saying it was her, the stranger Hanjin had brought in. Inside Curry House, Hanjin was sitting around the table with Haenol. She was shocked and said that the only demon she saw was the one that looked like a gorilla. Haenol said that perhaps it was so, but he swore that the smell was coming from her, which was a weird dog-like smell. Suddenly, the cook placed a plate of curry on the table, telling Haenol to stop bothering Hanjin to eat his food and get out of there. Haenol removed his glasses, looked at the cook, and asked if he was allowed to be this rude to a customer. The cook told him angrily to look around him. All the other demons sitting at the tables were looking nervously at Haenol. The cook said that nobody there could eat in peace because of him, and unless he wanted to sabotage the business, he should stop coming there from now on. Haenol looked at the cook with a serious face and then suddenly stood up, saying that he had just lost his appetite. Hanjin was confused to see him standing. Haenol looked at Hanjin, sitting on the seat, and told her that she could eat this, and that it was a sin to leave food on a plate. With that, he left, saying bye. Hanjin looked confusingly at the food placed in front of her. The cook sighed. Hanjin thought worriedly that Haenol seemed in a bad mood and wondered if she was imagining it. Then she called for the cook. The cook looked at her confusingly. Hanjin asked if she could ask him something. The cook smiled and told her that she could ask anything. Hanjin said she wondered why the cook was on good terms with the boss, but not the man who had just left. Hanjin smiled and said that they were both exorcists and he was the boss's teacher. The cook got angry and crossed his arms. Looking at his expression, Hanjin worriedly said that he did not have to answer if he did not want to. Then Hanjin said wearily that it was just that she was still unsure what the difference was between a demon who gets along with exorcists and a demon who does not. The cook smiled and said to consider it a friendship between humans. They have something similar in their world. Then the cook looked at Hanjin and said that she could call someone she got along with a friend. Hanjin looked at the cook and said she guessed it, but they would need to get along to have a good conversation and understand each other. The cook said with a serious face that the same reasons applied to them, and how he treated a friendly exorcist differed from how he treated an unfriendly exorcist. Then he added with a serious tone that the exorcists he hated the most were the hypocrites who never revealed what they were thinking. Hanjin looked at the cook and said that she understood. The cook held the plate of curry in front of Hanjin and noted that it was cold now and that he would heat it for her. Hanjin quickly got up, smiled, and said that it was fine, and she had just eaten a while ago, so she was not really that hungry. Then she looked at the black bag containing the meat beside it. Her puppy was waiting for her, and she should feed her. The cook nodded and told her to come back whenever she was hungry. Hanjin smiled, said she would, thanked the cook, and left. Within the refreshing store, Soul was sitting around the table. He heard the bell jingle. Hanjin entered the store and looked hesitant at Soul. Then, she bowed and told him she did not know he was there. Soul looked at Hanjin with concern and said he was wondering where she had been and asked her about her Haenol. Hanjin smiled awkwardly and said it was surprising that he asked about her since Haenol was probably with her just a minute ago. Soul asked Hanjin what she was hiding out there. Hanjin was shocked to hear that and then began to dash out of there, saying it was nothing. Soul looked at her in confusion, thinking about what on earth Haenol was teaching Hanjin and whether Haenol had even been doing a proper job. Soal got up, saying that talent did not mean much if it did not have the right vessel for it. Suddenly, Soal heard a crashing sound. He turned around and told Hanjin that she was in too much of a hurry and that it was dangerous to run on the stairs. Hanjin scanned around and apologized, saying that she would be careful. Soal asked her if she was looking for something. Hanjin told him that she was not. Hanjin was worried and thought she would be in trouble if the boss found out. He might even chase her out for bringing home a puppy. Then, she began to move around, scanning for the puppy. Soal asked Hanjin if she was looking for the dog she had brought there. Hanjin was shocked to hear that. She turned to look at Soal and said hesitantly that she did not know what he was talking about. Soal told her that he had chased it away. Hanjin was confused to hear that and said she could not believe what he had just done. Soal asked her whether she had even known what it was before she brought it over. Hanjin was sad to hear that. Soal sighed and told her to forget it. He said he did not expect much from a kid who ran around because she had powers. Hanjin said that it was so unfair. Soal was shocked to hear that and looked at Hanjin. Hanjin shouted angrily at him and asked why he always wanted to do whatever he wanted. She said that he should at least give her a chance to explain. Soal shouted back at her that it was fine, then told her to explain herself. He said he wanted to hear her life-changing story for him. Hanjin got angry and shouted at him, saying he was the worst. With that, she ran away, slamming the door. Watching her leave, Soal sighed. Soal entered a room. Inside were girls sitting beside a side table, and in the center stood a table with a black and white circle on it, where a candle was lit. Soal looked at it with a serious face. He removed the cloth from the board, which contained several cards. The board was now filled with the cards, and only a few spaces at the bottom remained empty. Soal looked at it worriedly. He felt as if someone was calling his name. He found himself in a place covered with dark branches and fire. His eyes were filled with tears, and he struggled to hold them back. Suddenly, he felt a hand reaching out to him. A girl with yellow hair told him not to cry, that it was not his fault, and asked him to stay alive and keep on living for her. Soal then touched the cards on the board and thought it felt like he was almost there, with only about 15 demons left. He then covered the board with the cloth, saying he would do whatever it took to bring her back. He looked at it with a serious face and said that he had promised it. Within the park, the puppy was sitting on a bench. Her eyes were red, and she cursed Soal, questioning his thoughts. She remembered how Soal had picked it up by the back, saying it was the stranger Hanjin had brought with her. The puppy recalled how she had wiggled and whimpered, asking to be put down. Soal sighed and told the dog that she could stop with her act now. He added that judging by how she could not conceal her energy, she must have taken a big hit. Soal said this while looking at the dog, wiggling with its eyes closed. Soal then clenched his teeth, his eyes turned red, and he smirked as he looked at the dog and called its name, Siorin. The dog's eyes turned red, and she looked at Soal and angrily shouted that he was the one who had made her like that. She asked Soal whether he was happy now or found it funny. The dog barked at Soal, accusing him of making a fool out of her. Soal looked at the dog in confusion and then dropped it, saying she should be careful with how she talked to him, especially in that state. Siorin barked with red eyes and shouted at Soal to go ahead and kill her. Soal sat on the bench and said that if he were going to do that, he would have done it long ago. Then he looked at the board containing the cards, saying that otherwise, he would have sealed her and placed her on the board. Siorin glared at Soal. Soal then looked at her and told her he had let her go on purpose so they could talk. Siorin clenched her teeth angrily and said that she did not know what he was up to, but he had lost his chance to kill her. Soal smiled and said that he wanted to talk about Baron. Siorin was shocked to hear that name. Soal said she had come there to look for Baron and asked Siorin whether he was right. Siorin got angry, clenched her teeth, her eyes turned red, and she shouted at him that he did not deserve to say Baron's name. Soal casually replied not to be so cagey with him and said he was trying to help her meet Baron. Siorin was confused to hear that and asked Soal whether he would help her to meet Baron. Soal said while placing his arm behind the table that she was right, and he meant that he could help her get what she wanted, and there was no reason for her to refuse. Siorin stayed silent for a while. Soal looked at Siorin and said he could help her meet him by writing about this incident. He told her to tell him why she was trying to meet Baron. Soal looked at Siorin with concern. Siorin, sitting on the bench, thought she did not know what he was thinking, but she would never team up with a human. Then she became worried, thinking about Baron. She thought about him as a man with black hair who had said to her that if he did not recognize her, she could kill him on the spot. Of course, that was not him. She remembered how worried she had been when he had said those words to her. Then Sioran heard someone stepping. It was Hwarin. Sioran greeted her, not shocked to see the puppy sitting on the bench. Hwarin asked Sioran what had happened to her and lifted her with both hands, asking who had made the one and only Sioran like this. Sioran became angry and put her paws on Hwarin's mouth to quiet her. She told her to be quiet and asked if she wanted the whole world to find out about her. She turned to see several people around her, some walking and some sitting. Then Hwarin sat on the bench with Sioran and asked what had happened to her and whether Soal had done that to her. Sioran angrily clenched her teeth and told Hwarin not to expect anything from that person. Hwarin smiled and said that she still liked him. Sioran clenched her teeth angrily and told Hwarin to snap out of it, shouting at her and asking how she could say that after seeing her like this. Hwarin smiled and said that Sioran had caused him a lot of trouble, so he had done that. Sioran angrily shouted at her, saying that she could not believe her. Hwarin held Sioran in both arms lovingly and said she was as cute as a dog. She asked her how long she was going to stay like this. Sioran told Hwarin to let her go, as she could not breathe. Sioran placed her back on the bench, saying she guessed Sioran had not fully recovered. Sioran sighed and said that was why she had called Hwarin and had a favor to ask. She looked at Sioran worriedly and asked if she had not done enough already and if she would be sealed this time. Sioran turned her head to Hwarin, cursed Soal, and said he could not seal her. Hwarin worriedly shouted at Sioran, asking how she could be so sure because it might happen this time. Sioran said that it was because he wanted to use her. He now seemed confused and asked what she meant by that. Sioran looked at Hwarin and told her to forget it and do what she had asked. Hwarin told Sioran she should never tell her anything and sat with her eyes closed, saying it was fine. She asked Sioran what she wanted her to do. Sioran sat with her eyes shining red and told her to bring her a few demons, as there was someone she needed to meet. Hwarin now seemed confused and asked whom she wanted to meet. Sioran began to shine with a white aura and said she wanted to meet the one who carried all the poison she tried to meet Toxifiend. Hwarin was shocked to hear that, and she worriedly asked whether Sioran meant the toxified poisonous demon. Sioran looked back at Hwarin, saying that Toxifiend, the poisonous demon, even his breath is toxic, so spending too much time with him will get one poison. Toxifiend was a demon with red hair and yellow eyes. Taking an antidote is necessary when meeting him. Hwarin shouted at Sioran that it was too dangerous and that she would look for someone else to help her. Sioran said with red eyes that the only demon who could help her was Toxifiend. With that, Sioran changed into her snake body and told Hwarin to bring her a few demons as she asked and make sure they were not too weak. With that, Sioran slithered into the green leaves around the bench. Hwarin was worried about Sioran. Hanjin was standing outside a shop holding a grill with both hands, looking down at the people walking on the streets. She sighed and remembered how she dashed away from Soal, calling him the worst. Hanjin was sad. She thought that maybe she was too harsh, and now, to think of it, it was her fault for bringing home a puppy without permission in the first place, and she should apologize first. Hanjin was worried. She remembered how Soal figured it out and told her to forget it, saying he would not expect anything from a kid who runs wild just because she has powers. Remembering those words, Hanjin got angry again and turned her head around, saying that she would not apologize first this time. He looked down on her and never told her anything. A shadow began to step towards Hanjin from behind. Hanjin angrily crossed her arms, saying that she was training hard and doing everything Soal told her to do, but Soal did not even respect her. Someone was standing behind Hanjin and called her name. Hanjin was shocked when someone placed a hand on her shoulder. She quickly turned around and shouted at Hainal, saying he scared her. Hainal smiled and asked what she was doing there, and he heard her grumbling something about herself. Hanjin looked down worriedly. Hainal asked whether she fought with Soal. Hanjin flinched to listen to that, and Haibal laughed aloud, saying that judging by her reaction, it looked like they did fight. Hanjin asked Hainal whether he thought that Soal hated her. Hainal asked Hanjin why she would feel that way. Hanjin said that it was because he always does that. Instead of telling Hainal everything, she turned around, saying that never mind, it is nothing, and Soal probably does not trust her yet. Hainal looked at Hanjin and said that if Hanjin thought Soal still did not trust her, she should make him trust her. Hanjin sighed and said she would not be there like this if it were that easy. Besides, she was tired of trying all alone. Hanjin worriedly noted that no matter how hard she tried to understand the boss, he kept saying things she could not do. Hainal looked at Hanjin and asked if she wanted to know why he always acted that way. This grabbed Hanjin's attention. Hanjin looked at Hainal and said she thought the boss did not like her. Haenol said there is no way and believes it is the complete opposite. Hanjin was confused to hear that. Haenol smiled and turned towards Hanjin, telling her to follow him if she wanted to know. She needed to see something before she tried to understand Soal. With that, Haenol began to step away from Hanjin. Hanjin was confused. The both of them were standing in front of room number 13520. Hanjin asked what they were doing there. Haenol told Hanjin that this was his apartment. Hanjin was shocked to hear that. Haenol said that he would look for his keys, and with that, he began to check his pockets and then took out a card, saying that he found it. He moved the key towards the door, and with a beep sound, the door creaked open. Hanjin looked through the tiny space inside the room. The room was well lit and contained a gray cushion, a side table, and several gray-colored cupboards. Hanjin looked at Haenol and asked why he brought her there. Haenol smiled and told her not to look at him like a creep. He told her to go inside and that she would find out once she got in. Hanjin thought seriously, looking inside the room, wondering why he brought her to his home. She knew it, he was a weirdo. She was still standing at the doorstep when Haenol smacked her back, pushing her inside. Then Haenol quickly dropped a card, clapped his hands, and said open. Hanjin had stepped inside the room, and suddenly, the floor changed to green grass. Hanjin was shocked and looked around, surrounded by green leaves and leafy plants. Haenol smiled and said that this was his personal space. Hanjin's mouth widened as she looked around. Haenol said he could alter the space with magic, which is easy if one has enough spiritual power. Hanjin poked at a leaf to check whether it was real and said it felt so real. Haenol began to laugh, saying that Soal reacted the same way. Hanjin asked if his boss was trained there, too. Haenol smiled and said that, of course, because he had taught him. However, before that, he asked Hanjin if she was not curious about where they were. Suddenly, Hanjin heard the ground rumble. Haenol put his fingers on the glasses, saying that it looked like they were excited because they had not had guests in such a long time. Hanjin was shocked and asked what he meant by that. Suddenly, several demons, a wolf-like, a hawk-like, and a groundhog appeared. Hanjin was shocked to see those demons. They were screeching, roaring, and hissing. Haenol told Hanjin that he welcomed her to the demon forest. Haenol stood among several demons in front of Hanjin. Hanjin was shocked to hear the name of the demon forest. She began to look around, stepping here and there, and asked how this would help her understand the boss. She looked at Haenol, who was standing among the demons. Haenol said that he told her that if she wanted to know why he acts the way he does, there was something she needed to know first. However, before that, she needed to work only on her skills, and the quickest way to improve her skills was through real-life experience. Haenol said while moving his hand around the demons. The wolf demon began to growl. Hanjin got worried. Haenol said she should not think of it as an illusion. If attacked there, she would actually get hurt. Hanjin was shocked to hear that and shouted at Haenol to just let her out. Haenol said he could not do that. He had used up too much of his spiritual power to open up this place, and he could not let that all go to waste. He said while flicking his finger in no. Hanjin got angry with Haenol. Haenol then clapped his hands, saying that they should start her training now, that it was enough with the chit-chat. With that, the demons around her began to shine with red light and red eyes and growl. Hanjin was worried about what she should do and what she was supposed to do when that happened. Haenol lifted his glasses and told Hanjin good luck then. With that, all three demons around Haenol sprinted and lunged towards Hanjin. Hanjin squeezed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and dashed away from the demons. Haenol said worriedly that he prayed she would turn out to be useful this time, and then began to walk away. A few days ago, Haenol sat in front of Tar around a table in the cave master Tar house. Haenol asked Tar where it was now. Tar looked at him with a serious face and blue eyes, asking why he was looking for that. Haenol smiled and said that he needed it. Tar slammed his hand on the table and asked what use Haenol would have for the blazing marble, shouting at him to tell him now. Haenol looked at Tar seriously, began to say that the whole reason Tar came there to Trinity was to protect the dead mind crusher's heart, and asked if this was not true. Tar said with a serious face what his point was. Haenol, while crossing his arms, said it was the opposite for him. Tar was confused to hear that. Haenol said with a serious face and red eyes that he came there to get rid of that heart. Tar got angry at a red aura surrounding him, saying that this human would regret that. With that, Tar punched both his hands on the table, with a huge red aura surrounding him and his red hair flowing in the air. He shouted angrily at Haenol that he would regret ever bringing that up in front of him. Haenol was shocked to see him like that. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred, and Tar house was burnt, covered with dust and smoke. However, fortunately, Haenol was able to use the talisman card to form a protective blue shield around him. Hainal clenched his teeth and said that he thought Tar was just a paper tiger, but he guessed that Tar still had quite a temper. Then, Tar slammed his foot on the floor and stood up. He was now transformed into a giant demon in a semi-demon state. Demons use more power in this state than in their complete human form. Tar angrily clenched his teeth and looked at Hainal, saying that he had tolerated enough and asking if Hainal thought he had stayed quiet because he feared killing humans. Then Tar grabbed Hainal with his huge hand. Hainal smiled, thinking that it looked like he would die first at this rate. Hainal smirked and told Tar to listen, asking if he remembered what had happened 20 years ago. Tar looked at him angrily. Hainal continued, saying that the chief of the Guardians used the blazing marble to kill Tar's good friend, the Mind Crusher. The grip of Tar's hand around Hainal's neck began to tighten. Hainal clenched his teeth, thinking how Tar could be this strong even in a semi-demonic state. Hainal then told Tar that the chief of the Guardians had split the Mind Crusher's heart into two and used one of the pieces to create a trinity. Tar looked at Hainal angrily and asked him what he was trying to say. Hainal smiled and said there were two pieces of that heart, and one was here. Then he added that he wondered where the other half could be. With that, he slid a talisman card out of his pocket. Tar was shocked to see that. Hainal put two cards in front of Tar, saying that the other half was inside the body of the chief of the Guardians. With that, a fire broke out on Tara's hand. The sudden attack and the fire on his arm shocked Tar. He quickly released Hainal, and Hainal fell to the ground. As he was falling, Hainal thought that if the cave master had not divided the sum of his powers into the key, he would have been done already. Then he looked at the cave master and said that he was sure Tar knew that the Mind Crusher's heart was not whole. Tar looked at Hainal. Hainal noted that the chief of the Guardians was using the half-heart to gather the demon's power and that she would come there to look for the rest of the Mind Crusher's heart. Tar looked at Hainal without saying anything. Hainal, with blood coming out of his mouth, said that by then it would all be over and asked Tar if he was still going to let his dead friend be used like this. Hainal wiped the blood from his mouth with the sleeve of his arm, saying that now Tar had to decide, too. Hainal began to stand up in front of Tar, asking whether he would help him find a way for them to live or keep chasing after a dead spirit and follow in his dead friend's footsteps. Tar looked at Hainal, with leaves floating around his body. The sky was dark and covered with green leaves. There was an explosion, and dust was floating around. Hanjin was lying on the ground, holding her stomach with her hand and clenching her teeth. The wolf-like demon was stepping towards her and began to growl. Hanjin looked at the wolf demon and thought about whether this was how she would die. The wolf demon began to roar. Hanjin closed her eyes, and when the wolf did not attack, she slowly opened her eyes to see a card shining in front of the wolf like a demon, surrounded by blue light. Hanjin was confused to see the talisman. She tried to reach for the talisman card when she heard Hainal saying that if he wanted to hurt her, he would have run away. Hainal was sitting on the branch of a tree, holding the talisman card. Hanjin looked at him and shouted at him, asking why he was making fun of her right now and why he would send her off to die only to help her. Hainal smiled and looked down at her, saying this was what she thought. He was helping her out because it seemed like she was in trouble. He added that it was fine and that he would not help her anymore, telling her to figure it out independently. Hanjin got angry hearing that and told him it was not what she meant. Hainal told her to remember how she used the key to reveal her powers. Hanjin was confused about how she could use her powers without the key. Hainal said it was right to think about how she felt when using the key. Suddenly, the protective shield around the wolf-like demon began to crack. Hanjin quickly turned around and was shocked to see that. Hainal began to laugh while sitting back on the branch with his arms crossed, saying that he told her to run away instead of wasting time and that she was quite a handful. Hanjin began to dash away from there. The shield started to shatter, and the wolf-like demon chased Hanjin. Hainal looked at Hanjin with a serious face while sitting back. Hanjin began to run, thinking about the key and how she felt when she used it. She quickly plucked a leaf and began to dash away. Suddenly, she felt a white aura around the leaf. She tilted her head to see the wolf-like demon lunging at her. She said, "Here goes nothing," while wildly throwing the leaf at the wolf-like demon. The leaf suddenly changed into a yellow-colored talisman card and smacked into the face of the wolf-like demon before popping off its face. Hanjin was frozen to see that. The wolf-like demon was also confused and then began to chase Hanjin again. Hanjin began to dash away, thinking about what that attack was. Looking at that, Hainal sighed, saying that even the blazing marble would not help at this rate, and they were all dead now. Hainal recalled Tar standing straight, with red and white light surrounding him. Tar said that the blazing marble was created only once every century. he said, thinking about the blazing marble, which contained blue, black, white, yellow, and different colored lights swirling around like a ball. Tar said that it was a vessel to contain Kai. The true meaning of the blazing marble is its tremendous power, and whoever has it, whether demon or human, becomes the most powerful being in this world, he said, thinking of the blazing marble in his hand. Tar said that the woman from the Guardians used it 20 years ago, and now they need to wait another 80 years for the Kai to be collected in the blazing marble again. Hainal asked, with his arms crossed, whether there was no other way. Tar said that there is another way. With the spiritual powers of a creature, one can create a blazing marble without having to wait for 80 years. Hainal said they have someone who can speed up those 80 years, and the kid Soul brought in just so happens to be a creator. Tar was shocked to hear that and said Hainal must be talking about the Hanjin child. Hainal said with a serious face that they needed to get rid of the Mind Crusher's heart there in the Trinity before the chief of the Guardians made her move. Tar said with his eyes closed, thinking that if what Hainal said was true, then the blazing marble was their only option, and he asked if this child could properly wield creation magic yet. Hainal smiled awkwardly and said he was just training her hard, and they just had to wait a little bit. She would become an actual creator in no time. Tar asked Hainal whether Soul knew about this. Hainal said with his eyes red that he had no choice but to stop the chief of the Guardians. Tar stayed silent for some time with his eyes closed and then began to taunt back and move away, saying that to create a blazing marble, the creator must pour out every last bit of spiritual power they have. Then he turned his head to see Hainal and asked if Hainal knew what happened to the creator afterwards. Hainal stayed silent for some time and then said that he knew it, and all that is left for an exorcist depleted of spiritual power is death. Hanjin was dashing away from the demons, holding a wooden stick. The wolf-like demon was rushing close to her. Hanjin thought that she could not just keep running away. She stepped around to face the wolf demon. The wolf demon stopped and growled. Hanjin thought about which weapon she needed the most right now. With that, she tried to concentrate and closed her eyes, thinking that she just needed to think of that and focus on her Kai. The white light began to surround Hanjin, and the wolf continued to growl at her. Hanjin tried to concentrate, thinking that when she came to think of it, she always succeeded whenever she was desperate. The wolf-like demon stepped close to Hanjin and then jumped at her. Hanjin was surrounded by blue light. She opened her eyes and shouted that she was very desperate right now. With that, she moved the wooden stick forward, which was surrounded by blue light, and suddenly, it became a sword. Hanjin attacked with the sword at the wolf like a demon, shouting at him not to underestimate her. Hanjin attacked the wolf demon with the sword. It hit the wolf like a demon, and he began to explode with red fire before falling to the ground. Hanjin was sitting on the ground with the sword. She quickly turned around to look at the wolf. The wolf-like demon was lying on the ground, dead. Hanjin sat back on the ground, smiling, saying he was no match for her and should not even think about messing with her. She then lay on the ground, panting, with her eyes closed. Then she looked at the sword, which had again changed into the wooden stick. She said that it was back to normal. She rose from the ground and saw no stamp for this demon. She remembered how Hainal had told her not to think of it as an illusion. If she were attacked, she would get hurt. Hanjin got angry, shouting, thinking about those words, and saying what kind of illusion could hurt her. She swore that Hainal was a total weirdo. Suddenly, she heard a voice from the ground. It was as if someone was digging in the ground. Suddenly, a groundhog-like demon lunged out of the ground before Hanjin. Hanjin fell back onto the ground. The groundhog demon smiled and screeched. Hanjin glared at the groundhog demon and asked why he was laughing and whether he was making fun of her. Hanjin angrily tried to attack the groundhog using the stick, but the groundhog returned and dodged her attack, causing Hanjin to fall on the ground instead. Hanjin got angry, sat up, and turned around to look at the groundhog coming up from the ground on the other side. The groundhog was laughing. Hanjin angrily shouted at him that it was not funny and told him to stop laughing. The groundhog again disappeared into the ground. Hanjin was very angry. She got up and looked around, hearing the wind blowing rapidly. It was a hawk-like demon screeching at her and dashing towards her. Hanjin quickly turned down and dodged the hawk like a demon. Hanjin thought she remembered that there was one more, and this was it. She turned around and angrily shouted whether they thought this was funny and whether they thought that she could not do it. Hanjin began to dash away, holding the stick in her hand, saying they should wait, and she would get all of them and prove herself. The next day, the sun was shining brightly above the Trinity building. Soul was wearing a black suit and tie. He stepped toward Gahui, who was wiping the table, and asked why she was wiping the counters so hard. Gahui turned around, stood up, and smiled as she looked at Soul. Soal was frozen, seeing the resemblance between Gahui and the yellow-haired girl, Wahyun. Gahui greeted Soal, saying good morning. Soal's mouth was widened. Then Gahui turned around to see the tables sparkling and told they were closed today, so she was catching up on some cleaning. Then Gahui turned around and said that he was going somewhere again today. Soal corrected his tie and said yes, thinking they would open in the morning for now. Gahui then moved towards Soal and began to correct his coat, saying to let her do that. Soal looked at the face of Gahui. Gahui raised her face and asked why he had stared at her like that. Soal quickly turned his head away, saying that it was nothing. Gahui said the suit was set. Soal thanked her. Gahui smiled, said not to mention it, and told him she would see him later. With that, she turned around and began to wipe the table again. Soal is called Gahui. Gahui turned around with a smiling face and said that there was something he wanted her to do. Soal asked her with his face down if she was happy with her life right now. This statement confused Gahui. Soal sighed and then passed his hand through his hair, saying that, never mind, he should not have said anything like that. Gahui said that she was happy. Soal looked at Gahui. Gahui smiled with her eyes closed brightly and said that she did not mind when it was just the two of them, but now they had Hanjin, too, and it felt like they had an extra friend. Soal gave a weak smile and opened his hand, which contained a beautiful necklace with blue-colored stones. He told Gahui to hold on to this and that it would keep her safe when he was not around. Gahui took the necklace and asked if he would be gone for a long time. Soal said he would do his best to get back to them immediately. With that, Soal moved towards the door and began to push the knob, saying that he would see her later and to take good care of the shop. Then the doorbell jingled, and he left. Gahui looked at him, leaving with a serious face. After he went, she smiled and thought she hoped he could find happiness too. After closing the door, the Soal began to move on the street. Then suddenly, Gahui called him from behind and told him to wait. Soal turned around. Gahui said that Haenol told her to give Soal something. Soal was confused to hear that. With that, Gahui moved her hand forward, containing the silver key, and said to him that it was it. Gahui told Soal that Haenol had also told her to tell Soal that he hoped Soal would not regret his decision. Gahui said that with a serious face. Soal looked back with a serious face and asked if he said anything else. Gahui shook her head. Soal looked at the key in his hand and thought he would not regret his decision. Of course, he would not because he was not making any mistakes this time. With that, he clenched the key in his hand. Soal thanked Gahui for letting him know and told her she could go back inside now. Gahui said that it was all right and she would see him around. With that, she dashed inside the refreshing store. Soal looked at Gahui, dashing inside, and again, he saw the resemblance of Wahyun's posture with hers. He became sad. He looked at the refreshing store Yeon's name and thought it had been 7 years since he first met her there. He remembered when he entered this shop 7 years ago. He brushed his shoulder and asked if someone was there. Then, a door swung open, and she entered the room with a smile, saying that she was there. After that, she fell and crashed to the ground. He remembered how he was confused. She then came forward, stood before him around the table, and apologized for that. She asked him if he had any clothes he wanted to leave with them. He remembered that when she smiled, it was like yellow flowers blooming. He remembered he blushed. She looked confused and asked if everything seemed all right. He remembered telling her he wanted to clean his suit and asked if she took suits. Then, both of them stayed silent. She asked if he could take it off for her. He remembered that he was shocked by these words and was confused about what she was asking him to do. He remembered how he shouted at her, asking what she thought she was. She looked at him confused and said hesitantly that she meant she wanted to take a closer look to see if it was something they could clean for him. He remembered that he was flustered, told her never mind, and then left, slamming the door behind. She was worried that she had said something wrong. He remembered sitting at the table with Haenol in the Dendon curry house. Haenol told him to stop playing with the food. He replied annoyingly that he was not playing. Haenol laughed while moving his spoon towards Soal and said he could feed him. Soal became angry, grossed out hearing that, shouted at him that it was gross, and told him to get his hand out of his face. He remembered hearing a familiar voice and turned around to see her again. She smiled and asked if it was him again. He recalled that he blushed, and the spoon fell from his hand. She smiled and said to Soal that he surprised her when he left so suddenly, and she thought she might have done something wrong. Soal said with his head down that it was not like that. She smiled and said that it was a relief. She hoped he would return to their store the next time, and then she told him to enjoy his meal. Soal kept his head down. Haenol was looking at Soal in silence. When she left, Haenol smiled teasingly and said that somebody had a crush while looking at Soal, blushing hard. Soal said hesitantly that he did not have a crush, then slammed the table and told Haenol to get on with the training if he was going to talk nonsense. With that, he stood up and began to walk away. Haenol sat back with his arms crossed and said it felt nice to be young again. Soal left the curry house while touching his face, thinking about this feeling. The groundhog demon hissed and launched an attack. Soal struck back at her using fire wrapped around his fist. Then suddenly, the wolf demon leapt at Soal. However, before it could attack, a talisman card flew toward the wolf-like demon and set it on the blaze. Soal was shocked to see the wolf demon burning and crackling. He fell to the ground from the shock. Haenol jumped down from a tree's branch and said it was all for today. Soal turned angrily toward Haenol and said that he could keep going. Haenol crossed his arms and looked at Soal, saying that he could not keep going like that with his head in the daisy field. With that, he turned his back and said Soal should stop by the laundry shop instead. Soal sat on the floor with a blushing heart and shouted at Haenol. He looked down and then began to sniff himself, thinking he should bathe first. Soal opened the door, holding a paper bag. He brushed his hair nervously, saying to himself that he hoped his hair looked all right. Then he stood near the left wall while someone was sneaking from behind and peeking at Soal. This was a demon with white silver hair and red eyes looking at Soal, saying she had found him. Soal suddenly felt it and flinched, turning to look behind him. He wondered if he was imagining things. He placed the paper bag on the table. Wahyeon was standing in front of him around the table, smiled and said it was him again, and asked if he would come with laundry this time. Soal nodded and blushed. She smiled brightly and said that come to think of it, he was not wearing a suit today. Soal nervously told them that she was right. She moved toward him, placing her hand on the table, and said it was awesome. Then she said that she had a favor to ask. Soal nervously asked about the favor. She smiled brightly with her eyes closed and said the favor was simple. There were several body mannequins at the side of the room. Soal was wearing a black suit with a tie and was adjusting it awkwardly. She asked him if it was uncomfortable anywhere. Soal looked at her smile awkwardly and said that it was comfortable, much more than his clothes. She smiled brightly while holding scissors and said it was because she made it. She handpicked all the fabrics, and it was one of a kind. Soal blushed, thinking that she was such a cheerful woman. Maybe because he was always stuck with Haenol, he was not used to this personality. She smiled and said that she would like to be his friend if it were all right with him. Soal blushed hard and said what she meant by talking about being friends. She smiled and said that she did not have any friends in this complex, and she might have more favors to ask like this. Soal noted that it sounded good. Wahyeon got excited and thanked Soal. Wahyeon then introduced herself as Wahyeon and moved her hand forward towards him. Since Soal had somehow been friends with Wahyeon, he used to help her move the laundry and deal with customers. He naturally began to see her more frequently. They used to laugh together and spend a lot of time together. Eventually, they became inseparable and could not live without each other. Nevertheless, Soal placed several talisman cards on the wall. Wahyeon asked Soal if he needed to put up those talismans there. She sighed and said that all the demons were already talking about how there was an exorcist who came to the laundry shop. Now, they were losing customers. Soal turned around and said that he had told her that not all the demons were kind and that many more were evil. She pouted and said that the ones who came there were all nice. Suddenly, the bell jingled, and they both looked towards the door. She smiled, said she was coming, and began moving towards the door. Soal said seriously that she did not understand what he was saying. Suddenly, Soal felt something, and he flinched. He felt some weird energy and suddenly heard a scream. He immediately flung towards the room, calling for Wahyeon. He immediately dashed towards her. He was shocked to see a demon with octopus arms and silver hair holding Woo-hyun by her neck. The silver-haired demon turned around, smiled, and said hi to Soal. Soal clenched his teeth and said that she was the one who was always causing trouble at Trinity. The demon made her grip stronger at Woo-hyun, causing her to clench her teeth in pain. Soal held the 2 talisman cards and shouted at the demon to let Woo-hyun go. The demon said that if he were going to kill her, Wahyeon would die, too. Hearing that, Soal clenched the talisman cards in his hand and clenched his teeth, thinking that she was a sneaky witch and that he could not do anything without Wahyeon getting hurt. The silver-haired demon grinned, her red eyes shined, and she said it was too late the second he hesitated. With that, she smiled creepily. A red light began to form around her, and Wahyeon began to scream in pain. Soal dashed towards them, shouting no. Suddenly, he saw a white ear above Wahyeon's head. He used the iron fist to attack the demon, but she disappeared before he could attack. There was smoke all around, and he clenched his teeth angrily. He looked at Woo Hyun standing before him and called her name. Woo Hyun was shining with white light, and she told him to stay back. He looked worriedly at Woo Hyun, thinking about what the silver-haired demon did to her. The demon had occupied Woo Hyun's body, and now her one eye was red, and an animal ear appeared on her head. She told him not to come any closer. Sool was terrified to see what happened to Woo Hyun. She clenched her teeth and called for Sool while crossing her arms. Sool looked at her body, through which the octopus-like arms were coming out and a red aura surrounding her, thinking about what had happened to her. She dashed towards Sool and held him by his shirt, shouting at him to snap out of it. Sool looked worriedly at her, saying that something had happened to her. She shouted at Sool that they did not have much time and that the only chance he had to kill this demon was this. Sool looked confused. Tears filled her eyes, and she clenched her teeth, telling Sool to hurry. She held Sool in his arms. Sool clenched his teeth and closed his eyes while looking down. He slipped out talismans from his pocket, and with teary eyes, he clapped. The white light surrounded him, and suddenly, a huge white light surrounded them in the form of a circle. The night was filled with ashes, and the green trees were set on fire. Someone pushed Sool on the wooden tree, and he hit her back and fell. Woo Hyun, occupied by a demon standing before him, laughed, surrounded by fire. She laughed and said it was too easy and the mighty exorcist was not a big deal. Sool clenched his teeth angrily while sitting back in front of the tree. There were two ways for a demon to take over a human body: possession and fusion. Possession was using demonic powers to control a human, while fusion was when the human turned into a demon altogether. In addition, the demon had fused with the body of Woo Hyun. She looked at Sool standing up and laughed creepily. There was only one way to kill a fused demon: to destroy the human host. Thinking that, Sool clenched his teeth while clenching the talisman in his hand, and a white light came out of his body. The demon asked if he was thinking of killing this woman's body. With his head down and eyes closed, Sool said that she was right, and with that, he threw the talisman towards her, saying ice, and with that, all the talismans changed into ice weapons. She dodged the ice weapons and the heat on the ground and froze it. She clenched her teeth angrily and looked at Sool. Suddenly, an ice rod struck her chest, and she cried with pain. This Sool was holding this ice rod. Sool said, clenching his teeth, that the woman she had taken over meant the world to him, and he was trying to protect Woo Hyun as a human being. With that, his eyes filled with tears, and he said that, more than anything, he was an exorcist. She clenched her teeth, looking at the ice rod freezing her body, and then slowly, it froze her whole body. When Woo Hyun opened her eyes, she saw Sool crying over her. He was sobbing, and his tears were falling on the ground. He was sitting with his head down near Woo Hyun's body, lying on the ground. She opened her eyes and moved her hand towards Sool, telling him not to cry and that it was not his fault. Sool, with his eyes closed and teeth clenched, held her hand close to his cheek, calling her name. They were surrounded by fire, sitting on leaves. She told him to stay alive and keep on living for her. While looking at Sool, she thought she wanted to live too and wished she could live happily ever after with Sool. With that, her hand fell to the ground and she died. Sool held her up close to him and cried. His eyes were filled with tears when suddenly her body disappeared, and there was a massive flash of light. It was Woo Hyun's Caesars that were shining brightly with white light. He was confused to see her old Caesars, and suddenly, the Caesars changed into a girl with long brown hair surrounded by a white flash of light. Sool covered his eyes with one hand due to the flash of light, wondering whether it was a goblin. She stepped towards him and said hello to him. It was Gahui, smiling at him. He was so confused to see her. Back to today, Sool got sad remembering it. He was sitting in front of Tar around a table. Tar said that they had been seeing a lot of each other lately. Sool held out both silver keys on the table before Tar and told him this was his key. Tar looked at the keys and stayed silent for some time, then looked at Sool and thought it looked like Hainol and Sool were finally going their separate ways. They had the same goal, but could not agree on the means to achieve it. Sool asked Tar why he was staring at him like that. Tar asked whether bringing that woman back as a human was necessary. Sool said with a serious face that, of course, that was all he had been working toward. Then he placed his head on his hand and bent down on the side, asking why Tar was asking that suddenly. Tar thought that Sool did not seem to know what Hainol was up to. Tar said that it was nothing and that he was checking. After that, he held the keys, and a flash of light began to come out of his hand, surrounding his whole body. The hand in which he was holding the keys started to shine with white light, and a white aura was coming out of the keys. Tar asked him about the time. Sool said tomorrow at noon. Tar said that it would be ready tomorrow at noon. Soul said with a serious face to make sure that nothing went wrong. Sioran was back in her human body, and a black aura was coming out. Hwaren looked worriedly at her from behind, thinking she could eat up all the demons as they came. Hwaren glared at Sioran, thinking she knew her sister, but she sometimes scared her. Both were standing in front of room 4311. Hwaren began wearing a black mask and told Sioran that she was not only saying this out of concern, but also about whether she would be okay. A black aura began to come out of Sioran's body. Sioran smirked and said that, of course, she would be okay. The door opened with a creak. Both of them looked inside. The dark aura was coming out of the room. Sioran began to move inside. Hwaren shouted from behind to wait for her. The door then closed. Inside the room, there was a cave. Hwaren asked whether this was Trinity because it felt like a different place. Sioran asked why she was surprised and told her not to be so immature. Hwaren began to sniff around. Sioran said that powers that are more demonic made it easier to make changes to a space. Then they heard someone stepping towards them. Sioran turned around and said she had not met him for a long time. It was Toxafiend. He was wearing a black robe and holding a stick. A snake was around his back. His specialty was deadly venom. He asked them whether they were looking for him. Sioran smiled and said that she was looking for his power, to be more exact. Toxafiend sighed and asked whether she was saying she would eat him next. The red aura began coming out of Sioran, and she said he was right. The purple aura began to come out of Toxafiend. Hwaren moved towards Sioran, said she thought they came to talk, and told her to calm down. Sioran clenched her teeth angrily and said that she did not have time, unlike her, and with that, she moved towards Toxafiend. A huge red serpent aura began to come out of her body. She smiled creepily and asked whether they should check whose venom was more potent. Toxafiend looked uninterested. Then he clenched his teeth, and his eyes began to shine yellow. He angrily asked what the use was in comparing when they already knew the answer. With that, a vast black aura began to come out of his body, surrounding Sioran. Sioran covered her face with her hands and cursed him. Hwaren tried to reach out to Sioran and called her name. Sioran told her not to be so dramatic and removed her clothes to show her black bodysuit. She said that her plan was never to talk. Hwaren now looked worriedly at Sioran. Sioran clenched her teeth, and a red light came out of her body. She said that they were never the creatures of conversation. That was only for the weak. With that, a white aura came out of her body, which was shaped like a white snake. She shouted that the stronger ones could always use brute force. The white snake hissed and moved to attack Toxafiend. Toxafiend opened his mouth, and a black aura came out of his mouth, which began to surround the snake. Sioran asked if this attack meant nothing to him. Toxafiend stepped toward Sioran and said he had always wanted to fight her. The last time, she used Baron as a shield to hide so he could not fight her. Hearing that she used Baron as a shield, Sioran got angry. Furious, she clenched her teeth, and her eyes turned red. A red aura surrounded her body. She angrily said that Toxafiend was the one who trembled because he was scared of Baron. She shouted angrily that Toxafiend's confidence was just laughable. A giant red lightning began to come out of Sioran's body. Toxafiend thought Sioran's energy was something else, but maybe that was not surprising. Suddenly, a red eye appeared on Sioran's head. Then, two green-colored creatures with one red eye emerged from her body. These were duplicated. It was her specialty of duplication. Duplicanima could reproduce other demons' powers. The two creatures were growling. Toxafiend placed his hand on his head and began to laugh, saying he had been wondering why she seemed so full of herself. Toxafiend said with a serious face that she could not fight without help from all those other puny demons. He noted that it was such a disappointment. Sioran glared at Toxafiend and told him not to cry because he lost to these puny demons. With that, she directed her hand toward Toxafiend, and the demons leapt at him. Toxafiend began to unwrap the wide strip around his arms, and poisonous gas started to come out of his arms. Sioran laughed creepily, saying poisonous gas wouldn't work on her. One of the puny creatures opened his mouth and spit out fireballs at Toxafiend. It was Infernum, a demonic spirit that took the form of fire and tended to explode upon contact with poison. Toxafiend was shocked to see Infernum. The Infernum hit him, and there was a massive explosion with a flash of light. The fire spread around toward the cave walls and laid waste to the whole cave. Sioran looked at the result of the attack with her red eyes, standing with the puny demons. Suddenly, Sioran was shocked. She turned toward Hwaren and told her to leave right now. Hwaren tried to reach out to Sioran and told her to think this through and whether she had to go this far. Sioran looked at Hwaren and said she always made her the villain. Hwaren was confused to hear that when suddenly Sioran pushed her out of the room. Hwaren was thrown out of the room and hit the wall. She was still holding out her hand toward Sioran's hand, trying to stop her. Sioran stretched her arm back. Her whole body turned black, and she glared at Toxafiend. Another creature's face began to appear on Sioran's body. This was Dividoramus, a demon with a body split into many pieces. The door slammed closed, and Sioran looked at Toxafiend. Toxafiend stood before her, holding smoke sticks while pushing the puny demon down with his foot. He clenched his teeth, hissed, and said to Sioran that she used Duplicanima and Infernum, and now she was using Divide Ramus. With that, he angrily pushed his foot down on the puny demon, and a toxic fluid began to spread on its body. The puny demon cried and screeched in pain, then was snapped into a black fluid by Toxafiend. Toxafiend said he could not believe she ate it when she knew what it could do. He said that she had turned herself into one of those puny demons. He asked her what she was doing all that for. Sioran shouted at him that it was none of his business. With that, she moved another black arm that emerged from her body along with the other puny demon to attack Toxafiend. Suddenly, a yellow light surrounded the puny demon as it opened its mouth to throw Infernum. Toxafiend immediately dodged Sioran's black hand that attacked him, then moved toward the puny demon, asking if she thought he would fall for it twice. He threw the white strip around his body toward the puny demon. The white strip swirled around the body of the puny demon and whipped him. Then, Toxafiend dashed toward Sioran. As he placed his foot on the ground, his poisonous fluid acted as an acid and destroyed the ground. Sioran clenched her teeth angrily, thinking that it was numbing poison. Toxafiend dashed toward Sioran with his teeth clenched and attacked her with his claws, plunging at her and saying goodbye. However, he was shocked to see that Dividoramus had eaten his hand. Sweat began to form on Toxafiend's face. He said that she was getting a little desperate. Sioran smirked and said he had no idea what it took her to come this far. Toxafiend asked if she was afraid that he would find out. Sioran clenched her teeth and said that it was time to die, Toxafiend. With that, she changed into a vast black serpent with red eyes to eat Toxafiend. Meanwhile, someone used a dagger to create a line on a tree log to count. This was Hanjin, who said that it was 29 today. With that, she turned around and saw a parrot-like demon lounging near her. She immediately threw her dagger towards it, shouting that it would become 30 with it. The dagger transformed into a net, spreading and covering the parrot like a demon, throwing it to the ground. Hanjin began to laugh creepily with red eyes and a red aura, looking at the demon trapped in the net. The parrot-like demon began to tremble, looking at her as she laughed. Then, Hanjin shouted that it was barbecue time. With that, she stomped her foot on the ground, and the net began to shine with red lightning, striking the demon. The lightning blasted the demon, and it coughed out smoke. Hanjin stood before the demon, telling it not to mess with her again. She said that the next time, she would swear to barbecue it. Hainol was sitting on the branch of a tree, looking at Hanjin and laughing in front of the demon. He thought that Hanjin had grown so quickly and guessed that the creators were something else. He sat back with his arms crossed, saying it was too bad for those ordinary folks. Hanjin was laughing like a demon while riding on the parrot. Hainol smiled and said that it might be time to start moving now that she had the basics down. The parrot-like demon was crying while Hanjin was riding on it. Hainol jumped on the ground and addressed Hanjin, saying she now had the hang of it. Hanjin turned towards him and smiled, saying that it was him. She said that it was not bad. Hainol said that they needed to work on her attack naming skills. Hanjin pouted, asking what was wrong with the name barbecue, and said that it got the idea across. Hainol said, "How about something a bit more elegant?" Hanjin looked at him in confusion. Hainol said while pointing his finger up, "What about something like a thunderbolt or falling thunder?" Hanjin got terrified and said that that name sucked. This hit Hainol just like a rock breaking on his head. He was confused about how such an elegant name could suck. Hanjin patted his back to console him and smiled, saying nobody was perfect and not to worry, he would get there. Hanjin then turned to look around and asked whether there was any sense of time in that place. Hainol wiped his tears using his arm, saying it was made specifically for training, so that a few days might have passed outside. Hanjin looked at him, wiping his eyes, and told him to cut it out. The sky was partially covered with clouds. Hainol bent down, put his hand on her shoulder, and asked whether they should get going. Hanjin smiled and said yes, and then they began to move towards the door from which the bright light was coming. Soul stood outside the story shop, bending over the grill as he looked at the number of demons and humans walking on the floor. Someone stepped up from behind Soul. He turned back and asked what had happened to her. It was Sioran, who was injured and holding her arm, her face covered in dust. She clenched her teeth and told him to mind his own business. Soul asked why she was so antsy. He said that he thought they had agreed to cooperate. Sioran put her hand on his head, saying he was right. But that did not mean he could get all nosy. Soul stepped away from her, saying that she had such a temper. Sioran looked at him with a side eye and a serious face as he left. Someone clicked open a button below the number of buttons. It opened to reveal a keyhole. It was Soul, who was now putting the key inside the keyhole to open it. Sioran was standing behind him as Soul opened the door. Sioran angrily asked whether this was the key to the prison. Soul smiled and said that, more specifically, it was the key that opened up the road. Suddenly, a number appeared on the left with the sound of a ding, and the lift door opened. The number 12 was shown on the side of the door, and several stairs were inside. Soul turned his head towards Sioran and told her to follow him. Sioran stepped down, thinking that Baron was there. Both of them stepped down the stairs toward a path. Sioran was confused and turned around. The door upstairs was gone. She heard Soul telling her to hurry up. She glared at him with her red eyes. They then continued to step forward while Soul held a torchlight in his hand. Sioran clenched her teeth, thinking that saving Baron came first, and even though she was still suspicious about Soul helping her, she clenched her fist. Her eyes began to shine red, thinking that if Soul played any tricks, she could easily or always kill him on the spot. A light was shining in the dark. Sioran clenched her teeth while holding the wall with her hand, wondering how much further they needed to go down because she had to meet Baron. Davidoramus was a demon that even other demons avoided, and it slowly ate away at the body of its host. She thought about the demon eating her from the inside. She breathed heavily, thinking that usually, she would not let such a demon like Davidoramus get to her. Soul turned his head to look at Sioran, thinking that she did not look so good and that something must be wrong with her body. Soul stopped at a place. Sioran, holding her arm, asked why he had stopped and whether they were there. Soul told her to hold on and then began to pass his hands on the wall to search for something. He patted the wall, thinking it should be around there, and as expected, he found the candle hanging on the wall. He lit the candle using the talisman card, and suddenly, the whole area lit up with the candles, a number of them directing them toward a door. There was a lion symbol above the door. Soul said that they were there. He looked at Sioran's face, which was filled with sweat. She asked whether Baron was inside. She smiled and began to step forward, wobbling while moving her hand forward. Soul stopped her by placing his hand on her shoulder and told her that Baron was not the Baron she once knew. However, before he could explain further, Sioran looked at him. Soul flinched as he sensed the energy, and he clenched his teeth. He quickly withdrew his hand and looked at it, seeing burns with purple aura coming from his hand. He could not believe it was poison. His teeth clenched as he stared at his hand, and then he began to tremble. Sioran turned around to look at him and laughed, saying he trusted her enough to bring her there. He questioned whether his head was messed up. Sweat appeared on his face as he realized that this level of poison meant she had consumed the toxaphene. Sioran laughed again and said she had thought about why he would approach her. She said he needed the Baron's wish-fulfilling jewel. With that, she grabbed his neck and said he wanted to use her to find out where it was. Soul clenched his teeth, his face drenched in sweat. Sioran placed her hand on his face, saying there was one thing she could not understand, which was why he brought her all the way there. Soul trembled and tried to speak. Sioran squeezed his neck harder, saying he should be straight with her. She clenched her teeth angrily and warned him that she would twist his neck if he did not. Soul, his eyes closed and teeth clenched, knew he had no choice. His veins bulged on his neck. While looking at the door, he said that Baron was under a mental spell, which could only be created by the head of the Guardians. He then asked her if she remembered the past war between the demons and exorcists. Sioran was shocked by this, gripping his neck more tightly, and said it was impossible. Soul explained that at that time, certain demons were under the head exorcist's mental spell, and many demons died, but the exorcists suffered significant losses, too. That was how far the head of the Guardians would go to achieve a goal. He thought about the head of the Guardians, who had short brown hair. Sioran pushed Soul down and questioned whether he expected her to believe that. Soul began to cough up blood while lying on the ground. Sioran looked at him and said that she did not know what he was up to, but if he were curious, she would tell him. Soul tried to get up, trembling. Sioran placed her finger on her glasses, her eyes glowing red. She directed her finger towards her eye and told him the wish-fulfilling jewel was in Baron's eye. However, Soul would not be able to do anything about it because he was going to die from the poison soon. Soul lay on the ground, still trembling. Sioran stepped toward the door while laughing. Soul struggled to move, trying to stop her. Sioran placed her hand on the door and melted it with poison. As she placed her hand on the door, she thought Baron was just behind it. She completely melted the door and stepped forward, calling for Baron. Baron was tied in silver chains and sitting on a rocky block, surrounded by rocky fingers. She stepped toward him, calling his name. A black glass-like mask covered his eyes, and a chain held his neck. He lowered his head and asked who she was. She hurriedly called his name and asked if he had forgotten her voice. Her eyes filled with tears as she told him it was her, Sioran. He was confused when he heard that name and asked who she was. Her eyes were teary as she said he recognized her, but it was okay, she could break the spell that was. With that, she looked at her hand, and a purple fluid began to form, which, with a flash of lightning, turned into a tablet. She explained that it was a poison that neutralized the spells, not wholly, but it would still work. She moved the tablet toward him, saying it might hurt for a while after he ate it, but it was for the best. He slapped her hand away and told her to get lost. The tablet fell to the ground. Sioran picked it up, looked at it with worry, and thought that it was okay, he would recognize her soon. She told him, sitting close to him, to hold on. She slipped the tablet into her mouth and kissed him, placing her arms around his neck. He swallowed the tablet. The sun shone brightly above the green leaves and trees outside the tar house. Hanjin and Hainol were standing outside the home. Hanjin asked Hainol about the place. Hainol told her that she would see when they got there. Both of them stood near the door by the stairs. Hainol said to tell the cave master that Hainol was there. Hanjin was confused. Suddenly, the door rattled and opened. Hanjin asked Hainol what was going on. Hainol looked at Hanjin and reminded her to remember what he had said the last time. He told her that if she improved her skills, he would tell her the truth about Trinity. While directing his finger toward the house, he said that the truth was over there. She looked in the direction of his hand and saw the dark interior of the door. Hanjin stepped slightly behind Hainol and said that the place creeped her out. Hainol bent down, patted her shoulder, and told her he thought she wanted to understand why Soal treated her that way. Hanjin nervously said that she wanted to find out. Hainol looked at her and asked if she did not care that everything she had worked for might go to waste. Hanjin thought worriedly, realizing it was true that she had worked hard. More than anything, she wanted to stand proud and tall in front of the boss. With that, she became determined, clenched her fist, and said she would go. She began to step toward the door. Hainol silently watched her as she approached the door. Sioran, holding Baron by his shoulder, brought him outside the prison through the melted door. Soal was lying near the door as Sioran took Baron with her. She began pulling him upstairs, thinking that she and Baron could be happy again if they got out of there. Soal lay motionless on the floor near the door. Suddenly, his body twitched. Someone was standing outside the brown door. It was a girl wearing a black dress with short brown hair and an animal symbol on her belt. She was the chief guardian. She approached the door and said that it was there. She opened the door, and the bell on the door jingled. It was a Yon refreshing store. When she went inside, she saw Gahui carrying a big box. Gahui apologized and said that they were temporarily closed. The chief said she guessed she had saved herself a lot of trouble by finding her immediately. The chief stood in front of Gahui, around the table, and put her hand on it, asking if she was Gahui. Gahui was confused and thought about what was going on. She was still holding the cardboard box and wondered why she gave her a weird vibe. The chief stepped towards her, and several threads appeared behind her, moving toward Gahui. They wrapped around her and pushed her to the ground. Gahui fell, and her talisman necklace slipped off her neck. Gahui clenched her teeth as she hit the ground. The chief bent down, held her talisman necklace, and said that Soal had tried to protect her, but this would not work on her. With that, she pulled the necklace and snapped it, saying that this strap only worked on demons, and technically, she was not a demon. Gahui, lying on the floor with tight ropes, shouted at her, asking what she was doing and telling her to let her go. The chief smiled weirdly, placing her hand on her face while looking at Gahui lying on the floor, saying she would not release her. Then the chief moved her hand close to her chest, and something began shining there as she pulled it out. Gahui was shocked to see it. There was a purple thing shining on her chest. The chief asked Gahui if she knew what it was and told her it was the Mind Crusher's heart. Gahui struggled to release herself, saying a human could not be like that. She started shouting that she was going to die if the chief took out her heart. With bright red eyes, the chief said that was why she came all the way there. The only one who could handle this heart was a goblin like Gahui. Gahui was shocked to hear that. Hanjin was sitting outside the tar house. She remembered sitting around the table with Hainol and Tar inside the home. Tar told her that she needed creation magic to make a blazing marble, and that the price to pay was the life of a creator. She was sad to hear that and could not believe it. She wondered if Hainol had been tricking her the whole time. She trembled, and her eyes filled with tears as she asked if the boss had been tricking her, too. Haenol sat beside Hanjin. Hanjin glanced at him. Haenol said that he was sure she needed some time, and he meant that if he were in her shoes, he would need time, too. However, before he could finish his sentence, she turned to look at him and shouted with teary eyes that he had lied to her and could have been honest from the start. Haenol, instead of answering her, asked Hanjin if it was not beautiful there. Hanjin got angry and shouted at him, asking what he meant by that and whether it mattered. She wondered why he did not tell her anything. Haenol stayed silent for a while, then apologized, looking at Hanjin. He said he was not honest from the start, and asked if she could understand if he told her it was for the best. Hanjin got angrier and shouted at him, asking what he meant by that. A bird fluttered and sat on Hanjin's knee. Haenol told Hanjin to look at the bird and said that even a small animal in a small place like this was full of life. Hanjin looked at the bird sitting on her knees. Haenol noted that there were so many more people and lives out there, and he wanted to protect them. Hanjin looked down with sad eyes. The sun was passing through the trees and the greenery around. Haenol said that he would not have asked this of her if he had the power to do that. Hanjin stayed silent while resting her hand on her knees. Haenol looked worriedly at Hanjin and apologized. Hanjin said that she wanted to talk to the cave master some more. Haenol was confused to hear that. With that, Hanjin jumped to her feet and began to step inside the cave master's house. Haenol looked worriedly at Hanjin going inside the house, thinking that he would have to hope the cave master had better persuaded her. With that, Haenol stood up and said he thought he would clean up after the school's mess. Soal cried with pain, clenched his teeth, and staggered to get up, thinking that he did not expect Toxophene's poison to be this strong. He recalled the night the park was covered with trees, and the street lamps lit the park. Soal sat next to Hwarin on the bench. Soal told her that he had not met her in a long time. He was surprised to see her, and then she hugged him happily. Soal told her to get off him. She asked Soal with starry eyes if he did not want to know what Hwarin had told her and whether she should tell him. Soal glared at her starry eyes, then sighed and said it was fine. He would do it and would go on a date with her. She was pleased and said this was why she liked him so much. She then told him that Hwarin wanted to meet Toxophene. Soal was confused to hear that. Hwarin smiled and said that Hwarin was trying to kill him with his poison. Then she put her head on his shoulder while pouting and saying that if he wanted to survive the poison, he would need an antidote, and she could get it for him if he wanted. Soal glanced at her and asked why she was trying to help him. She smiled heartily while holding her hands together and said it was evident because she wanted to date him. He felt cringed but sighed and thought he could not understand her. He asked if she could help him get the antidote. Hwarin said that, of course, she could, but on one condition. She said that she wanted 2 dates, not just one. Soal was irritated to hear that and said it was fine and they should make it 2. With that, Hwarin kneeled with her hands up, celebrating. Soal thought, looking at the green fluid inside a glass container, that a moment longer and it would have been too late. He still had to find out where the wish-fulfilling jewel was, he said, looking at the green fluid inside the container with the brown cap. He stood up and said that he owed Hwarin a big one. Then he looked at the stairs and wondered if Hwarin was outside by now. Soal smirked and said that it would not matter even if she managed to leave because the entrances and exits were different. With that, he began to move upstairs. It was a sunny day, and the sun shone brightly with sunlight passing through the leaves of the trees. A door creaked and opened. Hwarin opened the door and poked outside, holding Baron's arm around her shoulder. She wondered where this place was and swore it was an elevator before. She heard someone saying a long time no see. She was shocked to see Haenol standing before her and quickly turned around. Haenol called her name. Hwarin cursed him in her thoughts and wondered what he was doing there. She remembered him holding the talisman cards in both hands and killing several demons. She thought that when she thought of all her friends who died at his hands, it still made her shudder. Then Hwarin looked at Baron and felt that she needed some time until Baron came to his senses. Haenol glared and said that he was wondering who was on her back. He asked if it was Baron. Hwarin turned her head to look at Haenol and angrily told him to get lost. She angrily said that he should head back to the prison where his beloved student was dying. Then she smiled and said that, never mind, he might already be dead by now. Both of them angrily looked at each other. Haenol sighed and said that he had never seen her look this anxious. Hwarin looked at Haenol and thought that she should attack now. Haenol pointed his finger and said it was better for her to stay still if she wanted to make it out of there alive. He smiled and told her that this was Tar territory and, by the way, his student was not dead. Hwarin was shocked to hear that, and she shouted at him angrily to cut the crap, as she knew Soal was dead. Suddenly, Hwarin listened to a large blast behind her. She turned to look around at a man's figure coming out of the smoke. She was shocked and could not believe her eyes. She said that she was sure he had died. Soal said, while brushing his clothes to remove the dust, that his acting skills were pretty on point. Seorin thought that he would not know what she was up to. Seorin said that there was no way he was trying to find Baron's wish fulfilling a jewel. Soal smiled and said that bingo, she got it. Haenol looked at Soal, noted that it had been a while, and called him a student. Soal said that he was not his student. Soal then asked what he was doing there and where Hanjin was. Haenol said that Hanjin was with Tar right now. Soal asked Haenol, while putting his hands inside his pants pockets, what she was doing with the Tar and why there was a reason for them to meet. Before Haenol could reply, Seorin, standing in front of them, shouted at them and cursed them, asking how they dared ignore her to her face. A red aura was coming out of her body due to anger, and red and white lightning went out of her body to attack Soal and Haenol. Haenol moved his hand forward to create a protective shield and thought he had not yet found Baron's wish-fulfilling jewel. Haenol also used his hand to create a protective shield. Soal called out to Haenol and told him that Seorin had already consumed the Toxifiend. Haenol said that, based on her appearance, she had not only just eaten the Toxifiend, but also wondered where this energy was coming from. Seorin clenched her teeth, looking at them, and a black aura surrounded her. She thought that she had to protect Baron and must protect him. With that, she shouted at them, and lightning pushed them away to the ground. Hanjin was sitting in front of Tar. Tar asked if she had made up her mind. Hanjin asked him why she had been chosen and why she had to sacrifice herself to save the demons. Her eyes filled with tears, and she clenched her teeth. She asked why she had to protect people who had nothing to do with her and why she did not want to die. With that, she closed her eyes, tears flowing down her face, and she began to cry with her face down. Tar stayed silent. Hanjin was sobbing. The thought came that it was enough crying, but Hanjin continued crying. Tar slammed his hand on the table, which shocked Hanjin. Hanjin looked up. Tar got up and said he had something to show her, and she could decide after seeing it. Hanjin angrily asked, while sitting down, if he was trying to trick her again. It was not like she had any choice, which was why he had lied to her all this time. Tar looked at Hanjin and said he had clearly stated she could make her decision later, and it was up to her whether to follow him. With that, Tar turned around to open a door. He slid it open. Hanjin wiped her tears with her hands. Haenol and Soal fell away on the ground, crying with pain. Haenol got up, smiled, and said he had never fought like this. Soal glared at Haenol and told him to spit it out and tell him why Hanjin was with the cave master. Haenol smartly said that he would find out once the battle was over and that they should focus on the battle right now. Soal said he would take care of Seorin, but suddenly, he was shocked to see Seorin standing before him. He was in disbelief, wondering if those were all the demons she had consumed. When he looked at her, several demons were coming out. She shouted at them that she would kill every one of them. Haenol looked at Seorin. She had multiple arms, and then he looked at her face. She did not seem like herself. Soal called out to Haenol and asked if he knew what this was. Haenol said that he was not sure, but it looked a bit familiar. The important thing right now was not what it was, but whether they could beat it. Haenol slipped his hand inside her jacket, took out the talisman cards, and flung them toward Seorin. A blue-colored lightning struck Seorin. Soal tried to look at Seorin through the light while covering his face with his hand. As the dust cleared, Seorin was still standing there, straight. Haenol said that the regular talismans did not work, and there was no surprise. Suddenly, a red demon with horns lunged at them, stretching his neck. Both of them were shocked to see it. Both jumped to the sides to dodge the demon's face attack. Soal looked back and thought he could be eaten if he made one wrong move. He then looked at Haenol, who was fighting with a red demon head. Soal thought worriedly that he needed to find Hanjin and Gahui, too. He felt that he had given Gahui the enchanted necklace, but it might not have been enough. Then he glared at the side and saw Baron lying unconscious. He thought that his only chance was him. With that, he began to dash towards Seorin. The demon head attacking Haenol flinched to feel Soal dashing towards Seorin and moved towards Soal at high speed. Haenol shouted out for Soal to watch out. Soal jumped to dodge the demon head, slipped out a talisman card, and looked down at Seorin. Seorin looked at him angrily and moved a demon's hand towards him. She hit him with a demon hand in his chest, and blood came out of his mouth. Soal finally fell to the ground. Soal coughed as Haenol helped him to sit up on the ground. Haenol asked Soal if he was okay. Soal said while coughing about what kind of demon Seorin had eaten. Haenol clenched his teeth and said he remembered that the demons were called Divideramus. Soal was confused to hear that. Hainul said that demons usually fuse with humans, but they divide Ramus and use fellow demons as their hosts. Soul wiped the blood coming out of his mouth while saying whether Hainul was saying that Sioran ate a parasite demon. Hainul said that he was right. He looked at Sioran, who was clenching her teeth. Several demons were coming out of her body, and she was angrily saying that she would kill humans. Soul was trying to get up when Hainul stopped him with his hand and told him that catching a Davidaramus with talismans was impossible. He added that this did not look good and that they were not prepared at all. Soul got up while brushing the dust off his pants, saying that it would be nice if they had Hanjin's creation magic. He looked at Hainul and asked what he thought about it. He also asked why Hanjin was with Tar. Hainul flinched and tried to say something, but before he could, Soul realized what he was trying to say and was in disbelief. Soul moved towards Hainul, held him by his shoulder, and shouted at him what he had done to Hanjin. Hainul said that now is not the time to fight like this, and they must seal Sioran first. Soul angrily shouted at Hainul, and suddenly, there was a booming sound. The lift door opened, and Namseeg came out of the lift. She smiled while crossing her arms, saying she was wondering where the snake smell was coming from, and she guessed that Sioran and they were all there. Soul looked at her and asked what she was doing there. Namseeg pointed at Sioran and said she could not come there with all that noise. Then Namseeg put her hand on her head, saying that she told him to seal Sioran back then, and he did not listen, and this is what he gets for not listening to her. Namseeg suddenly heard a growling, looked toward the noise, and was shocked to see the demon's head moving towards her. Namseeg sighed and then got ready to attack the demon head using her fist, shouting that he had some appetite. She was shocked to realize that it was a parasite demon and said that Sioran was embarrassing the rest of the demons. When she hit the demon head, she was shocked to see that the demon head was growling over Rocky's arm. She clenched her teeth angrily and shouted at the demon parasite, asking how dared he with that. She punched the demon's head, and it stretched a little back. Soul looked at her. Then he smacked Hainul and said that if anything happened to Hanjin, Hainul better brace himself. Hainul stayed silent while looking at him, stepping towards the demon. He stepped towards Namseeg and called her name. She looked around in confusion and then tried to move him back, saying not to hold her back, and she swore that she was going to kill Sioran today. Soul smiled and said that he would not do that. He told Namseeg to handle the Divide Ramus. He told her he had some business with Baron, who was still unconscious on the ground. Tar was standing along with Hanjin in front of a pool. Hanjin was amazed to see the area. It was a giant, beautiful tree with several branches covering the whole area near the pond covered with lilies. Tar told her that the tree standing there was the reason Trinity existed. Hanjin asked Tar about the kind of tree. Tar told her that Trinity is a guardian tree that creates blazing marble and contains the Mind Crusher's heart. He said while looking at the huge branch of the tree.